Good morning, everyone. Good Good morning, everyone. You have to start clapping. Good morning, everyone. We're going to get started in about 3 minutes, so get yourselves comfortable. Is this on? It is, but you can't hear me. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, everyone. It's on. It's just too much noise. In order for you to hear me, you have to be quiet. Thank you for the applause. Good morning, everyone. I'm Marjorie Sims. I'm the Managing Director of Ascend at the Aspen Institute. And welcome to the second day of the Aspen Institute Forum on Children and Families. Thank you all so much for being here. So this is a continuation of a conversation that started yesterday, and I just want to inform everybody that there's a lot happening on social media. So if you're on Twitter, if you're on Facebook, please use those platforms. There's a sheet in your folder that will explain to you how to use the hashtag. So I encourage you throughout the day to make this conversation go out there into the world. We're also being live streamed, so welcome to those that are watching online. So I'm going to just quickly give you some context for why we're here today and the work that Ascend has done over the last 4 months to get us here. We are releasing, and you should have in your packets, this new report. Does everyone have it? This new report, and it's also posted online. This is Children and Families at the Center. Over the last 4 months, the Ascend team, as well as our network, has reached across the country to make certain that we're harvesting the best and brightest ideas and recommendations as we move forward under a new administration and at the state and community level. Our methodology was very comprehensive. We first started in September with a survey of our network of over 170 organizations across the country, fielding all of their ideas and their recommendations and sifting through that. The next thing we did is we actually did some research. Many of that research data was announced and released yesterday through Lake Research. So that polling data really allowed us to understand how children and families and these programs and systems are being served across our country. And so we were really delighted to have that partnership and that bipartisan view of how the public as well as parents view this work. The next thing we did, and this was really fascinating, we had over 5 different strategy sessions with over 200 people giving us their ideas and recommendations for how we can lift up the voices of families, make certain that these programs and policies are equitable. The next thing that we did, and this was a lot of work in 4 months, but we really wanted to make certain that we were taking advantage of this opportunity. But the next thing that we did is we did one-on-one interviews with over 60 people, experts across many different platforms. And we wanted to make certain that we understood the voices of each party. So we intentionally reached out to Republican leaders, both in Congress and in the administration, as well as the transition. So all of this work is reflected in this report. And I'm going to ask Ann Mosle to come up and share many more of the details of the report. But first and foremost, know that all of this work was about lifting up the voices of families, making certain that programs and policies are more equitable in our society and across the country, and then also making certain that your voices, your collective voices were in this conversation. So thank you all for being here. Ann, if I could ask you to come up. And for those of you that know Ann, please know that she is a ferocious advocate for children and families. She has always been that. She's worked in tribal communities, she's worked at the state level, she's worked at the national level, as well as the international level. And all of that work has been about equity and efficiency. And one thing that I can say about Ann is that she's committed to racial and gender equity. And no is not in her lexicon. It's not. And that's why many of us are here. Our collective work is better because of Ann. And it is my honor to work with her and for her. So Ann, please come up and guide us for the day.
Thank you so much, Marjorie. Thank you, everybody, for being here. And again, for showing up for day 2. Time to kind of roll up our sleeves here and get going. And what I would like to do is take a little bit of time just to reconnect us from yesterday to today, affirm some of the foundation that we are building upon, because we are building on a strong foundation from many perspectives, highlight at a high level the 7, thanks so much, Marissa, the 7 recommendations that really lift up out of the report. And then close out with a couple just additional concrete opportunities we have. What I'm going to try to do while I do this is do a bit of show, not tell, because one of the things that we, as Marjorie said, it has been a really intense 4 to 5 months for everybody. I can certainly speak for the Ascend team. It has been pretty much 24/7, way too many days for me to say out loud, because then I'd have to fire myself for making us all do this. But in the spirit of really this moment of where we are and where we're going forward and what families need. But because there's so many tools that we have, so I'm going to try to just highlight and show, because they're also all available, and make things very concrete. Before I do that, though, I think it's really important that we express thanks and appreciation. And so, of course, I want to thank the whole Ascend team, but I really want to highlight and make sure you know who the leadership team of Ascend at the Aspen Institute is. Obviously, Marjorie Sims is our managing director, overseeing daily operations, strategy, and policy, and bringing policy and practice together, and also has been leading very powerfully the outcomes framework work. And as you've seen, we have the 2-gen outcomes framework that really came out for practice and program, which we partnered with the Urban Institute, and a shout out to Mary Bogle over there, among others. Mary Bogle and Marjorie will be releasing a new outcomes framework for policy and systems change, which will be coming out in the spring. So I just really want to recognize and appreciate your expertise and leadership. Sarah Haight this morning was convening the network partners in town. We were delighted to welcome Sarah back from her paid family leave, like we all provide for everybody. Her beautiful boy, Calvin. But Sarah, who's the assistant director for network and outreach, and she really has been leading this effort to go from 45 organizations to 170, and really know how to work with you in this new way. Lori Severance, who really want to recognize Lori, who has been leading the leadership and design work. We will be launching a 3rd class of fellows coming up. We are moving forward with that, as well as we'll be piloting our first fellowship for the state of Colorado to look at health and human services change. And then last and certainly not least, I really just want to make sure everybody knows Yvette Sanchez Fuentes, who is our assistant director for policy. We'll be talking a lot about policy here, but her work and leadership, also with Marjorie, and I would also give a shout out to Joan Lombardi, Andrea Camp, and Kristen Grimm. We're really just driving an incredible outreach process of engaging people, listening people, and with other folks and consultants help us really kind of move this into a document. So thank you. The other piece that I know we've talked about, and it's going to be an end part, but is how we think about public-private partnership. Philanthropy could not be more important than it is today. We have really tried to be in a sweet spot as certainly a nonprofit. We are not a foundation, but to always be looking at how do we move resources, financial, intellectual, or human, out there in the field. But I just have to give a shout out to Ann and Tom Friedman, who are donors of Ascend, the Annie E. Casey Foundation, the Bezos Family Foundation, Cato Shaw, Bill Resnick and Michael Stubbs, the Chambers Family Fund, Charlotte Perret, the David and Lucille Packard Foundation, JB and MK Pritzker Family Foundation, the Kresge Foundation, the Mortgage Family Foundation, the Patrice and Scott Brickman Foundation, the Goldman family, Robert Wood Johnson, the Rose Family Foundation, Sarasota Community Foundation, Skillman, Hewlett, and Kellogg. And I say that because philanthropy can step up and work together. When you think about all those institutions, they might have a special priority, be it geographic, be it issue. What I think they have done with us is how do we see the big picture with and through you all. And so I just want to thank you. Your partnership with us will be even more important in our ability to be there for everybody else. So thank you. Okay, jumping into the text in the material here. So, okay, got that. Just a few themes from yesterday that I want to, so if we're thinking about the foundation we're building on, we have an economic foundation that we're building upon. So if we think again, just 2010, where we are, we have pretty much recovered from the recession. We have a stable economic situation. I ran through some of the employment numbers, household incomes, 15.8 million private sector jobs, a lot of really good stuff. We also have some really tough stuff. We have economic mobility somewhat eroding across generation. Raj Chetty's research is fabulous in this area. We are seeing workforce participation not be where it is, and we are seeing far too many children in low-income families and low-income situations. We're also seeing, when we look at those numbers for children that are African American, Hispanic Latino, and Native American, that those numbers are significantly higher. And so we really need to be marshaling what's that base and how do we focus. I'm thrilled that we're going to have Dr. James Heckman here today. I think he is one of Nobel laureate. Just so excited he's coming. I just had to get excited. But we're delighted that he's coming. He was just at the World Economic Forum in Davos. You've got the two-pager of his recent research. We have him and many people to thank for really documenting the return on investment for investing early. He has even probed more deeply to say, if we go deeper, we go education, we go health, we go economic, we go child, parent, family, we can do even better on the economic equation. As well as fundamentally, he's making the pitch and the statement of human capital and human development is economic development. And so I think one of the things from yesterday when we think, okay, what might be things that we are working against that are coming out of sort of this new environment, and what can we take advantage of? When we look at that infrastructure bill that is going out, that will go out in some sort of form, and it will be a bit of political sausage making, to be candid, I imagine. Samara Stone, our policy analyst, did a quick review of the Democratic package. Nowhere did it see that we saw in the initial review, what's the human capital investment? It might be embedded in there, but that's an opportunity for us to jump on. And so there are many people probably far bigger and wiser, but I think that's an opportunity for us to jump on that and really push for the human capital investment. We have also brain science and developmental sciences that we've learned. We now know the power of investing in the early years and the importance of executive function in other areas. Let's keep building on that. The two-generation approach. It is not only an approach, it is actually a network and a movement. It is all of you in this room that are coming together across diverse platforms and sectors. So that is a powerful thing. I'm looking a little bit at time. So as we try to go forward, just two last things from yesterday and then today when we think at the national level, because then I'm going to really double down on a state strategy that has obviously implications up for federal, but I really want to look at where we can look at where there's room for policy innovation and implementation. But the other part where I said we do have an opportunity, I think, to leverage infrastructure, I think we also, one of the important parts we sort of is bubbling up throughout the day were two-part tensions of many. One is, what are the things that we just cannot lose? And when we think about health, and we think about the work that's been done to date, as you will see in our recommendations in the health part, we are absolutely pushing for more coverage so everyone is covered, improve quality, reduce cost. That's our banner. So let's keep moving on that. I think it's something when we look at the discussions around Medicaid, I was really pleased to talk to Alice Cawthorn, our friend from the National Governors Association, that NGA came out with their joint bipartisan statement. No, we cannot push this all to the states. No, we cannot repeal without a strategy. We need to really be thinking about federal role and responsibility, state role and responsibility, coverage for folks. And so I just think the voices that are going to come out to make sure that we are really being thoughtful, really a great opportunity. The other thing that came up a little bit yesterday that will come up through the conversations today is how do we really think it's connected to one of the recommendations specifically around the cliff effect. But let's not break apart those that are in the sort of low income category and those that are middle class. That was something that came up with Selena. We're really looking at the trajectory versus pitting one group against another group. That's a false dichotomy. Okay, so last thing on the foundation that we have to build upon. There's a lot of really fabulous work that is happening at the career level in the federal administration. And sometimes I think it's really good. You can have big picture, what's in the headline, the ribbon cutting. I sometimes can be a very practical person. What can you do very quietly that is also moving in communities? And so this is something we've sort of been tracking, and I just want to give sort of 3 examples. The Department of Labor put out, within the past year, $53 million to states and communities that were linking early childhood, workforce, and employers coming together. And within that, they're trying to look early childhood and childcare, employment, workforce. I don't know if Gina Adams is in the room from the Urban Institute, but they did a great forum a couple of months ago that brought together some of these folks. But that money is out there in communities, and it's going to be out there for about 4 more years. So how do we leverage and make sure that really works and we get some more models and we can build out from that? Another one that would be a great example is Health and Human Services. Health and Human Services has done extraordinary work on really trying to leverage that platform, and could be everything from, I don't know if Nisha Patel is in the room, the former director of the Office of Family Assistance, but her leadership, along with Susan Galanka, the career staff member, really said, how can we rethink TANF and build a learning community around 2-gen environments that had new conversations and connections across federal programs and grants that was really looking at, let's make workforce and TANF and early childhood come together more effective. That's something we'd like to see go forward. And last one, well, I guess 2 last ones would be David Willis from HRSA, who's been really known as sort of a home visiting, early childhood sort of guru leader. He led, among others, but a new policy statement that came out from Health and Human Services and the Department of Ed about the alignment of health systems and early childhood systems. And it's a very deep document. It just came out. If you haven't seen it, we'll be happy to send it to you and follow up. But there's policy guidance that's come out from Department of Ed, Department of Health and Human Services, and now also happening cross-agency to really look at how do we think about child, parent, community, whole family in some exciting ways. Last one. Well, regional directors and rural impact. We're also, Michelle Duran might be in the room, who is the director of the regional offices for the Administration for Children and Families, has been really looking at how does she build a leadership cohort among regional directors to think about trauma-informed care, power of brain science, and 2-gen. So that is kind of work that's happening there, and you'll hear later about the rural impact demonstration site that is doing really great work in diverse communities across the country, the 2-gen lens. So there is a lot of basic stuff for us to be foundational for us to be building upon. We're not starting anew, and remember what Senator Heinrich yesterday said, we need solutions, 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 and how to kind of keep moving forward. So getting into the bulk of the report, and Marjorie laid you into kind of the process of it. And these are dynamic documents, and you'll see both a report, and then you'll see 3 companion pieces. We kind of lost our minds. It was all in service for you all. But what you will see, because there was so much content, had to be big picture, but then had to be really practical. So what you'll see both in the report and in the 3 parts are, the report is an overarching piece, and still pretty concrete. But then you'll see 3 deep dives, one that's really through the health lens, One that's really through the jobs and workforce lens, and then the one really from the early learning investment. And so these are dynamic documents. They will be constantly updated on the website, but I really want you to use these tools and then report back how they're working, because they're only as useful as how they're working. So when we look at the 7 recommendations here, and this is like bad PowerPoint magic, but I was just being practical, Anne, is kind of what were some of just the core content. And the first most important one is we really need to make sure that we are always setting clear outcomes and accountability around what are we driving for in terms of child, parent or the adult in their lives, and whole family outcomes. And that can be everything from what is a reading level, what is the health and development, what is the employment stability, what is it when we have different methodologies on this. But if we don't set that North Star clearly, we can't hold ourselves or our systems accountable, and we're also not going to align our systems more effectively. There are specific models like that that are happening in communities. The state of Utah has been doing deep work under both their governor and lieutenant governor and their legislature and their community. I'm sure Lincoln's here, and unfortunately, our Ascend fellow could not be here, who's working for the governor, but specifically looking at how they are changing real numbers that are population-based by aligning their systems in Utah. Just the other day, Nebraska called us up. They did a 15-month study following some of the different models and said, we are creating an intergenerational poverty task force. We are first thing looking at setting what are our outcome goals, and how cool are they? They're like, we're going to build a data system that's going to back it up. So if T'Pring's in the house from Casey Foundation, she'll be thrilled. But again, this is also something, there'll be national efforts, I hope. Also, how do we do this to make sure all of our efforts go towards this? The second piece, and this is really, we talked a lot about it yesterday, it's a core theme of this work, is expanding high quality, culturally competent, culturally relevant childcare and early learning, and really ensure that all children are able, and parents, to participate in brain-building moments. I think here we talked about how do we go for the quality childcare, and that's a lot there. Keep it linked to the early learning, and I do think we're going to hear later from Jackie Bezos and among others, but how do we think about really kind of building the interaction between children and parents, relationships, and really thinking about the brain-building moments, making that part of our culture, which it's fast becoming. And as we think about that, coupling that with how do the parents, there's childcare and early learning, while a parent looking for a job, getting education, and employed, because the economic stability and success and education of that parent is going to affect the child immediately, and also have a long-term documented return. So let's bring those together. Following that up is really thinking about the North Star of career jobs. This is something where I think our messaging has to get out there very clearly. Jobs is a priority. Everybody, I'm a worker. Jobs bring dignity, and they bring economic security. But they have to be jobs that have meaningful advancement opportunities, growth, and that can truly sustain a family. So when we think about some of the conversations around the Workforce Innovation and Opportunity Act, around temporary assistance for needy families, which I really think should be renamed to Toward a New Future, let's get those systems aligned so that they are moving towards the right goal. And we do need to bring more employers into that. Third, career jobs. So I think I've got, is that the career jobs? Oopsie. Oh, there we go. Okay. So then the fourth one here is how do we strengthen, leverage health and human services? And really, this is something I think Tracy Waring-Evans is in the house from American Public Human Services Association. Tracy leads that organization, which I'm proud of. Just recently joined the board, and I'm very proud to be a part of it, that has not everything from the state leaders, the county leaders, child welfare, TANF directors, childcare, those folks who are sitting on those very big systems. I sometimes think of human services, especially as like the $1 trillion sleeping giant. There is so much opportunity, those services that go to children and adults, if we can align them more effectively, even within human services, and each state's structured a little bit differently, human services and health, What a powerhouse. And so along those lines, in the great state of Colorado, we've had the pleasure of working for like the past 3 or 4 years with the Colorado Department of Human Services and other agencies, health and other, to do a deep dive about what does it take to work across the silos within and across agency and also in community. So I think that is just something that is key to the public-private partner equation. And then the other thing, you'll see leadership there. I think the leadership investment in human services and health is absolutely fundamental, and it has to be at the executive level, and it has to go all the way out to the staff. It's about a total culture change. And you're going to hear some exciting work on that level from Commissioner Raquel Heder from the great state of Tennessee, but this is prominent in a lot of people's work. And also, I do think the great state of Hawaii is doing some pretty cool work. So next conference, Hawaii. Okay, fun guys. And then fifth is develop a new paradigm for parent and family supports. There's a lot of good work, and there's some work that's not so great that's out there that's really working with families. And I think how to make sure, whether reform but strengthen, but that the programs and the services that are reaching families are actually really respectful, and are really relevant. When we did our focus group research and we listened to mothers and fathers across the line, and we asked them 2 questions on a deep dive. What does it feel like when you walk into a workforce center? Feel like crap, because no one wants to be unemployed. No one wants to go and seek and ask for help. So I'm feeling bad already walking in. But then I walk in there, and there was a 65-year-old white woman sneering down at me, and she only has a job because I don't have a job, quote. It's dark. The hours don't work. Just to name a few. And that's not everybody, but I'm just like, let's keep it real. And I've been on 2 workforce boards. But then we said, what would it look like if it was the ideal parent center and a place for you to have supports to mothers and fathers? Sitting up in their seats, it would be bright. It would be open. There'd be a space for child. There'd be a book section. There'd be like a way to connect. And so I just sort of think that somewhat could be design thinking, but it's just also real common sense. Think about the services and how they're connecting. We're having new conversations around coaching. How do we think about coaching? How do we think about cohorts of just parent to parent? But just really great opportunities there to really be building on the strength of families and parents. And you're going to have a great dynamite panel that Carla, Thompson, Payton will be moderating. But I could just go forever on some of these parents, but they have been the most effective at many of our forums talking, whether it's Tameka speaking to Senator Grassley over on the Hill, whether it's Rynn talking to the Assistant Secretary for Economic Mobility, reminding him we are not numbers. I am a person, I'm a mom, and I'm fabulous. That's you, Rynn. But so just, the conversation changes. Okay, moving on. Okay, so 6, reimagining and streamlining existing services and financial supports. I think this is something that the Urban Institute and others have done some great work, and I don't want to get other people, but on just looking at bundled services, how are we streamlining eligibility, no wrong door, not the super sexy stuff, but really important versus making a family run around. This is efficiency stuff we can push harder on to be better on the front end. The part that I think was yesterday was like, aha, was when we were talking about the cliff effect. I mean, the cliff effect, you start doing a little bit better, whoosh, everything pops out. Not everything at the same time, but the most dramatic probably is childcare. So as if we're also looking and picking and choosing what are going to be our top line messages to push on, let us maybe think in this childcare discussion, we have to really have a fundamental approach to quality and no pull out, because that's going to really transform a family moving forward. So a lot of different ways to go with that. And then 7 is really thinking about our evaluation and feedback capacity. This is something, as many great randomized control trials, the gold bar standard, we are all in. I also think there's a new opportunity for us to be thinking about whether it's rapid cycle prototyping, whether it's feedback loops. LIFT is here that's been looking at some models, Family Independence Initiative, a whole bunch of other folks. But there are tools and ways to think differently about technology where we can do, and Acelero is another great model, but how do you build data into how you're running your systems in a way that's just helping you learn faster, improve faster, and stay on track? And so that's another area we'll be looking. So kind of closing out on sort of where do we see the momentum. And this is just a highlight map. It's not here to be the end all and be all. We are going to be doubling down on efforts to states and communities. I just think why states matters. States are where policy hits the ground. I think they're going to be an important voice up to the national level about where it's going. And there's really just an incredible opportunity for states to align systems in the public sector, create public-private partnerships, and then also really link up and lift the community innovation and partnerships that are happening. And so just when you look at that map, and this is it's sort of growing every day, but you'll see kind of a high-level breakdown of some of the states that have been actively pursuing a two-generation approach in their work. Looks a little different in each place, and there's actually more that we're working with. But what I wanted to show you was look at the bipartisan nature of this. Like, we don't sort of normally, we're talking more just because it's post-election, but we're talking about the mission and the work. And so when we're sort of seeing this, this is working with states and communities and at the grassroots level. What I also wanted to see, and I don't think it's on there, there's also, when we look at also the rural impact demonstration sites, oh, there they are. Oh, I have a little map here. Let me see it. But you're also going to see these dots, and you're going to hear from one of the rural impact sites, Barbara Farb, later today. But these are federal demonstration sites about what is working. And so in the world of people saying, rural's over here, this is over there, they're together. There's an opportunity. We might have to connect, make an introduction. We can do that. But so anyhow, that's just a chance to show the momentum. So as we go forward, I do think the public-private partnership component is going to be really important. I think philanthropy, how you're as nimble while everybody else is adjusting and going, so that's just a huge opportunity. I do think communications is absolutely important. We're actually going to be hiring a new communications person. Anybody who's fabulous, please see Marjorie or me. But I underscore that because, as Senator Heinrich said, and we all know, we've got to communicate up what's working. People are looking, and I think it's like 1/3 problem, 2/3 solution. Solution, moving it forward. I also think we're going to have a form of accountability. Communications is also focused on accountability. We need to know what the impact of some of these decisions are going to be on children, families, and communities. And so how do we do that? And then clearly, social media is how we do policy and communicate. So I'm only barely learning to tweet. Thank God you all are smarter. But I think we have to fundamentally rethink how we are doing social media as our business, as our policy, as our engagement. I'm totally terrified, but sorry everybody out there in the world that's coming in. But this is a game changer, and it's not going to go away, at least for now. And so I just want to put that out there as we want to learn faster with all of you. And to final, there are new allies and partners in this work. And Dr. Hawkins had a chance to visit with him, but you'll also hear it and see it through Dr. Rahel Briggs. We have seen the health world, and specifically pediatricians, the American Academy of Pediatricians with their work, and Bernard Dyer's leadership has been amazing, but really step into 2Gen, really step into children, families, those that are struggling against some tough conditions. But how we think about doctors, and Dr. Deepesh Navasaria, I think, is here as another one of our fellows leading the effort, but how we think about the doctor office, how we think about the community health clinic, how we think about the health system, the hospital, the community benefits agreement. There's a whole new play right there happening, and people have been really open to the conversation. When we also think about higher ed, we've also been working with some of the best leaders in post-secondary and community colleges who are frontline anchors. And so are there ways to really rethink this education formula and partnership that can bring these platforms together? So we're still building from opportunity. We have a strong foundation. We have a great program today. We do have a few challenges. Challenge, opportunity, feeling good. But lastly, I just want to reaffirm that when we started, we were absolutely committed to bringing the lens of racial equity. We are absolutely committed to closing the disparities. And so how we continue to do our work and learning and growing, it's a journey you're never done. Racial equity, inclusion, intersectionality. And so how we think about that in a way that all of our families are moving forward, I think, is the opportunity before us. So that is the start of the day. I thank you all for the work you are doing, and also, most importantly, what you are going to do. It's my pleasure to introduce Dr. Carla Thompson Payton. Carla, long-time leader in the field of childcare, early learning, whole family, She now is, I don't want to get you in trouble, she's from California. She is leader in philanthropy. She is leading the transformation and the great work coming out of the W.K. Kellogg Foundation. We are grateful for her leadership and her partnership and this amazing panel.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning. No, we need more energy. We're about to have the best panel ever. Good morning, everyone. Great. So I will clear up one thing. Anne is having wishful thinking with the doctor title. My dissertation is not due until May. Let's all keep our fingers crossed that actually happens. But I'm very excited to be here to represent both the Kellogg Foundation and as a Ascend Advisory Council member. Two generation is extremely important to the Kellogg Foundation because we believe that children live within the context of their families and that we can't really make any changes without first considering the needs of the whole family. And so when Anne and I talk about, what should we do? How should we keep authentic? We're always talking about bringing parent voice into the room because as advocates and folks who are trying to bring social services supports, we need to understand what are the priorities of parents and how better do you understand that than to ask them directly. And so today we have a great opportunity to hear from 4 dynamic speakers talking about their experiences as being parents of young children and how they've navigated some of the systems that are in place in order to be successful. They're going to give us some fabulous stories. They're going to give us some fabulous recommendations, but I also want you to think about some questions to ask them as we begin this journey on figuring out what are we going to do in the new administration? How are we going to be supportive of the services that we know are critical? And then how can we have collective action? And so I offer you an opportunity to think about those things and write down some questions. We have our first speaker, which is Amber Angel, and she's going to talk to us about the supports that student parents need and how we can focus on childcare, social capital, as well as signals of support that we can put forward that creates a welcoming environment for parents. So while we have lots of programs, as Anne demonstrated earlier, not all of them are very welcoming. And so Amber's going to give us some insight into doing that. The thing that I love about Amber is that she is such a strong advocate for parents. I've seen her speak a number of times, and she's really excited about her role and what she can do to bring families together. She is a first-generation student. She started her education process in 2011, and since that time, she's achieved her associate's degree, and now she's working on her bachelor's degree. And she is a true example of how you put truth to action. While a student, she used the Family Support Center, and she was a great advocate. She got lots of people involved with it, so much so that they hired her to continue doing that for the campus. And so I'm really excited to hear from Amber, and I invite her up to the podium, and then after you're done, you can join me on the stage. All right.
Good morning. That was quite an introduction. I want to thank you guys for having me here. It's really exciting. And, like most parents, I just want what's best for my children. And on a day off that I had working at Baby Gap, I realized that I kind of just wanted more for my daughter and more for myself. Although I won't complain about the 50% discount I got on the clothes. So I took the day off. I went out and I went to go look for schools. And I went to this for-profit college that I heard about on the television that offered a certificate in 6 months, which really appealed to me because it was quick. But when I went, they really didn't have any services for me or for my daughter, and it was really expensive. So I just thought there has got to be something better out there for me. So feeling discouraged, driving home, I happened to drive past Los Angeles Valley College, and there was this big long wall across the street, and I saw a swing set and a play structure kind of peeking over the top. So I pulled in, I went to the Child Development Center, and as it turned out, they offered full-day preschool for student parents, starting at 2.5 years old and fully potty trained. And the semester started in 2 weeks. So my daughter just turned 2.5, lucky me, but she was not potty trained. So we went home, we made a potty chart, I got Skittles and stickers. If anyone has ever potty trained a toddler that has 0% interest with a dime line, you guys know how fun that was. So at the time, I didn't realize how fortunate and lucky I was to be at a campus that offered on-campus childcare, because as 50% of colleges don't offer this service. And I also didn't know that that was really just the beginning, that the support I was going to need far extended beyond childcare. In a conversation with my director of the Family Resource Center, Marnie Roosevelt, she said, Amber, you're pretty resilient. I think you would have went out there and I think you would have found childcare in the community, like a head start, and you would have still come to school. And I kind of disagreed with her. And then I thought about it later and I realized that I don't know that I would have done that, because it wasn't until I started receiving an education and seeing resources on campus that I would have had that resilience to go out into the community to find them, or let alone even know that they existed. I had no idea what Head Start was until a child development professor spoke about it. So I really didn't, it wasn't until my second daughter was born on my very last semester at Valley College that I even was aware of all the services that were available to me on the community college. I was in my 8 a.m. math class and my water broke with my second daughter. And when I came back after spring break, I remember just like sitting there in this classroom of a bunch of 18-year-old students that just graduated high school. And I was running to the bathroom to pump, and I carried a cooler around with me to store my breast milk. And I just felt really isolated. And then again, Marnie Roosevelt, who was my professor at the time, told me about the Family Resource Center that was on campus and the lactation room they had. So I would go in and I would pump and store my milk in the fridge. I started bringing my new baby, my infant, to their infant and toddler play groups. I would go in and use their baby clothing exchange, and I met other student parents, and I started building this real sense of community where I felt like I could do it. And we'd study together. I had a mentor. And I really feel like those extra supports and that social capital for student parents is 100% life-changing. So my daughter, Lennon, and I, we graduated the same day. She graduated from the preschool. And the next year I started at the university and she started kindergarten. So that's just part of my personal story. Like, there's millions out there and more that you're going to hear today. And if we collectively put all those stories together, what would that mean for policy? What changes could be made to better support student parents? There's so many capable people out there that would love to go to school and be really successful if they knew what services were available to them. Especially for those who don't have a point of reference, a parent or a sibling to encourage them to go to school, like I didn't, like most first-generation students don't have. This past year, the Family Resource Center has received a lot of national awards and recognition for student success, yet we're not as recognized on our own college campus. And I think, we have this IWPR research that's fantastic coming out saying 30% of students at community colleges are raising children. So why did I feel like I was the only one? There's no box for me to check when I applied to the school that said I was a student parent, which creates this gap in service that my barriers are the same as every other student, and that's just not true. My barriers as a new mom are going to differ from a high school graduate, and they're going to differ from maybe a student facing homelessness. So I think now with my work at the Family Resource Center, working with student parents, and we've partnered with our workforce development department, and we're really working with these participants who face so many different challenges that sometimes they're so overwhelmed, students are so overwhelmed, they don't even know what question to ask. And having a mentor and having a support system, somebody to sit down and say, let's figure this out together, versus just go over there and get another pamphlet and it'll tell you what to do. As Ralph and Ann have both mentioned beautifully throughout this conference, that we have fragmented and siloed services, and it's really difficult for student parents to navigate them with limited time. And so I think we need more on-campus childcare. I think we need quality infant care. I think it's lacking on campus. I think it's lacking in the community. Wait lists and challenges of finding childcare outside of campus is really daunting to a lot of parents. One of the first things I did when I started working at the Family Resource Center was create this kid-friendly study lounge. So parents could come in with their kids, they had a space to play, which was supervised by interns, and they can go into the computer lab and study. And we realized that what great of a service if it's not going to be utilized. So now we're open late in the night so working parents can come in after school. I remember going from work, rushing to class, leaving class and rushing to the childcare to pick up my daughter, rushing home to make dinner. You just didn't have time. And so those extra little nudges of support for student parents, whether it's a lactation room, whether it's a study lounge, really make all the difference. And I know that it made the difference for me. So thank you.
Thank you. So thank you so much, Amber. Now we have another fabulous speaker, Ariel, Ventura-Lazo, and many of you have heard him previously. He really does a fabulous job of talking about the needs of fathers, particularly as they're trying to raise their families and their children and having to make really tough decisions around how do I get education, how do I work, how do I provide, and having to make tough choices. Ariel has been a first-generation student at Northern Virginia Community College, and he was going through a non-traditional route. He wanted to be a business administration major, but he also recognized that in order to do that, he'd have to make a tough choice of leaving the workforce. He's done that, but since that time, he's had 4 consecutive semesters of making the dean's list, which is absolutely fabulous. He's earned 4 scholarships along the way, and now he's working part-time at the Adult Career Pathways and Career Services Department on campus as an ambassador, trying to get more folks to recognize how they can balance work and life and school. So please join me in welcoming Ariel.
Good morning, all.
Good morning.
I want to start off and thank the Aspen Institute for having me and for all the work you guys do. It doesn't go unnoticed. I wanted to share something about myself. I'm a first-generation American. I'm also a first-generation college student, and I'm the oldest of 3 in my family. Growing up, I was raised mainly by my mother. My stepfather was there to help, but it often felt like he was just there to help provide a roof over our heads. So he wasn't as engaged. He wasn't involved in my becoming the young man I am today. And I often felt isolated. I was shy. I kept to myself, and I had low self-esteem as a kid. I was the evidence of a failed father-son relationship, and I promised myself that no matter what would happen, I would always be there emotionally and physically for my kids in the future. Fast track many years later, I'm a father to an energetic 6-year-old boy who's in kindergarten now. I'm expecting a baby girl any day now. Quite literally, she's due in 72 hours or less. And I'm a husband to my beautiful wife, and I'm a full-time college student as well. They say that persistence is key, and that's absolutely been the case in my journey of me getting my family ahead. We are currently interacting with the system to access resources such as SNAP, TANF, and Medicaid. We recently encountered an unfortunate experience when we were reapplying for TANF. We submitted our application because our income had significantly been reduced because my wife was no longer working, and we were well aware of the income limits. I received a call a couple of days later after we submitted the Common Help application here in Virginia, and it was in regards to the application. The lady I spoke with asked for my wife, and I told her that I was her husband, and she mentioned if she knew that my wife had filled out the Common Help application. I let her know I was well aware and that I helped fill it out. She then proceeded to ask me, and I quote, and I have to look down because I literally quoted, I was writing everything down when she was speaking with me. She said, "Do you have a job?" To which I answered, "Yes, I do have a job." She then replied rudely, "If you have a job, you cannot qualify for TANF." I was shocked because I knew that that just simply wasn't true. I proceeded to try to correct her because I knew that we've navigated TANF before, and I knew that we were eligible at that point with our income. She replied that it's normally for families with 0 income. This is the first person I spoke with in regards to that application to accessing that resource. Took an email to several different departments to bring this to the right supervisor and expedite my case. But this is just kind of a glimpse of what it's like to access resources sometimes. Mm-hmm. And this is the life of many student parents in college, just like my own. Which is a perfect segue into a very commonly asked question. What is it like to be a parent in college? Nonetheless, a father in college. In short, quite honestly, it's stressful. It's a struggle, but it definitely helps you with problem-solving skills. I have to coordinate anything extracurricular I do with my wife's schedule, my son's schedule, my work schedule and my school schedule before I can make anything happen or make any plans with anybody. Life. Just coordinating our classes for the new semester can become a huge task in itself, just because we have to consider who's picking up and dropping off our son from school, and we have to keep our work schedules in mind, along with other daily activities. It's specifically different, I think, being a young father in college, because it's hard for me to find anybody to relate to on the campus, just because I feel like it's that much of a smaller population. Being a father is one of the biggest ongoing trials a person can face. It's a role with big shoes to fill, and I oftentimes question myself, am I doing the best I can? It oftentimes becomes difficult to maintain a strong mind and a strong face for myself, and it feels like the weight of the world lays heavy on my shoulders. But when my son looks at me, I'm reminded that he trusts me with his life. As a parent in college, you have to be able to adapt to many new situations and push through many obstacles, all while reading a bedtime story and finishing your homework at the end of the night.
Exactly.
It feels redundant, but as complicated as it may seem, my wife and I, we find beauty in the struggle, because our greatest moments have come when we felt like giving up and our backs are against the wall. And it's just kind of like life's way of telling you, you're not done yet, keep going. In short, we are still young in our journey, but we are motivated to succeed. Thank you all.
Thank you. Thank you, Ariel. We're going to hear next from Tameka Henry, and she's not a stranger to the Ascend group. And many of you, when she stands up, will see her face and go, oh yes, the staunchest advocate for Head Start you've ever seen. And so Tameka is going to talk to us around navigating Head Start and services, but she's also going to talk about some of her work that she's done as being a staunch advocate. For those who don't know, Tameka led a campaign of sending 1,000 letters to Congress around the importance of Head Start. She sits on the Head Start Region 9 National Head Start Association board, and she's also been a recipient of all of the leadership development training within Head Start, and is a clear example of why that program works so well for families. So please join me in welcoming Tameka to the stage.
Hello, everyone. It's good to see many of you again. Okay, my Head Start story is one of those I'm happy that I have. I became a mother at the age of 21 to my son, Trayvon. And, you know, during that time, I worked 2 jobs. I wanted to make sure I could take care of my son and myself. But at the age of 8 months, he passed away of SIDS. And I went through a period of depression and hopelessness. And so I went from working 2 jobs to working none. But I did. I have my second son. His name is Zion. And I knew that it was important for him to have a preschool experience, but I was afraid to let him out of my sight after losing my first son. And I did. I tried to get him into Head Start. He was on a waiting list, but we could never get in. Access was it just wasn't there. So I taught him at home. I taught him what I could. He was ready for kindergarten as far as writing his alphabet, knowing his name, writing his name. But socially and emotionally, he was not ready. He didn't want to share. He didn't want to stay. And so, you know, he went off to kindergarten. I had my third child, my daughter, Zanai, and I wanted her to have a better experience entering school than Zion did. So I tried to sign her up for Head Start as well. And she was placed on a waiting list, like many in our community. But when I would drop Zion off at school, I would go to the Head Start Center and ask every day, where are we on the waiting list? And the receptionist would just say, well, you're not at the top. And so okay, thank you, ma'am. So I would just, I would go home, teach her what I could, and the next day I would take Zion to school, and I would stop at the Head Start Center and ask, where are we on the waiting list? And I did this for about a month. And one day drop Zion off, I step in with Zanai, and the receptionist, I'm like, where? And she stops me, she said she can start school tomorrow. So I think it helped to be very persistent. And so I got her in school, and I, drop her off, and I would go home. And I would go home and I sit on the couch, watch TV, mope about how, just how bad life was. Still thinking about my son, even though a couple of years had passed, I still missed him terribly. And it was just hard to get over it. Like, people would tell me, it's time for you to just get over it. And I'm like, it is my son. Right. And I didn't know how to do that. And one day I went to the center when I did drop her off. Our family advocate, her name was Naomi. She's in her mid-20s, Caucasian lady, and she approaches me and she's like, what do you do when you drop her off? What do you do? And I just go home. And she said, well, you can volunteer in the classroom. You can stay here with her. And I was like, oh, okay. So, I was hesitant at first, but I did that. I did that for about 2 to 3 days a week. Would go into the classroom, help out with lunch, would read, and just learned a lot. And just watching her learn, it helped me just get out of the house. And then one day I went in and she said, well, we have a parent committee. We have a policy committee. I didn't know what either of those were. I wasn't sure if I was interested. I'm like, I'm already volunteering in the classroom. Now you want me to come and to sit in on meetings and long meetings about what? But when she did get me involved, I learned the important role of parents in Head Start. Mm-hmm. We went over budgets. I learned how to read budgets. We made decisions on the curriculum that our children would learn from. We made decisions over the food that they would eat and just menu planning. We sat in on interviews. We had to approve new hires and separations. Things that we learned, it was just like, I never expected to learn these things. And we also learned how to advocate for our children and our families, which is something that has obviously stuck with me to this day. What else? I'm sorry. There was another day when she called me into her office, and I'm like, yes, Naomi. She said, well, what goals do you have for yourself? What is it that you want to do? And I never thought about it, just hadn't thought about it. Just really was trying to navigate just, missing my son, not knowing how I'm going to put food on the table. I know I need to get a job to take care of my family. I know this. She said, well, you can go to college. And I'm like, I never thought about it. I know both my parents started college, but they never finished. And my mother was really a stickler on, you need to get a government job. You need to get a job that's secure, that you can work for 30 years and retire from, like she did. But it was just something I could never just do it because I was still in this place of just stuck. I didn't know what to do. But Naomi really helped me, set the goal to go to college, helped me with filling out the application, helping me navigate through resources that could help me in between, not working. And I'm just thankful for the resources that Head Start had right there. When I would drop my daughter off, I was able to get the resources that we needed. I was able to fill out my application. I was able to go to college. I went from the couch to college, and I know that it was from the help of this Head Start advocate. I did. So thank you. You know, having the initial referral was important, but having someone to help me and hold me accountable was life-changing. In that, I'm able to help other parents do the same thing. You know, there were times, like yesterday, I was listening to the panel, and there were times where I just felt like, you know, the odds were against me. There was a time when I was 2 months away from graduation, 2 classes I needed for my associate's degree. And I went to reapply for our SNAP benefits. And I was told that you need to be working. You know, college, higher education, that doesn't count for you to get SNAP. I'm 2 months away from an associate's degree where I can earn a higher wage than with just a high school diploma. And she tells me, well, you can enroll in cosmetology school. So I was faced with the choice, and I was like, are you really telling me that I need to drop out of college where I'm 2 classes away from my degree in order to get SNAP benefits to help feed my family? And she said yes. I was shocked. So, of course, I went back to a family advocate like I'm faced with this choice. Well, I have this resource binder, there's food pantries. And I had to make the choice that I wouldn't accept SNAP so I could finish school, but I still had those resources to help feed my family. I wouldn't have known to do that had it not been for this advocate. There are other times where, you know, when I'm thinking about just this whole journey, my husband is disabled, has a medical disability, and when I did look for work, I was denied child care subsidy because you are a 2-parent home. I'm a 2-parent home, but who's gonna care for my disabled husband? He needs care himself, but you want him to care for the kids? So I just think about the different struggles that I had to go through, and that's one reason why I advocate for policies to help parents navigate the system and just take some of the barriers away. You know, I think that it's important that we meet, you know, policies are so broad, but sometimes we have to meet each parent, each family where they are, because all of our situations are not the same. And, you know, we're not looking for handouts, we're just looking for a hand up so we can be self-sufficient. And that's all we're asking for. But when I think back to the past and how far my family has come, I can't help but smile. I know that my children are great students. I know that a lot that I learned from Head Start has followed them into elementary and middle school and now high school. And I know that I can advocate for them. And I've taught other parents how to advocate for their families and their children. And I'm truly able to tell parents that I was in their shoes. And you can do anything that you put your mind to. So thank you for listening.
Thank you so much, Tameka. So our last speaker is Rynn Bell, and she's going to come talk to us from the perspective of a teen mother who decided that she was more than just a number and how she found her voice to be an advocate for her 3 children. Rynn serves as a teacher's associate for the Jefferson County Head Start, and she's been in this position for 2 years after previously being a Head Start parent. She has been a strong advocate for parents, serving on a variety of committees, and most recently, she was appointed to the Colorado State Commission on Child Support, and she's also a featured speaker at the recent 2Gen convening in Tennessee. So Rynn, please.
Good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
I wanted to go last, but maybe that was a bad idea. The great speakers, and I wanted to thank the the Institute for having me again. It's a great honor to be here. My name is Rynn. I'm a single mother of 3 kids. I was raised by my grandmother who raised her kids' kids, and her kids' kids. So I'm a big advocate for great grandparents raising their children and their children's children. But basically, I was raised in a poverty-stricken environment. We got maybe 1 meal a day. Hopefully, it was dinner. And we just kind of learned how to survive in that type of environment. Once my grandmother passed away, I had to move in with my mother. And she is addicted to crack cocaine and alcohol. So I really didn't have the perfect person to show me how to move forward and how to be somebody in life. I kind of was just surviving. I was looking for love in all the wrong places, and I became a teenage mother at the age of 14. From there, just to give you a small number, I want to say maybe my ACE score by then was a 7. At the age of 30, I have an ACE score of 9. So it was about me trying to move forward with my son and build my own resilience as I move forward in life. So once I became pregnant, I had to walk into the Human Services building and, go in and get food stamps and Medicaid and apply for all of these, hopefully services that would help build me up and move me forward as I move towards my own independence. And I walked in, and, there's a room full of people. There's, nobody's smiling, nobody's laughing, nobody's skipping and hopping around. And I look up, and they're on number 42. I have 127. I sit down. I look to my left, there's a lady with 6 kids. They're crying. There's nothing there for them. There's nothing for them to do. She's irritated. I look to my right. There's a man who's disabled and his wife, and they're obviously there to get help. And I'm just waiting 2.5 hours. I finally get my number called, and I walk up and I say, "Hi, I'm here to apply for food stamps." And she's like, "Oh, here, take this packet." Makes me go sit back down. So I sit down, I fill out the packet, I get back up, and now that my numbers pass, and I have to turn in my packet. So now I'm playing double dutch, because I don't want to interrupt because other people are still waiting. So I wait another hour, I turn in my packet, and, she says, she's looking, and she says, "Well, you need this, and this." Okay, all right. So I leave, feeling discouraged, ashamed, guilty. I'm already afraid. All of those things that I have embedded in myself, they've just made it feel even worse. The most disengaging services I've ever had. So I come back. I have all of my information. I'm expecting to have all of these services, right, and all of this. And she says, "Okay, all right, take a seat." So I take a seat, and the technician comes out, and she goes, she has her pad, and she's looking, and she's checking off all of my information. Not once looks me in the eye, not once asks me my name, not once asks me, "How can I help you?" She checks everything off, and she says, "Okay, we'll give you a call." So I leave with nothing. I leave with no services. I leave with no smile. I leave with no hope. After that, what do I do? Where do I go? So for me now moving forward, I want to advocate for parents that we have to use our voices, and we have to be our biggest advocates, not just for ourselves, but for our families also. With that being said, my biggest things with policies and systems is how can we talk to each other? Why do I need to go and fill out an application for housing and fill out an application for food stamps and fill out an application for, all of these other services? Your systems are all in the same building. Why am I filling out 5 different applications? Why am I speaking to 16 different people? But through Head Start and through other organizations like JPP, not only am I learning how to advocate, but I'm also learning how to navigate through those systems and really be a part of social capital. So thank you all for listening to my story and continue to enlighten and inspire and empower. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much for sharing your stories. They really give us greater insight into what you face day to day as you advocate for yourself, your families, your communities, and for other parents. I will ask the panel a few questions, and then I'm going to open up the floor for folks to ask questions. So prepare yourselves. We don't have much time, but I'm going to stretch it as much as possible. And when Ann yanks me off the stage, then we'll stop, but not until then. So this question is both for Rynn and Ariel. You know, your stories represent the experiences, the hopes, and the dreams of so many families. How can systems be designed to better reflect the realities that you face in trying to access them? And what would you want systems reformers to focus on so that other families have an easier road in accessing social support benefits and services?
I'm like, are you sure? Do we have time for this?
Yes.
'Cause I'll keep going. I mean, for me, like I was talking about earlier, I think it's very important for systems to talk because, you know, I already, like I was saying before, I already come from, there's a lot of stress already, you know, so to come in and then have to talk to several different people and do several different things, you know, it doesn't help me moving forward. So my biggest thing is basically talking systems and to make people feel like they have dignity and respect when they leave.
Absolutely.
I think that it should be designed to capture the person as a whole. Like Rynn was saying, it becomes redundant once you start visiting different people for different services, and it does make sense at times. But a lot of the stuff that you fill out is repetitive information, and they should communicate more. They should make it designed to understand the person's situation, and also offer, and kind of like cross-own, but also offer other services as well. So I think that would help out a lot.
Okay, great. This question is for Tameka and Amber. How do you intend to continue to use your voice to advocate for families in your community? And what are the opportunities that excite you about advocacy and having a new generation of parent leaders?
Well, I will, personally, I'll continue to talk to other parents. I mean, we have the opportunity to do that by way of our policy councils and policy committee. I'm lucky enough to be with Acelero Learning, an organization that we have Head Start centers in 4 different states, as well as a broader network where I'm able to communicate with other parents about advocacy efforts that we can do. Just sharing your story is so important. If Head Start helped change your life, it helped your children in ways, we need to let people know. You know, oftentimes we hear that Head Start's on the chopping block, or, you know, sequestration is another word that's out there again. We need to unify, make sure we have a unified voice, but share stories to let people know that Head Start not only works, but it gives, really gives us an advantage.
Okay, Amber?
You know, I'm just thinking, as you asked that question, about the march that happened on Saturday across the world, and going with my daughters and seeing all these other children and women and fathers and families and singles and all of the above, that this is happening. And I've said this before, that it's not our institutions, or it's not our families that have changed too much, it's our institutions have changed too little. And that I'm so, you know, there's services out there and they're hard to navigate, and advocating and talking and having gone through it and still going through it and coming out of it, like helping other families get through that, telling your, you know, like everyone just said.
Great. So this question is really to give us some greater insight. So what are your biggest worries about the future as it relates to your children and your ability to support them? And this is for anyone on the panel.
Well, I have daughters, and I know when she spoke of the march, I did go out with my daughter. And just now this day and age that we're still talking about equal pay for equal work. This day and age that we're still talking about access to affordable childcare, quality childcare. It often concerns me that there won't be policies to help protect us, in the future. That there won't be access to Head Start if families need it, if they need it. If Head Start works the way that it's supposed to, and it's a 2-generation program, it shouldn't be generational. But if families fall into, they come into a situation like myself, I was on my way to following my mother's footsteps and working in a government job. I was with the DA's office at the time. But my son passed away. Things happen. But are there programs in place that can just help people up? Just even if it's temporarily, we just want to make sure that they're there.
Anyone else?
I guess my biggest worry is that I won't be able to break all these curses that I'm trying to break in order for my kids to be successful. So for me, my biggest support is social capital, because it's going to be hard for me to try to break alcoholism and drug abuse and living from day to day and all of those things. So those are my biggest fears for my children.
Well, myself, I'm worried about the future generations. I'm worried for my children. It brings a concern, especially for my kids, just because we don't know how things will be going forward. I don't know if my children will ever need the resources that I need going forward. We can't predict the future, obviously, but children are very well aware of what's going on. On January 19th, my son told me, "Dad, did you know that Donald Trump is moving into Obama's house?" And really, if you think about it, he told me that, caught me off guard. And really, if you think about it, he was born in 2010. So that's all he knows, that it's Obama's house. Right. So it shocked me. It put me on edge a little bit, just because I know that this is what is shaping my son's mentality. This is the information he's getting. So the politics, they do rub off on future generations, whether we know it or not. I wasn't aware. And it's just something that it concerns me, because putting the pen to the paper on policy implementations, what is that going to be like going forward? What if there are people in our situation that need that assistance, that they won't be able to access those resources? And that's what really concerns me going forward.
Right. I just want to quickly say that as parents, we all have these concerns, right? And I agree with everybody on the stage, but I'm excited that we're all here together, that from all over, and I feel like this is such an opportunity to really put families in the forefront and ask ourselves and ask families what is going to make them successful. And I think that there's a lot of opportunity in this room to do that.
Great, thank you. I'm going to open up the floor for questions. So if you could raise your hand, we have time for probably about 2 or 3. But the panel will be here for the rest of the day, so you can catch them at the break. There's some questions.
Thank you. Hi, I'm Lorelei Vargas. I'm the Deputy Commissioner for Early Care and Education in the City of New York. And first of all, I want to thank you all. I've heard some of you speak. It's inspiring and it keeps me moving. I take your stories, and if I don't remember anything else about what happens here, I remember these stories when I go back to New York to do my work. And your stories have influenced some of the changes that we've made in New York. Rynn, you talked about your ACE score. And one of the things that we're actively trying to work on in New York is how do we bring what we know about brain science, ACEs, and childcare and child development all together? How do we use the opportunities that we have right now to bring all of that information together on a policy level? And so I'm curious for all of you what your thoughts are about that, and whether or not I often am on the fence of, should we be helping to address ACEs, or should we allow people to come forward and say, I want help with these things? I always encourage people not to assume that people who are accessing subsidized childcare have really high ACE scores, because they don't. Some do and some don't. So I'm just curious to hear from the panel what your thoughts are about how, in a large system, that how we could work with those pieces and improve our services.
Well, honestly, I wouldn't even known about ACE scores until Jeffco Head Start started implementing trauma-informed care. From there, I thought it was important for me as a teacher who was dealing with people with high ACE scores, what my ACE score was. I'm a big fan of not putting people in a box. So I just wanted to share that on my own terms. But I feel like if that's something that is available and people want it, I think it's very interesting. And it kind of helped me build my resilience. But I don't think that it should be something that is required of people, because then again, we'll start feeling like we're putting people in boxes. So I guess it's kind of controversial, right? So I don't know where I stand with that one.
All right, great. Thank you. Anyone else? You don't have to, but yeah. All right, next question.
Yes, my name is Karama Neal. I'm with Southern Bancorp Community Partners. We're a community development bank, and part of what we do, we also are a loan fund, we do financial development services. We have a 2-generation savings program, and part of what I really want to thank you all for sharing your stories. What I wondered is there a role, or what did you see in terms of financial services when you all were trying to access these systems? It seems like there were many cases where there was a need for money, and if that money came in the form of SNAP or TANF or other kinds of things, that worked, but it theoretically might have come from other kinds of sources. And I'm wondering if you all could just share what your interactions were with the financial services industry, and how that might inform organizations like ours that are trying to do work that is community development based, helping families and helping communities.
Well, I know with myself, at our Head Start program, my first time even opening a savings account for my children was at a policy committee meeting. We have a partnership with one of the local banks, and they came in, they set up a table, and they provided resources for us as far as financial literacy, savings and the importance of savings, and even data on how children with savings accounts were more likely to go to college. And that was something that spoke volumes to me. And so I think that it's very important, the work that you do, just making sure that you get it in to the parents, just making sure that they have access to it, and to know, because I never knew that I could open up a savings account for my daughter,
All right, thank you. Well, I've been given the hook. And so our time is over, but there'll be plenty of opportunity to ask our panelists questions as we move forward. So thank you very much for your attention. We appreciate it. And thank you to Amber, Ariel, Tameka, and Rynn.
Okay, I'm Marjorie Sims, still Managing Director at Ascend, and I'm going to try to get us back on track a little bit while our next panel is getting mic'd. So, as you noticed from the way in which we structured, hugs all around. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, this panel. Yeah, they're talking from their seats. They're mic'd. Yeah. Okay, we're regrouping. Thank you for the flexibility. So, this panel. In order for you to hear me, you have to be quiet. That's a trick. So this panel is focused on innovation and evidence, and we're going to be illuminating some bright spots for you, some programs that we believe are ones that can go to scale. So I'm going to try to get us back on track also in terms of time. So our panelists are Dr. Lori Brotman. She is the Bezos Family Foundation Professor of Early Learning, Early Childhood Development, and also the Director of the Center for Early Childhood Health and Development at NYU Medical Center. Then we have Gloria Perez, who is President and CEO of the Jeremiah Program. And then we also have Danielle Gratali. She is the Senior Manager for Advocacy at Nemours Health Center. And both, I should mention that both Gloria and Lori are Ascend Fellows, so really appreciate them bringing their expertise. But Daniela may be on track for being a fellow. So we've got a star class of panelists. And again, this is to really share some program highlights for you, those that can go to scale. And I'm going to start with Lori. Lori, can you share with us some details about your program, and then what, in fact, makes it very specifically to Gen, and how you're doing efforts to move it to scale?
Great, thank you. I want to just give a quick shout out to the Bezos Family Foundation for all you're doing in the field and all the support of our work and me personally. And also, very importantly, for introducing me to Ascend. And Ascend, another big shout out, has really changed my life, transformed the work that we're doing, and is partially responsible for the things that I'm going to talk about now. So I'm going to read because there's no way that I can keep to my 8 minutes without reading. So I'm going to tell you about Parent Corps through the lens of 4 E's, equity, effectiveness, efficiency, and excellence. So I'll start with equity because that's really where it started for us. We developed Parent Corps nearly 2 decades ago in New York City as a strategy to promote health and education equity among low-income families of color living in urban centers. Families have always been at the center of Parent Corps. From its inception, we listened to the voices of families of young children and viewed parents and other caregivers as critical to achieving positive health and education outcomes for children. The name Parent Corps reflects the goal of supporting a network of parents who are empowered to help their children succeed. Parent Corps is an enhancement to pre-K programming. It includes 3 key elements: professional development for leaders, teachers, and school staff on family engagement and social-emotional learning, a parenting program at the school delivered by school-based mental health professionals, and a social-emotional learning program for pre-K students delivered in the pre-K classroom. Through professional development, leaders and teachers in Parent Corps schools understand and appreciate the importance of creating safe, nurturing, and predictable environments for both children and families. School is a welcoming and trusted place for children and parents. Children and parents feel valued, seen, and heard. Parents are treated as part of the solution, not part of the problem. They are perceived by teachers and school leaders as competent partners and the most important teachers in their child's life. Parents of all pre-K students are invited to join a group of 15 to 20 families in a safe, nurturing, and predictable environment where they are inspired to learn about the science of parenting and child development through a cultural lens. They talk about their own values and goals for their family. They are introduced to evidence-based strategies that may or may not be a good fit for their family. They try things out. They learn from other parents' successes and failures. They laugh, they cry, they feel valued and supported in their role as parent, and they feel part of the school and larger community. Parents graduate from the 14-week program with a sense of competence and pride, optimism for their family's future, and a sense of agency in their role as parent. Parents become advocates for their children and leaders in the school community. They build social capital, gain access to resources, and they feel part of a parent core. So next I'll move to effectiveness. Parent Corps was built on cross-cultural research on parenting, child development, poverty, stress, adversity, and behavior change. For 2 decades, we have studied whether Parent Corps works, how it works, and for whom it works and does not work. We will continue to ask these questions as Parent Corps evolves and is implemented in more diverse settings and with more diverse populations. To date, 2 randomized controlled trials with over 1,200 low-income Black and Latino families provide ample evidence that Parent Corps enhances the standard pre-K experience by increasing the quality of the pre-K classroom and supporting parents' self-efficacy and ability to create safe, nurturing, and predictable environments at home. Relative to children in standard pre-K programs, children who attended pre-K programs with Parent Corps have substantially better mental health, academic achievement, and physical health, all documented through 2nd grade. Relative to children in pre-K programs with Parent Corps, children in standard pre-K programs have twice the level of mental health problems, and the size of the difference in academic achievement is half the size of the white-Black achievement gap. Parent Corps benefits all children enrolled in pre-K programs in high-poverty schools, especially the highest-risk families. For example, children who enter pre-K with limited self-regulation skills and whose parents are not fully engaged in early learning benefit the most from Parent Corps. I'll talk a little bit about cost effectiveness. In a benefit cost analysis, Parent Corps is estimated to save over $4,000 per child in long-term health, criminal justice, and productivity expenditures. The return of investment of Parent Corps enhanced pre-K is 6 to 1. Adding Parent Corps to standard pre-K would increase the cost by less than 10%. Of course, these randomized controlled trials and the cost-benefit analysis highlight the potential of Parent Corps, and that brings me to our next E of efficiency. So outside of these trials, we have partnered with more than 25 schools and centers in New York City to efficiently integrate Parent Corps into their existing real-world pre-K programming, tailoring the service model to the unique needs of the population of students and families. This work includes a collaborative rapid cycle experiments and the development and testing of innovations to improve parent participation, delivery, and alignment. So that brings me to the last, I don't even have a time yet, the last E of excellence. So the promise of early childhood education depends on the quality of the programming. One key aspect of quality in preschool classrooms is the extent to which teachers establish safe, nurturing, and predictable environments for all children. Importantly, in existing large-scale studies, only a small minority of preschool programs are observed to be of high quality or excellent. There are now major efforts in New York City and across the country to increase pre-K classroom quality by supporting teachers through innovative coaching initiatives. But something else is happening in New York City. As part of the Pre-K for All initiative, which currently provides full-day pre-K education opportunities to more than 70,000 four-year-olds annually, high-quality pre-K also includes family engagement. The vision for New York City Pre-K for All is that it begins with strong relationships and is a unique opportunity to establish partnerships with families at the beginning of a child's school experience. We are partnering with the New York City Department of Education to realize this vision. Over the next 3 years, we are implementing Parent Corps in 50 pre-K programs and supporting high-quality programming that builds teachers' and families' capacity to create safe, nurturing, and predictable environments in the classroom and at home in 300 additional programs. And in all 1,850 programs, we are spreading Parent Corps evidence-based practices to teachers and families. We are partnering with New York City Department of Education to scale up excellence. And I use a definition of excellence here by Stanford professor Sutton and Rao. And they talk about excellence being when people do the right thing when no one is looking. Scaling excellence depends on believing and living a shared mindset throughout the pre-K system, one that values all parents and nurtures all children. In summary, expansion of pre-K programming is a great opportunity to reach and engage all parents including Black, Brown, and Asian low-income families, immigrant families, and families of children with special needs. Pre-K programming can serve as the hub for two-generation programs like Parent Corps across the country to achieve equity, effectiveness, efficiency, and excellence on behalf of our nation's children and families.
Great. Thank you, Lori. Thank you so much. Before moving on to Gloria, I do have a question. What was the impetus for starting Parent Corps over 20 years ago, right?
The impetus for starting Parent Corps was really based on health equities and educational equity disparities. And realizing that these disparities were starting to emerge before children ever got to school, and that we needed to figure out a way to reach parents during the early childhood period, especially around the age 3, 4, 5, when certain social emotional learning skills were being developed, and where self-regulation really was a critical factor. And we felt like if we could help parents to support their children in developing self-regulation skills at that early age and engage parents in the lifelong journey of raising their children, that would be the key to success.
Great, thank you. So I want to just highlight, this long trajectory that they've been on to be this bright spot and the investments that they've made to build the evidence so that these programs can be taken to scale. So thank you for that, Lori. So Gloria, share with us your model and your program and designs for scaling.
Absolutely. So thank you again for the opportunity to share. Jeremiah started with the vision of helping low-income single moms and kids in Minneapolis, Minnesota, break the cycle of poverty through education. And much like Ascend talks about, you really need to go and speak with the participants that you're trying to help and find out what it is that they need. So my predecessors and the founders really went and interviewed, did focus groups with single moms in college to find out what were the key barriers for their success. And much of the elements of the two-gen model that we talk about today are evident in Jeremiah program and were embedded into our work. We use safe, affordable housing as the platform for moms to be able to go to college. We help them figure out what that career track education program will be and help them enroll in either a 2 or a 4-year degreed program, because that diploma really is part of their capital in terms of future job opportunity. Thirdly, one of the things that the women talked about, and I know this from growing up in San Antonio, Texas, was that you wanted to know how to do things differently to have different outcomes, right? It's like that definition of insanity. You keep doing the same things and getting the same results. And it's like we knew that there was a different way to be successful, but nobody really told us. We kind of missed the memo. So we've incorporated life skills and empowerment training into our program at the core. Actually, empowerment is part of the pre-admission process, because empowerment is really all about helping people understand that we are, at our core, regardless of whether we have a job or not, we're a teen parent or not, important, lovable, and valuable. And when you can embrace that concept, you have much greater success in life. So we start with empowerment and then build on financial literacy and employability skills and the typical ones you might think of. The fourth component is early childhood education. And I was intrigued by the conversation yesterday about childcare and what do we call it and so forth. And we intentionally call it early childhood education because we do know, even 20 years ago, that from the time that the child is in your utero, you need to be talking to that child, helping its social emotional development. And then the last component is community. And so we have been a grassroots organization that has grown up in communities, and part of helping women live in a housing community is that they build a sisterhood. Now, Jeremiah today is in 4 states, 5 cities, in 2 cities in Minnesota, in Austin, Texas. We have a pilot in Boston, and in Fargo, North Dakota, we're currently planning to build in the current year. But We have two exploration sites, one in Brooklyn, New York, and then one in Rochester, Minnesota. But what I was going to say about the Boston pilot is that we're piloting that in a non-residential fashion. And for us, the big aha was that those 5 things that I mentioned are critically important. But Jeremiah program doesn't have to do all 5 of them if we can effectively partner with other organizations. So where there's a quality housing development, where there is quality early childhood education, we can bring the things that we have learned to the table to help transform families 2 generations at a time. And so we've been around in concept for over 20 years. Next year in 2018, we'll celebrate our 20th anniversary of services, and we have our interns who are formerly toddlers and preschoolers now coming back and volunteering and being part of our work as they're starting college. So it's a real example of what a 2-generation strategy can do.
Yeah, great, good, thanks. So just one follow-up question. I know that you all are data-driven.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
Can you share the types of investments you make in gathering that data and the outcomes of some of it?
Absolutely. From day one, we knew that in order to expand, we would need to be able to show data. And at the core, what people are most concerned about is what is the wage differential? So people are coming in without a job or at minimum wage, and they're graduating at over $16 an hour. And they are working part-time when they come into the program. That's part of the expectation of work part-time, go to school part-time, and then Jeremiah has these wraparound services that really helps the parents with all of the other sort of endless duties for their family responsibilities. So that's one of the evidence. The other is, are children progressing? So what are children supposed to be doing if they're developmentally, what are those milestones, developmental milestones that children need to be targeting at toddler age, at preschool age, so that they are ready for kindergarten when they enter? That is one of the other measurements that we use within our early childhood curriculum. We use the old Perry Preschool Project curriculum that is evidence-based, and it's very focused on those measures. And then lastly, it is about measuring the safe, affordable housing that women can move into. And I will tell you, that is one of the challenges, is that when women are graduating from Jeremiah, finding affordable housing in a metropolitan area is a challenge. And so we want them to leave not having to pay more than 30% of their income for rent in the community, but many of them are paying slightly more than that. Where we can help them and partner with first-time homebuyer programs, we help them to do that because we know that that offers additional stability. So those are the key measures.
Great.
And then we had the Wilder Foundation do a return on investment analysis of our program as well, and it was a 1 to 4 ratio for every dollar invested for return to society, and that was just of a very specific population during the downturn in the economy. So we're hoping to renew that study and be able to show that there's an even greater return.
Thank you, Gloria. So Daniela, I'm not going to do the reveal on Daniela's program that she's going to talk about, but we wanted to make certain that we had a slight focus on a health system for this panel and the importance of policy and advocacy. So I'm going to ask Daniela to share some of the work that they've been doing and the importance of the policy work.
Sure. Well, first of all, thank you very much for organizing this wonderful event and for inviting us to participate. So just to give you a little background on Nemours, we are a children's health system in the Delaware Valley and in Florida primarily. And we cover the spectrum from health promotion and prevention to treatment. Our enterprise consists of a number of different parts. So on the clinical side, we have 2 children's hospitals. We have primary care, urgent care, and specialty care. Research is an important part of our work as well. Family and youth advisory councils really do help inform our work. We have a virtual one as well as in-person ones, as well as a number of family advisory committees. And that helps amplify the voice of the child and the family to really guide our work. We focus on communications as well. We have a website called kidshealth.org, the #1 most trusted website for child health information. And that's a great platform for us to communicate to the public and do it in a way that's understandable. Community and population health is also very important to us. And this is one area where we're a little bit unique in that we've really placed a focus on the early years. So we have a prevention branch in Delaware called Nemours Health and Prevention Services that focuses on promoting the health of all children in Delaware, not just the ones who cross our doors. But then we have 3 other specific programs. One is an early literacy program called Nemours Bright Start that focuses on promoting literacy in childcare and preschool environments. Another is called Florida Prevention Initiative, and that does a lot of obesity prevention work with child care centers. We've started to do some screenings as well for vision and hearing. And then we have a national office that on the practice side takes some of the promising models and spreads them to other states. And the final piece is what Marjorie referenced, it's policy and advocacy work. So in the Delaware Valley and in Florida, we have government relations teams. And then here in Washington, we also have a national office. And we focus on policy opportunities that really are meant to lift up children across the country. So again, the focus is on optimizing parent and child health overall. So when you think of kind of put all those different pieces together, a lot of what our model has always focused on has really been partnerships. And I'll get to the policy and advocacy piece, but first wanted to give you a little bit of a sense of what within our health system, how we try to serve the needs of patients and families. So in the hospital, we have social workers, and they really are the critical link between the community-based services and the clinical services. So when anytime a child's admitted to the hospital, we do an assessment of the family, basically. So we'll look at, what are the housing needs? Are there heating assistant needs? Are there food needs? All the types of things that we've talked about today. And then our job is to really help link them with community-based services to make sure that when the child and the family leave the hospital, we know that they won't be healthy unless we've addressed the underlying needs. So that really helped inform the basis for the specific model that I wanted to talk about in primary care. So we received an award from the Center for Medicare and Medicaid Innovation. It was at CMS, HICYA Round 1, where we implemented an approach to asthma that was multi-pronged. So it looked at what was happening in the clinical setting, the home setting, and the community setting. And the community piece is really where policy and advocacy had an impact. So we focused on children at 3 Nemours primary care sites and did this nested approach. So in the clinical setting, what we started with was really patient and family-centered medical home. That's the core that we needed, and that was the foundation upon which we built. We put 800 children on an asthma registry, those who had the highest need, and we worked to integrate behavioral health into primary care. That was important. And those sessions aren't just for the child, they're really more targeted to the family. We have care coordinators and community health workers in the primary care settings who were serving a role very similar to what the social workers were doing in the hospital in terms of making those connections to services. One of the examples that a community health worker had shared with me a while back was he had a mother and a daughter on his caseload, and they were living in a domestic violence shelter, and continually we were having an issue controlling the daughter's asthma. So he and the care coordinator partnered, and they found housing for the family, and they got the daughter a slot in childcare, and lo and behold, they started to see great improvements in the asthma. So again, it's these partnerships that are really helping to inform our work. The community health workers also had an interesting role in that they went into the home environment. They did assessments, and the assessments were, of course, beneficial to the child and the family because when you're reducing the asthma triggers, it's creating a healthier environment overall. But they also were that critical piece to help inform our larger policy work. So one example was they kept telling us that there was a problem with the metered dose inhalers weren't covered on the Delaware Medicaid formulary. So the child and the family weren't knowing when their inhaler no longer basically had the medicine in it. And it not being covered by Medicaid was something that we could actually do something about. So the community health workers shared the information up with our policy team, who shared it with our medical director, and ultimately she wound up testifying at a public hearing, and they created a change to the Delaware Medicaid formulary and now covered them. So that impacted not just our patients, but children across the state of Delaware. That also kind of helps link into the final role, the community piece. We had community health liaisons, and their job was really to work across sectors with different partners to figure out how do we create a stronger community context so that children and families have the supports that they need all throughout the community. So this looked different in the different sectors. So in childcare, we worked with the American Lung Association on a curriculum, which it was based on work that they had done. And the focus was really helping childcare providers realize what their role could be in asthma trigger reduction. They worked with schools to provide school nurses with read-only access to our electronic health record, of course with parent permission, so that there's a stronger linkage between what the school nurse was doing to help with asthma trigger reduction and asthma management and what our care team was doing. They worked with bus companies to reduce idling, and that was really helpful in the community as well. And then finally, we partnered with the Public Health Department and with the Department of Housing and Urban Development to really think through what could we do in public housing to educate the landlords and educate the residents about how they could create healthier housing environments, again, to benefit everyone across Delaware. So the early findings were incredibly promising. We did pre and post from our own self-monitoring, and we found statistically significant reductions in ED visits and hospitalizations. Because this was through CMMI, we also had an independent evaluator, NORC. They had similar findings, statistically significant reductions in ED visits overall. And in asthma-related hospitalizations, they also looked at Medicaid costs and found a reduction of $533 per child per quarter for patients on the asthma registry. All of this work now, as we kind of look towards the future, I think it's the policy change is what we're probably going to need to help sustain it. And some of that is within the context of what we do in terms of payment in the state of Delaware. So are there ways that we can work together on value-based payment that helps create incentives for providers across the state to work together more holistically and to create rewards for doing value-based care as opposed to, the volume fee-for-service type arrangements that we have. I think we're optimistic. We have a long way to go to kind of get to the final endpoint in terms of payment, but we have forged strong partnerships, and through the State Innovation Model Award through CMMI, on the state level, we're seeing a lot of collaboration. So having this multi-pronged approach that's taking policy and advocacy, clinical, community, home environment, and putting it all together really has been a positive change for us in Delaware, and we're looking forward to continuing the work.
Sure, thank you. So are there any strategies to continue this specific program or efforts?
So we have done as much as we could using kind of in-kind funds. So we continue to have care coordinators in every primary care practice. We continue to have integrated behavioral health in all of our primary care practices. We have one community health worker now in the hospital. We don't have them in the primary care practices, and that's where through the SIM work on the state level, we are trying to kind of create a community health worker certification process on the state level. And if that succeeds, potentially it could pave the way for a reimbursement stream for community health workers in the future, so that would be positive. In the meantime, though, we are exploring how we could use some of our social workers in our primary care practices to do some of the roles of what the community health workers were doing. And then Nemours Health and Prevention Services, all the work of the integrators, that was all in kind. So those folks continue and work kind of at the systems level. And the American Lung Association now is really all excited, and they're doing a lot of work on the advocacy side too within the state of Delaware. So sustainability has been a large area of focus for us, and we're not there yet, but we're continuing to move in that direction. I think payment is really the one area that we have to continue to figure out.
Great, thank you. Thought it was really important to highlight this specific program because it's such an innovation and a 2-gen innovation, but yet not a lot of funding for it, right? And so this integrated approach requires support and funding, and the advocacy that's being done is really important to continue to push forward these innovations. So what I'd like to do now, given that we're a little off track on time, is stop asking my own questions and open it up to you all. So, yes, Carrie.
You have to wait for a mic.
The mic is...
So the other question. Hi, good morning. Carrie Morgridge, Morgridge Family Foundation.
all of your programs are fantastic, and as a philanthropist, I'm wondering, could each of you explain what your possible sustainability model is? It's one thing to create a program, it's a whole different ballgame to sustain it.
Great question. Gloria, would
I
you
could
like to
go first, yes. So Jeremiah program is 1/3 individuals funded, 1/3 foundations, and 1/3 government revenue. When we talk about building affordable housing, we have typically leveraged tax credits and other government resources, which of course we continue to be concerned about, want to make sure that there's investment in that going forward. On the individual side, and foundation side, one of the things that we've prided ourselves on in each of our communities is that we only go where invited and where there is that interest for sustaining it, right? And we all know, it's like when I had children, I knew I was like in for the long run, right? I mean, I kind of hoped things would get easier as they got older, but the reality is bigger people, bigger problems. And so, it's like if we really want to transform our community, then we have to be in there for the long haul. And so what we've said to people is, you don't have to do it alone. The point is bring more people to the party. And so we have a very engaged community board. So for every campus community that we have, those individuals volunteer, they bring their friends. Now that their children are grown, their children are doing internships, their children are getting engaged. I mean, that is a sustainability plan, if I ever heard of one. And then from a foundation standpoint, it's really about what are those aligned values and interests that those foundations have. And they also have an interest of helping us spread that. But ultimately, from an operating standpoint, because we are one 501c3 and a lot of our backroom services are centralized, the more campuses we have, the greater the sustainability and the ability to measure outcomes across a system where we're saying we're using the same curriculum, we're doing the same coaching model, we're doing the same empowerment training. That will, I think, ultimately help our sustainability plan.
Thanks. Lori.
So we have I think a unique a combination of private and public funding for our initiative. We started actually with federal dollars from National Institute of Health and Institute for Education Sciences, who we built the program with research dollars and then tested the program. And then we went to philanthropy to really do everything interesting. Because the federal government won't pay you to do anything interesting. And that's how we were able to listen to parents' voices, like really carefully listen to parent voices and do the deeper dive work and what some people would say is like softer work. So we weren't totally working on, our p-values and the impact, but really figuring out how in the world are we going to get schools to implement the program independently, seamlessly, efficiently, while continuing to improve. And now that we have that, I'll say done, but we have a feasible model. Now we're back to city and state funding with an investment from the State Office of Mental Health and the local Department of Education. And so that's, as we move to new cities, which we eventually will, we think, hopefully New York City, if you can make it there, you can make it anywhere, that this will be the model for not only how to sustain an evidence-based program, but to continuously improve it, to continuously look at outcomes and make sure we're actually serving the people that we hope to serve.
Thank you. Daniela, do you have any thoughts on that?
Sure. So I think the asthma program, while obviously it focused on asthma, for us in a way it was meant to be kind of a proof of concept that then ultimately you'd spread it to other disease areas, not obviously it could work for more than asthma. So I think in the short term, a lot of it is we are relying on just our own funding to sustain whatever we can. And we look for grant opportunities because that would be helpful. I think the long term is we need to move towards value-based payment. And it's not just our health system, it's kind of the broader community in which we serve. So I think the State Innovation Model Award from CMMI that Delaware has been a great platform for bringing all together the big payers and the health systems and the leadership within the state on the government side, as well as community partners, and having us think through what could that look like. There's a Healthy Neighborhoods work stream of that, and some of that work helps feed into this. So I think in the long term, as we move to value-based payment, keeping individuals and families healthy becomes the core of everyone's business model. It's just we're in a tricky period now where we don't have that financial model. We want to move there. So, being able to leverage some other external funds I think would be helpful. But until that happens, I think it'll be just us continuing to all work together.
Great, thank you. Question in the back.
Hi, I'm Doug Tynan from the American Psychological Association, and where I direct the integrated care efforts, and I'm a great fan of Dr. Brotman's research over the years, and Daniela knows me from Delaware. And you two need to get together because I think that program would run perfectly in Delaware. And I know Governor Carney, who's only been in office a few days, would support it, so we can talk later. You asked about sustainability and funding. CMS, CMMI now has a precedent in Medicare to pay for prevention and health promotion programs for adults. So they're paying for the diabetes prevention program for adults. Using that same logic that CMS, CMMI have a precedent for paying the YMCA-based program, I think something like Dr. Brotman's program would be a perfect fit because you've already shown the health and mental health outcomes. And my other comment to that is the JAMA review published about 3 weeks ago on healthcare costs in children. The number one healthcare cost are well child visits in the first year of life. The number two healthcare costs are treatment for ADHD, which would lend itself. So I really think we ought to think about the CMS, CMMI funding, CHIP program, to fund that sort of effort. I also think it has an impact on parental depression, and that's another measure we need to look at. Having done family work for years, if parents can get control of their kids' behavior, they're much happier. So again, I think we really need to look at existing CMS, CMMI funding streams, and the fact that the Innovation Center up in Baltimore really doesn't fund any pediatric programs, that needs to change also.
Great. Any thoughts? Just a comment. Other questions? Up here in the front?
Good morning, Katie Becker with National Crittenton Foundation. Gloria, this question is actually probably for you, but if you may have some feedback.
Yeah.
We keep talking about funding, obviously that's really important, and I happen to have had the privilege of going up and visiting the Jeremiah program, love it. And I'm in Charlotte, North Carolina, and I'm the chair of the local national, or Florence Crittenton there. And so what I know about the Jeremiah Foundation or the Jeremiah organization is that you have been able to really tap into your local funders. And I know that I think that you have a strong faith-based community there that's a supporter, if I remember correctly. And so in Charlotte, we feel really disconnected. Probably folks in here know we rank at the bottom for social mobility, and housing is a big issue. And so I, in my role at Florence Crittenton on the local, have really been trying to figure out how to better engage some of those local folks, whether they're religious or secular or whatever it is. And so I just wonder, kind of if you could share how you got that going in Minnesota.
That's a great question. So our founder is Michael O'Connell. He was rector at the Basilica of St. Mary and served in the priesthood for 50 years. But one of his strategies to get support for the organization was to go to a group of other religious leaders across faiths and speak to this issue and really talk about the name Jeremiah comes from Scripture. It's Jeremiah 29:11, seek the well-being of the city, for in seeking its well-being, goodness shall come to you. And he really used that as an inspiration to others, secular or religious, to say, look, if we want a better community, we have to make it a better community. And so how can we do this? And it's through the congregations that we were able to go and literally speak at the pulpit about this new innovation in our community. And at Thanksgiving, some of the congregations would help us pass the hat, and people would put checks, and we'd add them to a list, and we'd keep showing up. And so I've been to all kinds of churches, from Baptist to non-denominational, to really go and spread the word person by person. And so it's a very grassroots effort. It's a community organizing strategy, also using some of those civic groups. So the Junior League of Minneapolis initially was very involved. The League of Catholic Women was very involved, and the Jewish Women's Sisterhood group was very involved, and are still today. day. So as we go to new communities, that's the advice that I use in those local communities, is bring those people along, because they all have communities and it's a ripple effect.
Great. So this question is also about how you build partnerships, right? And alignment with other organizations. Lori, do you have any additional insights to how you've built partnerships in communities for your work?
Yeah, so our work has been almost all in New York City, and I could spend the rest of my career and life building partnerships there. And there's still, every day, we're meeting new people that are doing work that's aligned. And so I think it's endless opportunities. It's also why it does serve as a nice model. But it's always, for us, been starting at the parents. And so I think the more we listen to parents, the more we find out where those connections can be made. So what we haven't done well is, we think about this as a solid 2-gen approach. Not only are we building parent skills, but we're building skills for parenting, but we're building parents' perceptions of themselves as empowered leaders in their own school community, in their own lives. But we haven't been very successful because we haven't gone there yet, really, in linking them up with other resources, like those offered through LIFT and economic resources, et cetera. So we think it's a perfect platform for that, but I think those are sort of the next connections to be made. But I think the most important thing is, if it's always through the parent lens, then we all have sort of common wants and goals for the children. And if we can communicate about that through a mindset that understands that it's through the parents, children are going to succeed. It has to be through the parents. And you can't ignore them. You can't push them aside because we will fail. And by investing in parents, that is really the biggest return that we could get.
Thank you. Daniela, do you have any additional comments on partnerships that you all have developed?
Sure.
Lessons learned?
My colleagues in Delaware primarily do the partnerships at the state level, and I think just being the Children's Hospital or health system there, that in and of itself creates opportunities to create those partnerships. I think an area where we're trying to work on partnerships more is using the parents and the patient voice to inform our federal policy work. That's something that I've been at Nemours for 6.5 years now, and we've done it kind of sporadically. It worked very well for 21st Century Cures, actually. The Energy and Commerce Committee had asked for testimony from families, so we reached out to them, and I have to say what we learned from the families helped inform our advocacy for 2 years. So I think increasingly, especially as we see lots of changes to the larger healthcare landscape, making sure that we're partnering with the patients and the families to make sure that their work is informing not just the on-the-ground work that's happening in Delaware, but also the federal policy work is important. And then I would just say for all of our prevention programs, especially the ones that focus on early childhood, those are all rooted in state and local partnerships. So when our national office goes out into different states and communities to do obesity prevention work, the goal there is really to make sure that we are partnering with the right folks so that they can help make sure that we have a quality product.
Great. Okay. We have time for about 2 additional questions in the back.
I'm David Hawkins from the University of Washington. Lori, my question is for you. When we began in the early 80s trying to reach out to parents, we said, well, let's go to where we can get to all parents, and that was elementary school. First grade was the time the first we could get to parents. And we did the Seattle Social Development Project and have had long-term positive effects from that project. And then you moved earlier and you said, we can get to parents earlier through these early childhood education centers. And so now you're reaching 3 and primarily 4-year-old families with those age children. And I'd be interested in everyone's thoughts, and I know Daniela will have thoughts about this as well, but it seems to me that there is another time that we can reach parents, which is before birth to age 3. And we're doing that with home visiting more in this country. But I continue to think that we're really missing a major opportunity in primary care, because we do have all those well child visits in the first year of life, in the first few years of life, to really help parents with the skills that they may need if their children are beginning to have difficulty with behavior or ADHD or other kinds of problems. And I'm wondering about people's thoughts here about moving upstream so that we really are linking together the two-generation strategy that we're talking about here, reaching parents, but not only with their children's health through CHIP and other things, but through those vehicles, through vehicle primary care, reaching parents early so that they can help their child's social development and social emotional learning early through programs that may be available through primary care that currently we don't have money or provisions for providing. So any thoughts about that from the panel? I'd appreciate it.
Yeah, I'll start. So I'll give a shout out to David Hawkins, who I visited and sought out his wisdom before I started Parent Corps. So major leader in our fields collectively. I think I agree completely in the need to go down in age, but also to go up. So schools, as we heard yesterday, are like doing no better by families and worse by families. And I think the important lesson, at least that we have, is to think there's nothing magical about pre-K, but it serves as a platform to reach parents and to serve parents. And so I think, what home visiting, which is fantastic for lots of things in reaching parents, it reaches parents on an individual level. And there's also something, at least in our work, that is very important about bringing parents together. And so the social capital, the networking, just seeing models, people that look like them, sound like them, is incredibly important, at least to, we think, to changing behavior and to keeping people in it for the long run. And so I think it behooves us to think about systems that are available for families to bring them together prenatally. So there's some interesting things happening in New York in OBGYN clinics and bringing parents together and throughout and really taking it through schools who really need a lot of lessons in how to value and treat parents as well.
I would just add that, we look at it as kind of an all of the above approach, so definitely want to reach parents in the primary care setting, in the hospital setting, in early care and education, in schools. As part of our CMMI model, we did do that a little bit. So we had some visits in the different primary care centers. They kind of modeled it differently. But one of the things that we did was with our behavioral health providers, they did actually in one of the primary care centers offer parenting classes that were available. And that was based on the specific needs that kind of came up within that setting. And those were very helpful. I think reimbursement is a challenge with that kind of moving forward. Another thing we are looking at towards the future is, are there ways that we could do more parenting and other types of education as kind of a group setting, again, because then it does give you the opportunity for parents to kind of mentor and serve as resources for one another. I think your point is well taken, and we really do see the need for the primary care sector to be as supportive as possible for parents and offer whatever resources we can.
I just want to underscore what Daniela just said about parents as resources. During our strategy sessions, it came through very loud and clear that the way in which parents are supported should be based in the value that they're experts in their own lives, right? Not that they're vessels to be filled, but they have knowledge and expertise, they know their children, and they want the best for their families. So how those services and supports are provided is really important. So one last question, and I'm going over here, since I don't see anyone over here.
Thank you. Suzanne Banning, Florence Crittenton Services, Denver, Colorado. We focus on teen moms and have a wonderful campus, and one of our issues is the undocumented. So our girls are able to receive all these great services because as public education, they can come, documentation doesn't matter. So their kids are getting wonderful childcare. As they finish school, I would say over the last 8 years, we've been optimistic. They've been we've been helping them get into DACA, et cetera. And now what happens? So I'm curious into all three of your programs, what does documentation play as far as servicing the people that you're working with, the moms, the families, and how do you see things changing? Might not have time for all this.
I'll go first. with our students, when they apply, they have to be able and willing to go to college, either a 2 or a 4-year degree program. And our community colleges do allow undocumented students to matriculate. And so we also have a partnership with law firms that will work with our students to help them get documentation. And so in current markets that we're in, that is not a big problem, but I imagine as we continue to diversify our communities, that will be another issue that we deal with. But the parents that are coming to us are high school graduates and are very interested in that goal of a degree in order to get a livable wage job. That'll be the next venture, is to see then who will be hiring our particular students to work for them.
I would say in our program, the way it's set up in New York City is that there's, it doesn't matter. We certainly have parents who are undocumented coming to our program. I think our approach in really paying attention to setting up the program as a safe environment, primarily as a safe environment where parents feel like they can show up and they want to show up and it's safe to show up, and meaning like not just to come but to talk about things in that environment that is their life, is essential. And so thank goodness we're in a sanctuary city. And but those kind of, even if it's not formally affecting people, it certainly is affecting every aspect of their being and every cell in their body as how they show up.
And for us, I mean, we would provide health services either way. So
Great. So join me in thanking our panel, Gloria, and Danielle. Thank you so much. And we are now back on time with our agenda. You have a 15-minute break. Be back or your seat will be lost. Thank you so much.
It's a wily group. No, I'm trying to get started and no one's paying attention to me. I think this is my water, but there's water here too, so just so that you know, okay?
Hello, everyone.
Is that on?
It's on, but it's really.
Hello, everyone.
Maybe.
Clap. Yeah. Hello, everyone. We'd like to get started. We would like to get started. If you could take your seats, please.
I got surprised by Joe Scarborough.
Come in, come in.
But I mean, I know how important it is.
Please take your seats so we can be on time.
He was loved, beloved, everything else. Don't get
Great. Please come in and take your seats. We're going to get started in about 1 minute. So the people that are in the hall, if you could come in and take your
blocking your view of.
That would be wonderful.
No, I'm big. She's small. I know. You got more energy than you, that's for sure.
Please come in. We're going to shut these doors in a second. Thank you.
Smart.
I got somebody to make me look smart.
I know.
Thank you. Okay.
Glad to hear it's going so well. Good reason they get to go to work every day. Thank you. Yeah.
Out of the woodwork.
I'm just going to do a very quick intro with you. So glad to have you here.
Hi, everybody. Literally 1 minute, we're going to get started. Take your seats.
One of the few men last night.
Yeah.
Right. Solidarity.
Come on in, Ruby. Ruby, come on in. We're going to get started, everybody. Hi there. Well, I want to get us kicked off because we have a great conversation, and we've been on a great journey so far today to really look at the landscape, the recommendation, the parent experience, strategies and solutions ready for scale. Now we're really going to talk about innovation, political will. We've got some of the giants and generous giants of this field when we think about creating a nation and a community, a culture of early childhood learning, strong children and families. And it's my pleasure to introduce Walter Isaacson, who's our CEO here at the Aspen Institute, who needs no introduction out there in the world, but we are very proud to serve under his leadership. He has instilled in all of us the importance of living up to the ideas and ideals of the Aspen Institute, to engage in dialogue, to listen to disperse and diverse voices, and to always hold true to how we are tackling inequality and poverty and making sure that all people have the chance to thrive and reach their full potential. Walter got up about 4 o'clock in the morning to fly in for this session because of all of you and because of JB and Jackie, so I want to say thank you to Walter.
And because of Ann Mosley. One never says no to Ann. And also, we've all learned a lot from Ann, and especially on the notion of two-generational poverty. And not too long ago, about a year and a half ago, we were in Omaha, Nebraska together, the three of us, along with a few other people. And JB said to me, and Jackie was like egging him on, we really have to get the people, the leaders in this field together, especially because both of them are so interested in early childhood education and how that connects to the two-generational poverty issue. They spurred us. The good thing about the Aspen Institute is that we're not only active, we can be reactive, which means when other people have great ideas, we follow through. So first of all, I want to thank Jackie and JB for getting this going with us. So appreciate it. And we're here to have a great conversation. I know that the past day or last evening and today have been very good. I've listened to some of what happened today. And the notion that at times like this, when we truly need these types of discussions and programs, there is still some sense of optimism as well as a sense of challenge, that there's a lot that can be done in this field, and especially the importance of early childhood education and connecting it to it. Speaking of needing no introductions, these two don't, but I'm going to do it anyway. Henry Kissinger once said, when somebody said, a man who needs no introduction, he says, maybe so, but there's nobody who enjoys one more. So I'm going to say that Jackie, I'm not going to give a traditional introduction, but Jackie is somebody who loves the intersection between a really big idea and really big passion. And that's what's distinguished her philanthropy and her thought leadership, along with Mike, her husband. And that's what's distinguished her in this particular field. She formed the Bezos Family Foundation, makes a lot of investments in public awareness, research, and programs. It aims to elevate the field of education, improve life outcomes for all children. And at the core of the foundation's work is a believe in a rigorous, inspired learning environment. And I'm sure, Jackie, I don't know if you brought your props with us, but I hope you'll show us a little of Vroom, because Vroom is a real national effort to highlight the science between on early brain development. J.B. Pritzker is an entrepreneur, philanthropist, investor, co-founder and managing partner of the Pritzker Group in Chicago, and nearly 2 decades has been sort of part of the Chicago ecosystem, both of technology entrepreneurs, but also this notion of Chicago as a next city, even though I've always thought of Chicago as the backbone of American entrepreneurship and technology, and but also in the field of philanthropy, for which thanks. JB and his wife, MK, you know, with the resources of your family, you'd think you'd get more than just initials. You could get a whole name, at least one of you. Anyway, they have the Pritzker Family Foundation. They led the Holocaust Museum, but they're really leading supporters of early childhood and all forms of children's education. I'm going to start with Jackie, if I may, which is those of you who specialize in early childhood education, how do you connect it to the two-generational poverty problem?
Well, children are not raised in isolation. They're raised in relationships, and primarily in relationships with their adult live-in people like moms and dads and grandparents. So you cannot really expect to change the trajectory of a child's life unless you're willing to go to the mat for the parents and the adults in the child's life.
Show us a little bit about Vroom, by the way.
Okay. So Vroom started, we were very curious about early brain development, and we stumbled upon 2 amazing scientists at the University of Washington, Pat Kuhl and Andy Meltzoff, and that was our beginning intro into the amazing world of early brain development. And they had this new piece of equipment that nobody else had called, it's got 26 letters in it, magnetoencephalography machine, but everybody calls it a MEG because nobody can really say that very well. And they could actually show us in real time what was happening to children as they were engaged by an adult. And now they've gotten to the point where they're looking at touch as well. So we're going to be able to tell the difference between reading to a child and reading to a child and touching the child. Right. And it's going to be, I'm certain, like the grand finale fireworks on the 4th of July. So we're really excited about that. And Lori Brotman, she was the next, discovery, and a huge, big bet that has paid off for 70,000 children you're working with now. Not chump change.
So, JB, tell me about your work in this field, how you got started and what you're doing.
Sure. First, I want to thank you and thank the Aspen Institute and Anne for putting all this together, because, I mean, what a tremendous group of people that have been gathered here. Just, gives you a lot of strength, I hope, and gives me a lot of strength in thinking about how we're going to move forward and make progress. I didn't appreciate the reference to the giants. When you stick me next to Jackie Bezos and then call me a giant,
we'll call you a cub.
It's a little uncomfortable. And then of course Jackie says the child. She puts her hand on. The work that my wife and I and our foundation has been doing has really been a function of our belief that big change needs to take place, that people need to recognize early childhood nationally as a cause that we all need to take up, that the child should be the center of the way we think about public policy. And so when we think about this issue, I came to it 20 years ago, and it was because of one of the giants, true giants in this field, Irving Harris, who's no longer with us, kind of recruited me to it. And his name should echo for generations, by the way, because it really has impacted so many of us that have entered this field. And I want to be clear that when I came to it, I was, 20 years younger. I was new to being really fully engaged in philanthropy, and I knew that I needed to listen a lot because I was certainly no expert when I entered. So many people like Phyllis Glink and Diana Rauner and others who in the field have taught me over time, and I've listened. But I will say that after 5 years, the first 5 years, no pun intended, Chris Perry, first 5 years, fun. But first 5 years of my learning about the field, I listened a lot, but I realized that as I learned about the economics of early childhood, that I felt, and I'm a businessman, that was a much better argument for us than the arguments that had been made previously. Obviously, we're all about the children and making their lives better and making their families' lives better and getting them out of poverty, which is really a predominant focus. But this economic argument, there are so many people who weren't in the field who respond well to the economic argument. And I brought this idea when I finally was willing to raise my hand at one of these, gatherings and say something, for the first time. People say, oh, no, we don't talk about economics. This is about the children. This isn't a business issue. It's not an economics issue. It isn't about competitiveness. It isn't about any of those things. And I thought, but this is a pretty good argument. And hey, Jim Heckman makes a pretty good argument about this. Why are we not putting this forward, the ROI argument? And, I pushed this and people said, no. And it was the first time that I really broke from, people that I trusted and liked and felt, very strongly about, and said, no, I think I'm right about this. We should bring this into the field. And so I pushed and pushed and pushed for a few years. And I must say that, more and more people began to adopt the argument, not just because of me, but because the argument is a good argument. And now I would say today in 2017, we should all adopt this as part of our lexicon if we've not already, the idea that it is the economics of early childhood that will drive this Congress and this president and the legislatures and the governors around the country to adopt our cause of early childhood, nonpartisan, but we just need to marry the two. It is about the children and it's about the future and the economics of, fiscal, of our budgets, of our ability to make real change while doing it effectively and efficiently. I believe those are the arguments that are winning, and I think we're all carrying them today. But I'm pleased about that, and I must say it's exciting, the opportunity to make that argument and put that up front.
Okay, well, I'm going to add something to that.
Good.
So I think it's about more than the economics. I think it is about the future. This is a play for the future. And economics is definitely part of it. But if you look at what widgets we might be making 30 years from now, you can't even dream them up. So we cannot educate children to be able to make the next generation of widgets. What we can do is make certain that their prefrontal cortex is in good shape.
Exactly.
So that they can collaborate, they can do critical thinking skills, all the things that what we need to have in human beings for the future. We'll figure out what the widgets are, but we cannot lose what goes on in that executive function section of the brain. So take JB's argument, which is really good, but make sure that we focus on that prefrontal cortex.
That's a very Jackie-like thing to do, which is pretend to disagree and then fully agree with JB.
Yes.
Because what it is
I've been scolded and now I fully agree with you. You're right.
what it
Now I
is
see it.
about
Now
how
I
do
see
you
it.
develop kids to be successful in the future.
Yeah.
And what have you learned? Because Jackie and Mike have been involved in the Aspen Institute, as have JB and the Pritzker family. But you've been very involved in everything from early childhood like this through the Bezos Scholars Program, which are for great kids around the country coming to do things. What have you learned about development and how to get people to be successful?
I think that, the quick answer is it's more important who you are than what you do. Because who you are will carry you so much further than what you do. And if you get the who right, there's no stopping the what. So that's one of the things I think that we need to concentrate on, and that goes back to what I said before. So what else have I learned? I've learned that JB wants to be a good partner for the Bezos Foundation.
Yes, right.
I thought you wanted to be a good partner for the Pritzker family.
Well, no, that was Mike.
Well, actually, I'm going to build on that, which is philanthropies don't often collaborate. They all think they have their own path.
Right.
How important is it to the Pritzker Foundation to sort of work with others and collaborate?
Look, there is nothing that we can do on our own that will have a major national impact on this subject matter. In other words, alone, by ourselves, our philanthropy is a drop in the bucket. And in fact, I would argue that if we band together, we can be a small cup of water in the bucket.
That's true.
That the truth is that we need to band together because ultimately we need the government and we need the policy leaders and the political leaders to stand up for this issue. We will not reach for example, 6 million children who show up at kindergarten not ready to learn. We will not reach those 6 million kids with just our philanthropic dollars. Yours are more than mine.
Well, I aggregate.
But yeah, I want to aggregate with yours. Everybody, let's aggregate with it. But we can have an impact on being leaders, on leading this arena, and therefore getting policymakers to stand up and do what's right.
Let me follow up on that by asking, how do you leverage and use advocacy to actually make sure policymakers, especially in the year 2017, will come along?
Well, I'll give an example. I mean, the next panel, the next speaker, I think, is going to be Jim Heckman, and he's sitting in the corner over here. I'm sorry to call you out and I know you don't like all
Professor to the rest of us?
He is, and Nobel laureate and professor, and from Chicago, to be clear. Make sure you all know.
In reverse order.
Exactly. But so some of what I have tried to do is to help Jim elevate the work that he is doing. Professor Heckman, because of his ROI argument, which, there's new data that he's come out with showing a 13% return on investment for policymakers who want to invest public dollars in early childhood. it's one of the few arenas where there's a real return on investment, and this is a good return on investment for those of you who've checked your savings account. Interest rate lately. So part of the work of elevating this in public policy arena is to take, the work that's being done by economists like Jim Heckman and make sure that everybody knows what that work is, that make sure that we're carrying it around together with the data. And we heard it on prior panels, the data that's being collected about the improvements that are being made at the child level, from year to year when we get to them. And here's the big thing, and this is why I think Jim's work's so important. I'm going to steal your thunder, but although he'll do it much better than I will, which is earlier is better. And that, I think, is not fully understood by policymakers. Even the ones who get early education still see pre-K as the only answer or the only one they've heard of, when the reality is, and we heard it in the last panel too, that children don't start learning at 5 or 6. So we need to start at birth, and we need to start with parents, and this is why the 2-gen approach, to me, is not only about, it's writ large about poverty, for sure, if you ask me, and lifting people out of poverty. It's also about engaging parents with children to make the experience of the children so much richer, so that parents are educated to raise their children in ways that enrich their education. Somebody said, you've all heard this expression, but I love this, that the parent is a child's best and first teacher, and we need to elevate that.
You have just given me such a wonderful intro into Vroom. I want to thank you.
Excellent.
Yeah.
Should I disagree with you to make emphasis about it?
Do you want to do it before I talk or after?
Yeah, definitely after.
Okay.
Vroom.
So that's the reason the foundation decided to develop Vroom. We wanted to take the wonderful science that all these scientists like Lori and others in the room were finding, and Jim, your science as well. It's amazing that those first 3 years, and we can stretch it to 5, are the wonder years. They really are. And if we act upon those, we get that 13% return. So I'm agreeing with you, okay? Yeah. But how do you get to parents? Because they're not all in any one place. And we were determined to go to the parents where they were with the information. And the way to do that, we hired IDEO, which is a design firm out of California, and they spent 3 months doing cross-country interviews of parents. They would put an ad on Craigslist and offer $100 if you'll let us come to your house and interview you, and you have to have a child in a certain range. They not only went to people's houses, they started going to their church socials with them. They would go to the grocery store with them. They lived the life of the parent, and they came back and said, this is really, especially for a parent living in poverty, there is no more time. It's a full-time job being poor. There's no more time, there's no more money, there's no toys, it was a pretty bleak picture. So we decided to change the moments they do have by putting the brain-building opportunities right in their hands, in their pockets, on the bathroom shelf. So we're working with brands across the country, and they are turning their consumer packaged goods into brain delivery moments, which is really cool. Even Amazon has let us have the inside of the box, not the outside yet.
How did you get that done? How did you get that?
I didn't. It was Megan.
Yeah.
So if you can meet a parent where they're at with a prompt, and then it becomes habitual, you've changed the relationship. And as Jack Shonkoff says, without relationships, there's no development.
So JB, tell me a little bit more about what you can do in the first 3 years.
Well, I mean, somebody stood up and talked about home visitation has become, a commonplace subject matter. And thank God for the, Edna McConnell Clark Foundation and others who've taken up this cause. I think there's nobody across the country that doesn't understand that home visitation can be extraordinarily important. I think the pediatrician's office is another place where we can, where do we get the interventions? Where can we touch these children and their parents at the same time? And so home visitation and at the pediatrician's office where 90% of kids go those are the opportunities to get to them. And then, of course, what we deliver is sort of a question that I believe is being answered by research even now, some of which has already been answered, but there's so much more to learn about how do we make it cost effective to deliver. What is it that we can deliver in a cost effective fashion that's early? Some of it is, most cost effective, frankly, is what you're doing, where it's just literally built into things that you already have or are going to have in your home. The messaging, we've talked a little about technology and the use of texting and other things to help people, just with the idea that, remember to talk to your child even if they're in the bassinet, remember that touching them and playing with them in parallel play and, is important, even long before you'll ever think about early childhood education in the preschool sense. Early childhood education at 1, at 6 months, at 2, and so on is what we want to make sure is top of mind for new parents. And I think it's hard. You described the situation of someone who's in poverty, not only no time, but nobody is there advising them. Nobody is there helping them in any way whatsoever. And so, even when you say there's no time because they're running around, they've got a million things that they've got to do. And even if it's going to the store, talk to your child in the car seat, in the grocery store, engage them in something. These are simple things that don't sound like much in the sense of it doesn't take a teacher and but a parent, it can really make.
Well, explain how you've invested in some of that in the foundation.
Yeah. So what we've looked at is to this question of cost effective. One of the challenges, it's obviously at every level of government, is that they don't want to start something new. No new programs, no new dollars, no new. It's hard to. I know everybody here is aware because we're all beating down the doors. But the truth is that if we can make the argument that it's cost effective, and this is back to this question about return on investment, we've got to make this argument. Otherwise, we'll never get anywhere in this tight budgetary times. No matter what party or orientation somebody has to these issues. And so I've tried very hard to research the kinds of things like what sorts of interactions can we do it at a pediatrician's office, even though it's short. Those interactions are short. Can you give them materials? Obviously in hospitals as babies are being born. And so just trying to find those ways in which, at a minimum, even with minimal dollars, we could make a huge difference. Now, there's no substitute in the end for professional interaction. Parents are phenomenal in those first years. Then you get to, preschool, and you need a teacher. And by the way, you're in childcare. Let me not skip over. High quality childcare is, maybe the most important thing that we can focus on. Friends, family, and neighbors. Yeah. Friends, family, and neighbors are the backbone, as many of you know, the statistics show, of childcare. And yet so much of it is opaque. People don't get touched. And we have to get it. And that is what philanthropy should be doing, because the government can't figure it out. They just can't. We have to figure it out, and then we present it to the government. Here are the ways in which cost effectively you can get into the friends, family, and neighbor community.
You've been using the philanthropy some as advocacy as well, especially now in this day and age. It follows right up with what JB said. Explain what your philanthropy does on advocacy.
Well, we're not allowed to advocate. We can only educate.
Educate, sorry.
Right, yeah. So there's, because you're looked at very closely, the difference in that.
But advocate, you can't do anything that's a bill or legislation, but you can push certain ideas, can't you?
Megan?
Well, yeah.
Funding the research.
Right.
I think we do a lot to educate, and that was one of the reasons we went with Vroom, and we went around the government because we couldn't go do it with the government. I'm hoping you're going to be able to figure that out, because we certainly couldn't. But so we went around the government and went directly to the people that had access to either parents, and then parents had access to children, or directly to the parent. And as far as using technology, we of course, there's an app for this, and so there's an app for Vroom. There's 1,000 unique tips on that app, so you won't get bored playing with your child. And I'll say another thing about parents. We have spent so much time telling parents what to do, but we've never told them why. And that's the reason I think Vroom is really catchy, is because it tells you what to do, which is usually it creates a joyful moment. But then it tells you the brainy background behind what just happened in your child's brain. And what parent doesn't want to know that? Doesn't want to know that they have actually contributed to, the neurons firing. I think that they're fascinated by the science, and I think that's a real selling point.
I want to respectfully offer a slightly different perspective. I would never disagree. But I do think that we can advocate. I, at least in a private foundation, as a private individual, I can take off my foundation hat anytime I want, and I can go up to Capitol Hill, or I can go to Springfield, Illinois, or I can go, as I have in Utah and other states, and advocate, and I have done that. We tried to get early childhood. We tried to get a preschool program going in Utah, where the state spent no money on early childhood, and I went door to door in the legislature in a red state, in a place where people are very individualistic and feel like the government shouldn't be engaged in the parent-child relationship and what have you, and made the argument. And the way I made the argument was, I'm an employer in your state, and my employees need this, as do, let me make the arguments about the return on investment for you. And I made the argument, and I, was of a different party and perspective from many of the people that I met with, but we found the common ground of, this is good for your state, this is good for the future of business in your state, that if we can get high quality early childhood education, and maybe even move into high quality child care, that you will advance the interests of the business people in your state, and even the individualists in your state will stand up and say, this is good for the children of the state. So we made the argument and we won. And that was, So I do think we can go individually and be advocates. I know that there are foundations in the room and people who work for organizations where you're not allowed to do it with that hat on, but you can do it with your personal hat on. And I really encourage, I think we're in a moment where everybody has to do it. And to the point that Jackie was making about the work that you do that has an impact, similarly, we invest in Jim's, Heckman's work, and we invest in other opportunities. We worked with Bridgespan to create a guide for people who are new to philanthropy in early childhood, a guide for policymakers to show them what kinds of things can they initially get engaged with. Last night, the Omidyar Network representative, are you here somewhere? Raise your hand. But someone stood up at our dinner last night from the Omidyar Network who is new to this arena, and I couldn't help but applaud. We need more people engaged. So that's one other way that we all ought to be advocates, which is, let's go to the other foundations out there in the world that don't look at early childhood as important, and yet they spend money in education, but it starts at K for them. And if we can just explain to them how important it is that these kids arrive at K ready for K-12, I think we would get a lot more engagement. So
that's one of the things we talked about a couple of years ago in Omaha, was there are a lot of people doing these things randomly, but bringing together. And so the result is your dinner last night and this. How have you seen the philanthropy world catching on to this?
Look at the room.
Yeah.
My goodness, it's really inspiring. Anne, thank you so much, wherever you are, for pulling this off, and your team. Amazing, truly amazing. And Walter, thank you.
But y'all really were the ones who pushed this, like, let's get these people in this room, so thank you.
Yeah, no, I'm very happy to have all of you in this room. who wouldn't want to be in a room filled with their peeps, right? I mean, it just makes me feel, if people ask me about the future of early learning, all I have to do is take a snapshot of this, and that'll help sell it too, right?
I'm with you.
It's truly amazing.
Let me, speaking of the room, let me open it up. Questions or raise your hand? Yes.
Matthew Melvin from 0 to 3, and I want to thank Dr. Ekman, and I want to thank you, JD, for raising the ROI argument and pushing it. We have two major problems from a policy perspective in terms of moving that. One is obviously that we have different systems and investments made in babies and toddlers, and I thank you for pointing out that it's not just about pre-K. It is actually the prenatal period in babies and toddlers that Dr. Ekman's science shows what works. But the savings that if we make investments in babies and toddlers, and we make it in the health system, for example, through Healthy Steps or other initiatives, it's going to show up in the education system. The savings don't show up in those systems.
Right.
So the people at Medicaid, for example, they're thinking about how do I get my short-term savings in ER and not my long-term savings with regards to long-term health. And similarly, up on the Hill, when the Congressional Budget Office does scoring, they're looking at, maybe 5 or maybe 10-year returns. So part of the question is, how do we change the frame for the people who do the scoring, for the policymakers, to get them to really understand that if you make these investments now, they are in fact going to save us in the long term, and that's why we need to make it. Because I don't think that our policy mechanisms really embrace that yet. And that's a piece of policy work that I think we could be doing.
Well, that's why the expansion of Professor Heckman's work, it started, with his initial work and more recently the announcement of this 13% ROI. If you look at that work, it does include the crossover. So that's why this is so important to invest in for philanthropists, this kind of research, this economic research, which doesn't sound like it's early childhood when you say, gee, I'm going to go give money to an economist, but it really is. And so we need to, listen, you've got to have proof. We can't walk in with, we think it has an impact. It's got to be, here are the numbers, and here's the tested, and here's a Nobel laureate, this is what he spends his life doing. So I just want to encourage you to make sure, all of us should be investing in that sort of work. I think the other part is we can't get that message across unless we're literally going in and advocate. We are literally in front of the people who are putting that formula together. Not just the elected officials, because they're kind of on the other receiving end of it. We have to go all the way into where the numbers are being calculated and actually talk to the people who are doing it to make sure that they understand. And that because their interactions, even though policymakers, public elected officials are guiding the way those policymakers are coming up with the numbers, that it's a dialogue between them that happens behind closed doors when we're not there. So we need to educate both sides of that so that we end up with the right formulas. But it's a challenge. We face this all the time. I sit in front of legislators all the time to try to convince them, and governors, all the time to try to get them to embrace this. Honestly, I've sort of stepped back with governors and said, this is about legacy.
Mm-hmm.
I've stopped talking, like when I talk to a governor, I've got the data and you put it in front, they don't have any time. They've got a million subjects that they've got to cover. And so I look at them and say, look, 20 years after you're out of office, this is what will have mattered about what you did while you were in office. This is how you'll be, if you do it.
Mm-hmm.
Because no one's doing it, it's very few states are really committed here. So if you really commit, 20 years from now, your workforce is going to be the best workforce in the country.
But that gets to something that from business as well as government. It's a problem of long-term thinking versus short-term. And if the payoffs are longer-term, neither a politician nor, for that matter, a CEO is going to say, oh, if I invest 7 years from now, the airline or the business will be better.
Right.
Except for maybe Amazon, which does have a longer-term view. How do you use your business knowledge to say we've got to stop that short-term thinking?
Well, I would say, answer the question slightly differently. I live the long-term in my business because I'm investing and owning and running businesses, And I'm thinking about 10 years from now and 15 years in my business. That's how I think about my business. So I find it completely natural to think about the next generation in terms of early childhood, and how those children will turn out. I know that politicians and people in private equity and people whose jobs are kind of live for the next 2 years or 4 years can't think beyond that because their jobs don't allow them to. That's why we all have to sit in front of them and sort of talk about legacy and also show them the real numbers and convince them that really the game is a long game. But look, I mean, I don't know. How do you change the view of your child? I've got a 12 and 14-year-old. How do you change their view? The fact that the child is picking, the other kid in class is picking on you today. I have to sit there and say to them, it's not about you, it's about them. And there's something in their life that makes them want to pick on you. And, it's hard to convince a child,
What's harder, a child or a legislator? Let me go back to the two right there, one and then two, yes.
Hi,
Two and then one.
I'm Lorelei Vargas. I'm the Deputy Commissioner for Early Care and Education in New York City, so I oversee the subsidized childcare system. I have two questions. One is, as we're looking at developing a pipeline of high-quality teachers and caregivers in the system, I'm curious about whether or not you're doing any work with schools of higher education. And what your thoughts are around that, particularly because, I feel like every time I'm talking with new teachers, a lot of them haven't heard about ACEs, a lot of them haven't heard, they're not they don't know about the new science. And so that's one piece. The other piece is, how do we bring this work to scale? So in my system, at any given point in time, I have anywhere between 20 to 30,000 family, friend, and neighbor providers. And so fortunately, I'm an optimist, and I think it can be done. I just haven't quite figured out what are the systemic pieces that we in New York City have to put in place to ensure that what we know about the science is actually part of the system.
All right, to scale and training the teachers. Tosh.
Right. Now, I think we do work with schools of higher education. In fact, this afternoon we're going to MIT Media Lab to talk to them about starting a department about the science of learning, how the brain works. So we're really excited about that. And we do encourage community colleges to focus on early learning, because a lot of the AA degrees that come out of there those people are going to be working with young children. We work with Relay for the older kids. I know you know Relay I guess if you're from New York, you know that Robin Hood is getting ready to build an early learning metropolis. And that is a big step for Michael Weinstein, who, I never thought he would get to yes, and he got there so quickly. He must have been reading all of Jim's work. Yeah. That's what he was doing, is reading. So I think there's a lot of plays out there to influence people that are working with children. And I think that the family, friend, and neighbor care is really ripe for something like Vroom, because the mother can drive that. She can say, you're building a brain today, and hand the teacher a card and say, this is what I want you to do because this is what I'm doing at home. So there's conversations being had now between parents and teachers about what they expect, because they are beginning to understand the science.
Do you want to add anything, JB?
I do. I mean, unfortunately, I'm going to go to the politics here, which is, before I even get to the question of educating caregivers, is the question of, they're extraordinarily low paid.
Yes.
That's right. Yeah. And we're just never going to solve the long-term problem until we solve the problem of caregivers' pay and reimbursement. I mean, I can't understand why that there isn't a focus. We're all focused on it, but I'm talking about at the state legislature level on that question. And yet it gets left behind. It's like teacher pay in K-12 is a topic every day, and then the caregiver, quality caregiver pay, nobody talks about it. It's fine if they're earning minimum wage, and the minimum wage is fine if it's $8.25 or $7.20, you know. So it bothers me greatly. I know that doesn't answer how you're gonna get there, but I just think we all have to be focused on, we're gonna get better quality learning for the caregivers when we make those jobs that people want.
Great, thank you.
Thank you. Is this working?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm Ann Warner with the Women's Rights and Empowerment Network based in Columbia, South Carolina. Thank you so much for your leadership and your investments in this field. Appreciate your last comment, Mr. Pritzker, and pointing out how child care workers are underpaid. And I also would love to hear more broadly your reflections on the fact that as long as women who are leading households, who are the face of the child care workforce, the healthcare workforce, are economically and politically disenfranchised, are we going to be able to break the cycle of poverty? How are you addressing that in your programs and your advocacy work?
Do you want to take that first?
In our programs, I think I've already spoken to that, and I do agree that they're horribly underpaid. I used to be an early learning teacher at a church, and I actually didn't get paid at all. This was when my children were little, and money was really tight, so I just, said I would work here for nothing if you'll let my children come here, because it was really great little school. So I know that the pay is a huge issue, and I need people like JB to be pushing for something like that while we continue to work with what we've got, right? So we're not going to hold our breath waiting for the wage to be changed. We're going to keep on educating as much as we can in the fashion that we can, and trying to change communities and parents to be advocates, because that's where the real change is going to come, is when the parents stand up. Mm-hmm. And all those millions of women that just marched, they need to march again. Mm-hmm. And they need to change the pay scale. Mm-hmm. It's really up to us.
Yes,
yeah. Sorry, I just want to add that that's obviously why 2Gen is extraordinarily important. Actually, an answer in part to your question, and obviously women's empowerment is a much bigger issue than just this. But when you look at the microcosm of just this issue in that context, 2Gen, I think, is the beginning of the recognition that moms and women are a critical focus and function here that we've forgotten, and that's why 2Gen and not just to focus on the very young children is so important. So.
Last question.
Sorry.
Oh boy, thank you. Mary Ann McCabe, I'm with George Washington University School of Medicine. I want to raise a couple of issues that you've already touched on and see if we could think a little bit together about access and access to evidence-based information. So I'm familiar with Room, it's fabulous. Thank you for supporting that. We've launched a new evidence-based clearinghouse for parents, educators, and health professionals called www.infoaboutkids.org. Our effort is to, pardon me? Will you repeat that? Sure, www.infoaboutkids.org. It's actually an effort to direct users of the internet to what is actually evidence-based. So it goes through a very careful vetting process, and it assures that the information is free of bias. Our hope is that because technology is used by parents, and some 0 to 3 surveys have shown this, as a source of information and not just their sort of extended family, we have to do something about how we're reaching the masses in terms of access to clear and good information. And using social media, as Ann talked about before. I'd like to hear what your thoughts are about what I just learned of this morning, which is Amazon sending brain-building activities to parents for $19.95 a month, and that they will sort of decide what's brain-building. Are you all involved in that kind of effort, and are we assuring that we're really giving some of the right supports to to
No, there's
parents
a-
to be
There's
parents.
a lot of points in that, so I'm going to let it be also your ability to be
Last
your
one.
final
Yeah.
thoughts.
Okay, so we're involved in nothing that Amazon does. There's a huge wall between Amazon and the foundation, but not between our children and us, nor our 11 grandchildren. We have quite a gaggle when we get together, I'm telling you. So we're not involved in that. And thank you for developing a platform where parents can go for great information. I think there is a big technology play here, because that's where parents are going. We were just meeting with 0 to 3 yesterday, talking about how so many parents are getting all of their advice off of the internet in some fashion. But if you Google, anything about children, you get thousands of responses. So how do you know what is good and what's not good? It used to be we only had Dr. Spock, right? And now we've got thousands of Dr. Spocks or wannabes. So I do think it's really curating that information is really, really important. So here's another final thought. We think of brain building very broadly as something that can help other issues that we deal with politically or individually or in communities. We recently were contacted by the International Rescue Committee, and they are working with 800,000 children, Syrian refugee children, under the age of 5. And they want to translate Vroom into Arabic and use it in those communities. And when I think about, yes, it's great for those communities, and it's really going to be hopefully a game changer for children and parents. But I also think about the host countries where the Syrian refugees have settled. And what about the bleed over between what they're learning about brain building and about the importance of the first 5 years of life, bleeding into Germany, bleeding into Jordan and into Lebanon, where a lot of these families are being housed. They get a common language. They get a common interest. They both, no matter which side of that gate you're on, you both want the best for your child. So we're actually looking at brain building as a peace building activity. We've been contacted by Israel. Tel Aviv is, high on Megan's list. We've been contacted by Australia, New Zealand, China. A man from China was at the Ford Foundation. I think some of you were there when they had this meeting. And he came up to me and he said, I know who you are. I know what you have. And I want it. And I'll translate it into Chinese.
Yeah.
So when you see things like this happening around brain building, you realize that we could have different decision makers sitting around tables in the future. And God knows we need them.
Inshallah. Final thoughts, JB.
I know who you are. I know what you want. I guess the final thought is I just really want to say, how warm it is to be in a room full of people who care so deeply about very young children, because we need everybody to go forth from here and conquer, because we have so much to accomplish. It isn't just on defense, it's on offense. And so I'm really thrilled.
Jackie, JB, thank you all very much. Let's go forward. Great. So we do have to get on offense. Yeah. We have to go forth. And now I invite to the stage. Okay. All right, good.
Thank you. Another round of applause for that. So now you have an hour, 55 minutes of networking and lunch. So enjoy your time together, make those connections, and leverage these relationships. So be back in this room at 1 o'clock, or in the overflow room at 1 o'clock. And lunch is right outside. Thank you. Thank you.
Hello, everybody. We're going to get started in about 1 minute.
This is. I just want to know where I can stick this.
Hello, everybody. Hello, everybody. Hi there, Mike Laracy. Aloha. Aloha. Hi, everybody. We're going to get kicked off because you're going to lose your time to learn and hear from Professor Jim Heckman. So come on in, everybody in the back of the room. Or we'll... Josh, Marnie, and Josh. Marnie Roosevelt. Ooh. Is this on? Can you, everybody in the back of the room, we're gonna get started. We're getting started, everybody. About to close the doors in the back. I just wanted to. We're getting started for the kind of the last kind of influx and infusion of information, connection, ideas, and action. And this is a very special panel as it's been set up and presentation. It's my pleasure to introduce Mira Mani. Mira is the Director of Children, Families, and Communities at the David and Lucille Packard Foundation. She also has a long background, as many of you know, both on the front lines and in research and policy around early childhood in a host of settings. We are very proud that she was an inaugural fellow in the Ascend Fellowship. She's one of the most thoughtful, respectful, strategic, collaborative people that we know. I also know that she's probably one of the best parents out there, and I say this as a humble parent myself, trying every day to keep up with it. But we had the pleasure also of having her daughter as an intern, and if I could be half as successful as a mother as you are with Soumya, your fabulous, beautiful daughter, I would consider myself a very fortunate woman. Mira, a rock star in the world of philanthropy in the community, but also an amazing mother.
Thank you, Anne. I really didn't expect such a generous introduction. Is it not on? Okay. There's a green light. Can you hear me now?
No.
Okay. We heard you though. Can you hear me now? All right. This is why even for our board meetings, I wear a lapel mic, because my voice just doesn't carry. I am a really soft-spoken, shy Indian woman. And those who know me well are laughing. It is absolutely my honor, and I am humbled to be here to introduce someone that actually needs no introduction, and I think in the previous session got a phenomenal introduction, but I am still going to do some justice to you because you have provided the early childhood field, Dr. Heckman, a way to really be compelling and thoughtful about how we talk about what we deserve and what young children and families deserve. But before I introduce you formally, I just wanted to take a moment to recap what we've heard in the last 12 hours, or the top lines for me. You know, we saw some polling results. We've heard from folks on both sides of the aisle, sort of what the key priorities are. We heard that labor force participation is important. We heard that child care is important, and that work support is important. We have in this room a collection of people from the diverse sectors that represent early childhood. We've got folks that really think deeply about health. We have folks that think deeply about early learning or child care. We've got practitioners. We've got advocates. We've got research folks in the room. So really, it's a constellation of minds that have come together to think about how to advance outcomes for children. When you step back, and I'd like to invoke children in the room, the panel this morning with parents was powerful. And while I respect everybody else that was out here, I just have to say, they made it real. So as we invoke children in the room, I want us to remember things that we heard from parents this morning. They wanted to feel a sense of agency. They wanted to have services that supported their unique needs. They wanted to be treated with respect. They needed support both from the education sector, the higher ed sector, the early childhood, child care sector, as well as the health sector. What's at stake today really is a shift, a change, a dramatic potential change in the Affordable Care Act, which is going to serve our youngest children, and a restructure of Medicaid could severely impact the healthy development of young children, which we know to be really important. What is important, we know, to the next administration is childcare quality through tax credits. But we know that not all of our parents are going to benefit from a plan that just looks at that as a piece of the solution. And the reality we're in is almost 50% of our children live in low-income households. And yet we get tripped up over, should it be universal? Should it be targeted? When 50% of your kids really are low income, 49 or 46% of your births are Medicaid eligible births, you know, quite honestly, we need to know what works for whom, under what conditions, and really create a set of coordinated systems that serve all children and their parents, hence the two-gen approach. So that's really the frame of reference for us. And with that, I want to say we have with us a Nobel laureate, a scholar, an economist, someone who's done research not just in the United States, but all over the world about human capital investment. And I'm delighted particularly to be introducing you because at the core of the Packard Foundation strategy is human capital investment. When I became director and Carol Larson, our president who's sitting in the back, said, "What do you want, Mira, next? We've spent a decade moving access to high-quality preschool forward. We're trying to get children health insurance. What do you think the next horizon is?" I said, it's really quality. When you think about having created access, you have to create access to quality in order to achieve the outcomes you want to achieve. So then you step back and you think about what are the key levers of that quality. And you chart a child's journey at birth, the obstetrician, the pediatrician, the mom. And then in the first 3 years of life, 80% of our children are either with their parents or a family, friend, and neighbor. And then you've got access to preschool. So it's parents, it's caregivers, both formal and informal, and teachers. And adults in the lives of children really matter, and the quality of their relationships really matter. And the research that we're about to hear about is really something that gives us wind in our sails to make a tremendous argument for coordinated systems, for high quality, and for systems. A parent said this morning, I want systems to speak to each other. And for these systems to come together and speak to each other. Dr. Heckman is a Henry Schultz Distinguished Service Professor of Economics and Director for the Center of Economics of Human Development. I love that economics and human development have come together, right, at the University of Chicago, and is an expert on the lifetime returns in investment, and has really done research upon research. And it's specifically what he's going to talk about, I think, today, is the data he's looked at from the Abecedarian study, as well as the Carolina approach to responsive education, about the long-term effects. And as both Jackie and JB said in the earlier panel, it just gets earlier and earlier, and quality is key. And comprehensive services are key. So without further ado, let me introduce Dr. Heckman.
Thank you very much for that kind introduction. And let me set my own stopwatch here so I know I won't, whoops, oh, here it is. Okay, let the talk begin. So I'm here today to talk and share with you some thoughts about the question which I know is central to this meeting, and that is about developing effective strategies for promoting social mobility within and across generations. And today I want to emphasize a few points. And the first point is that effective early childhood policy is really effective family policy. That's been said before, but it can't be said more, and it needs to be emphasized. And I think of particular importance are policies that support the mothers of families, and particularly the mothers of single-parent families. which is a reality and important fact in American life. So I think we have to understand today that building and supporting families is at the core of any successful child development strategy. And any effective early childhood policy works with, promotes, and enhances the family. So when we think about parent-child, caretaker-child, caretaker-parent interactions, these are the successful ingredients. We need to understand more about what those ingredients are. And we need to recognize in moving forward exactly what are the essential features of those interactions. Not just saying relationships are important, but what aspects of relationships are important, and how can we foster those aspects that we find to be important. So I think we need to draw on research on the family and its role in shaping the lives of children and the effective interventions that promote family life. That's going to be important to the family. Now here I make a point which may be somewhat controversial, especially when I look at some of the comments that have been made over the last few sessions. Namely, I think that effective research on family mechanisms and family supplementary mechanisms promoting child development are really needed, going behind the evaluations of specific programs or packages of interventions to really understand exactly what are the mechanisms that give success. So we really want to understand more deeply than we do. I think there's some pretense here that we understand, but there's a lot more to understand about the mechanisms of mothering, mentoring, and building attachments. And to really understand that these features are universal features of human parenting and of human mentoring, whether we talk about an adolescent program, which I think is age-adapted parenting, or we think about a very early childhood program where both the parents and supplements to the family life can help build and foster relationships with the child and build those interactions. So I think we want to move beyond the notion about picking a best intervention or thinking about and really trying to understand what we've learned from across a variety of interventions. So I really hate to say this, which is the typical statement, that we don't know everything. We need to know a lot more. But what we need here is a call for action, measured action, guided by evidence and theory and the expansion of the database. And as J.B. Pritzker said earlier today, I think in the new political environment, rigorous evidence on the costs and benefits of programs based on long-term follow-ups will be essential for making the case. And I think that's important. But I think it's also important that we address some central questions that are out on the table. So let me now give you a few slides. And let me I can see this, okay. So I think the first emphasis that I want to make is to understand that we want to unify the study of the family with the study of early childhood interventions. And that doesn't mean just want to think about mothers and children, but understanding that all effective interventions for children are essentially either supplementing the mother, making her role easier, understanding how she can interact with her child more effectively, and then also supplementing some of the parenting that the family, for whatever reason, may not be able to fully provide. So we have to understand, and I think in terms of thinking about public policy, that families, schools, and interventions of the kind we're discussing in the last day or so create skills. But to place them in a common framework will help shape thinking. So it's not like we're looking for this successful model or that successful model. We're looking for the ingredients of these successful interventions, and so that we can actually develop programs that support families, that actually give people choices, and that actually promote understanding of parenting and the effect of early interventions. So what are a few unpleasant truths to actually contemplate? And this is something that hasn't been much discussed today, but it's ever present in the American discussion. And if we look, for example, at the changing American family, we know that one of the big growth sectors in the American economy, besides the fact there's been a very big decline in the percentage of prime-age males working in the workforce for a number of reasons, there's also the growth, a parallel growth, that the children under 18 living in single-parent families has grown. It's a tremendous growth sector. And we do have a large number, like 30% under 18, more children born out of wedlock. But now we ask, who are these kids? And it's not just any kids. It's not random kids. We're not talking about children of affluent PhDs, many of whom, some of whom may have children on their own outside of marriage. But if we look, for example, at the nature of the relationship of these families, oops, didn't click, there it is. We know that there are many more births outside of marriage for the less educated. And so these are mothers who have command lower wages in the labor market, maybe have less knowledge, less training, in many ways are disadvantaged, and they simply need help and can be supplemented. And if we look, for example, at a measure of family, whoops, it's not, oh, there it is. If we look, for example, at family poverty rates, this very category, this growth sector, if you want, in the American family life, these are the growth sectors where essentially family poverty rates are high. They've gone down a little bit since the 1984s, but still at a very high rate, hovering around 40%. So this means then that the children of these environments, growing up in these environments, not only are growing up single-parent families, but with fewer resources, and fewer resources measured in many ways. And now a second issue that rises, and this is also another growth sector, is the fact that when we look at the labor force participation rate of mothers by the marital status and child's age, again, single parents, single mothers are the ones working at the highest. You see rates over 80% per annum growth in that. And a big growth sector, too, are the individuals who are actually single parents and have under 6, the big growth of that. These are the kids who showed up, that correspond, their mothers are the ones who are in those graphs that I showed earlier. Now, what about the burden on these mothers? And what about the burden on these families? It's not just the consequences for the children, although those are serious. If you look, for example, it's not really, here we are. If you look, for example, at the ratio of child care expenditures to mother's income across the category, the mothers who are high school dropouts, the ones who are least advantaged by many dimensions, are spending as much as 35% of their income on child care expenses. So the families that are greatest in need, in some sense, in terms of financial resources and time resources as well, are the ones who are most heavily stressed. So this is why the child care issue and the family development issue are very inextricably linked. Now, what do we know? Well, we know that these early environments play a very important role. I had a discussion with somebody. I'll show you a graph which could be given a genetic interpretation. It is not a genetic interpretation. But what we do know is that skill gaps across socioeconomic groups open up very early. There's no question about it. They persist strongly for cognitive skills, less strongly for social and emotional skills. We also know, and this is one of the major findings of recent research across fields, both in economics, child development, neuroscience, and other fields, skills are not set in stone, but they do solidify. There is a genetic basis. Skills evolve. They can be shaped. And we know, as we've heard repeatedly, the early years matter. So this is a graph that actually is due to Jeannie Brooks Gunn that I've used repeatedly, but it just shows something that's very striking. And that is if we look at these kinds of age-adjusted scores, looking at children whose parents are college graduates versus high school dropouts, we find huge differences in test scores at the time kids are entering college, but those gaps are there when kids are entering ordinary kindergarten, and they're there even in the preschool years. So those early years matter. Somebody was mentioning earlier today, this could be a genetic factor. Could be, but it's not, as I will try to show you when I look at the intervention data. It's not just that dumb kids have dumb parents. It's a lot more that there are real environmental influences, and we really have to take this into account. Now, one important and iconic figure, I'm going to give you some new stuff, but I cannot help but go back to what I consider one of the most important findings, which has been found repeatedly, that the environments that we're talking about, where children are growing up in somewhat greater disadvantage, are environments that are verbally less rich and are much less encouraging for the children. So this is very well documented. Anne Fernald has some recent evidence on this. And if we look at the trends, this is again another graph that should be going around the world, that if we look at the enrichment expenditures on children at the top versus the bottom of the distribution, we see not only a real gap, but a growing gap. So what we're seeing not only is that there are gaps, and we know those gaps have been there for decades. So what I think much of this evidence shows, and I think this is very important, is that targeting early disadvantage is an effective policy. I know there's people already mentioned, you mentioned targeting and universal. I mean, there are issues about political placement of these issues. Certainly, one can provide programs and charge people for them. That's not really the issue. But where the greatest gains are and where the greatest opportunities are, I think, are in terms of targeting early disadvantaged and most disadvantaged environments. And a recent example of this, of the effectiveness, is a paper that was just published like a week ago. You can download this from a new journal published by Nature, the British Science Journal. This is a paper by Avshalom Caspi and Terry Moffat. And they took this group of people, you may be familiar with their work, a group of children they followed over their lifetime in New Zealand, the so-called Dunedin cohort. The Dunedin cohort children are now in their late 30s. They followed these kids year by year from the time of birth. And they asked the very specific question. If we look at a number of burdens, social burdens in society, and this is primarily a European population, I think they exclude the Maoris from this particular study. There isn't a very big sample anyway. That you find what is sometimes called, or what they call and was called by Pareto, the, here we are, the so-called Pareto principle. You may know Pareto law for distribution of income or city size. But this is a notion that 20% of the actors account for 80% of the results. What they find is actually that this concentration of problems, we're talking about health problems, we're talking about crime, we're talking about a variety of other issues associated with behavior, withdrawal from the larger society. 20% of these people, the same group of people, targeted at a very early age, they found 3 to 5, were highly predictive of who would be later burdens on the society and burdens on themselves. So that targeting is something that is, I think, very well justified. That's not obvious to a lot of people, by the way. When you go out there, you say, well, why should I target? You know, I mean, why do I know if I go to 3? Why shouldn't I wait until the problem actually occurs? And the argument people say, well, it's cheaper to treat it earlier. But I think the evidence on the effectiveness of targeting has been much weaker than we could. This is a very important piece of evidence. There is other evidence as well. So you can refer to that paper. So let me just say that targeting is important. There's a lot of evidence that targeting matters, and that we have enough evidence to suggest that at least focusing on the early years might seem to be very important. So let me show you some evidence on this. But what I want to do is I want to go beyond showing treatment effects and saying this is good for reading, or this makes the kid happy, or reduces something or other. What I really want to talk about is understanding the mechanisms, which is, I think, the whole idea. So I think the advance will go forward if we go ahead of what I think is kind of a typical discussion, or often a typical discussion in the field, which is a program evaluation mentality. That's partly useful. So it looks for the best program. But if you think about it, most of these programs that we have out there are bundles of components. And most all the programs that we have, it's not just one thing. We do lots of things. I'm going to discuss some programs in a second which have those features. What we really want to understand is which components, if any, create beneficial effects, and how costly are they? And then the second component is that when we do evaluations of these studies, we really have to be hard-nosed and go beyond short-term evaluations. Many people will say, okay, this works. It's very effective. And it works maybe 3 months after the evaluation, 6 months after. That's not enough. People will ask, are we really getting long-term benefits? And so what I want to try to do is suggest that we need to have a culture, not just of program evaluation, but a culture also of understanding mechanisms and of long-term follow-up. So what do we know? So let me give you some evidence on effectiveness of targeted interventions and trying to learn. And this is an ongoing subject, so it's not the last word. But I want to give you some powerful evidence on the effectiveness of targeted interventions. Now, many of you know, and we have some representatives of the high scope Perry preschool program here today, Cheryl in particular. We know that the Perry preschool program is this program that was iconic, launched some 50 years ago, even before Head Start. And this program has been studied, and I'm going to give you some very recent evidence from the Perry program when the Perry kids are now in their 50s. So we actually follow them over the whole lifetime, a true long-term evaluation. But if you remember, one of the great graphs that came out of this study, this is early on, and this was something that broke the hearts of many people back in the 1960s, and still would break the hearts of many people today. And people, I would not underestimate the fact that, they say that the progress of science is made one death at a time. It's very, very slow to get some of these basic ideas across. But if you look, for example, at the Perry Preschool Project, it had this great promise. If you look at the early years in Perry, so you have random assignment, treatment and control. We actually recently conducted a survey of the surviving teachers from the Perry program and asked them, what exactly did you do? Which I think is extremely interesting. They didn't follow Piaget. They didn't follow anything. They followed their common sense. They said, we did for these kids what we would do for our own children. And I think that is the fundamental notion. It's not that there's some special curriculum that's hidden out there and we've discovered it. And this is what they did. So you should read this. The NIAC recently published these in two essays. I'm happy to send you that. But so what happened in this? They played it by the seat of their pants, and they had this effect in the first few years. They said, look what a wonder this is. They've raised IQ. So a couple of years out, these kids at age 5 were much smarter in the treatment group than the control group. But then, just like in Head Start, just like in a lot of programs, this basically collapsed. And the people said, that's it. Why? Because everybody at that time, and many people still today, do not underestimate this, still believe that IQ or achievement tests or PISA scores are essentially the way you evaluate success, or some measure of a test taken at age 5 or age 7. And what we've learned from this study is that there are multiple dimensions of human performance, which, when followed over the lifetime, measures of social, emotional, and health skills that matter. So this accumulated into something which I've talked about before, which I think has had some influence on discussion, namely finding rates of return about 7 to 10%, which is a very high rate of return. But now if you look more deeply as to what was going on inside this program. So this is a program, there's multiple aspects. Children were brought in every day, plan, do, and review a task, although the program evolved in the course of the program. What you can see, and it's something we found so far in every investigation we've conducted, is that parental responses were very strong. There were home visits, but not only it's just a matter of lecturing to the parent, you bring the child home with a curiosity and enthusiasm, and you suddenly start seeing an interaction between the parent and the child that wasn't present. And you can see this. So for example, looking at parental responses after day 1, looking at measures of things like parental warmth. It's not going so quickly. So looking at authoritarianism and so forth. So there are some very, very interesting features. But what do we know? In terms of the discussion today, what we're really interested in, what were the intergenerational effects? And we now have these data on children at age 55. So I'll show you something. This is something brand new we've got in the last week or two by looking at this new study. We followed the Perry people up, and I cannot emphasize too strongly how important it is to basically keep track and understand what's going on. But here, for example, you can look at the structure of things like years suspended from school, completed at least high school, whether or not they're in good health. All these kids are now in their 30s, 20s and 30s. What you're seeing is very beneficial long-term effects. Not on just the children, it's the children of the children. It's the children. So we're talking about 2 generations. This is a study about 3 generations. And this is something that's very important. And I would argue that 7 to 10% return that I talked about really is probably an underestimate now if you sort of go forward and ask, how did we change the home environment, the next generation and their kids? That's something to be determined, something we're in the middle of doing. And there are gender effects, and I'll come back to this because the gender effects are real. There are differences, but there still are profound effects for both males and females. So let me go on about the Carolina ABC project, and you were talking about ABC and CARE. These two are really closely related. Many of you probably saw, and this is something that I think many people initially found surprising. We had a paper with Francis Campbell and a group at the Francis Porter Graham Center that essentially they took health measures at age 35. We did we had physicians' visits with children who are basically 35 years of age. And we looked at measures like blood pressure, systolic and diastolic, hypertension, measures precursors for diabetes and so forth. A number of beneficial effects, but they were gender specific. Most of the effects were for boys. And that's a theme I want to return to. There are pronounced gender effects in these programs, which have implications. Recently, we completed a study, and this is what you were referring. This is a study where we actually did a cost-benefit analysis. Here we teamed up with a group at USC. Because of these health benefits, we wanted to monetize and capture the benefits of better health, reduced costs and the quality of life that goes over. So what this graph shows, this is a very busy graph, and I apologize for it. I break it up by males and females, and if you just look at the heights of columns, you'll see substantial differences. But the story that I want to look at are these boxes, these kinds of solid boxes. So here are the costs. The costs are something like $80,000, $85,000 a year in 2014 dollars. Big, a lot of money. People say, that's it. It's a deal closer. We cannot possibly begin a deal breaker. Sorry, we cannot possibly invest in this. On the other hand, you start looking at the total benefits, you see substantial gains. Overall, which is what these solid boxes are, in total benefits, and we break it down with the labor income, parental labor income, crime, and the quality of life. This can be broken down even further. We can break it down into effects year by year. But what is this saying? Well, we talked about 2 generations, or 3. This is 2 generations really in this study. These kids are still relatively young. What is parental labor income? What people don't understand, well, they do understand, you understand, but out there in the larger community is not fully understood, is these programs are operating not only to provide opportunities for children and to induce parenting and to improve parenting. Oh, nobody can hear me? Is that right? I've been speaking to a...
Okay, well, okay. All right. So anyway, so what we see here is that one big component was subsidizing the work of women. And it wasn't just their work, increasing family income, which was one of the issues you saw for single parent mothers, but it also promoted their possibility of getting education. I haven't broken down all the outcomes. These are aggregate. So you provided opportunities for the woman. At the same time, you're providing opportunities for the children. You can also look at the effects on crime, substantial reductions on crime. That was also found in Perry. Substantial effects on health, and of course, substantial effects on labor income. There are many other components I could go into, but there are differences. But I don't really have time I think there are individual components, but there are some substantial gender differences. But what are the rates of return? And this is what was referred to earlier by JB, and I think is a very interesting and I would say defensible return, is we got an overall rate of return about 13.7% per annum. For males, about 14% per annum. And this is not just some number cooked up. If you read it, the paper's available, you'll see several hundred pages of sensitivity studies where we actually try different things. And this survives an economic test. So we do account for the cost of raising taxes, any of the distortions that are common in the public finance literature. So this is a rate of return that survives, I think, public scrutiny about the cost and the benefits of programs. So these are very high returns. What's the difference? What we're doing is we're including some of the benefits on subsidizing work and education of mother, but we're also, major component is health. And those are dimensions that were never considered. So how can it be health? What's going on here? Here's a program that was originally designed to basically address the problem of a bad cognitive stimulation and to boost the IQ of disadvantaged children. Well, what we also have understood that this process of interaction, this kind of which you don't fully understand yet. We're in the process of understanding it. A lot of work on attachment, on child development, work by people like Bowlby and Ainsworth and so forth, but a lot more to understand and to can make that work concrete and translate it into specific policy, how that's delivered. What we found was that you promoted some of the social and emotional skills, the ability of people to control. Not only did they get more education, they got more information, but they also are better able to regulate their lives. And I would also make a point that I think can't be made too strongly, especially in the recent literature about how to go about evaluating programs and the like. I would argue that experiments have to be carefully analyzed, and there are a lot of blind faith in RCTs. The most recent example is the Head Start study. Many people took the Head Start study, they randomly assigned individuals to treatment and control in the Head Start, and they found out that, gee, when you looked at the treatment group and the comparison group, there wasn't much difference between the treatment and the control. And that's been used as an argument by many people against funding Head Start. But that was just a flawed study. That was a flawed design from a randomized controlled trial. It's exactly this kind of naive belief that RCTs provide the answer. But it's also true, so when you adjust for what's sometimes called control group substitution, it has a real effect. This also shows up in the ABC study. So I'll just give you what we have worked on. There's some recent work, not with such long-term follow-up, from the ABC. But here, what you can see is that the ABC children, who again were randomly assigned, Perry was a wonderful study because in 1960, there weren't that many alternatives to Perry. Head Start wasn't in existence. By the time ABC was created, ABC had Head Start, and there were many other rivals. So the question is, you can see the fraction of kids, fairly substantial fraction of kids who are in some alternative, who were not in the ABC treatment group, but took some alternative. Now, when you adjust for that, you can find that it actually makes a substantial difference to do so. I'll show you just exactly how much. But let me also just make a point while I'm on it, to talk about how we compute things like benefit-cost ratios. Out in this discussion, out in the public discussion about computing benefit-cost ratios, there's been kind of a notion saying, okay, look, we have a certain policy. It's the one that Chetty has put forward, Klein and Walters following in his footsteps, looking at labor income consequences only of something like Head Start and so forth, and providing some evidence about Head Start. But the trouble with that, I mean, there are a lot of technical issues I won't get into, but let me just say this. If you look at life, even over the lifetime versus stopping at age 27, which is more or less where these studies stop, you see a big difference in the benefit-cost ratio. This suggests there really is no benefit. This is now suggesting some modest benefits. If you now consist all the sources, the health, the other kinds of earnings, you get substantial benefits. And I think that's the notion, that we don't want to be too casual. There's an awful lot of work on cost-benefit analysis. People saying, okay, I'm going to fit a test score, and here's the effect on earnings, and I'm going to discount it. Very casual, unfortunately influential, and I think somewhat dangerous. But let me go back to the substitution bias question just for a second. Because we also found something out that I think is very important, which also tends not to be noted. And this is the fundamental resilience of girls as opposed to boys at this age. I think that's pretty well known. But here we have a very strong example. So I'm running out of time, so I should probably wrap this up. But let me just make a comment that if you look at the consequences for boys versus girls, and you ask, what's the effect of the program of this versus their staying with their parents, or this versus they're going to an inferior or lower quality daycare that is not, something of the quality of ABC, you get even negative effects in some case on crime for boys by going to this alternative. Whereas if you stay at home, you actually get more positive effects. So there is a resilience, and this is something, again, people don't want to say, oh, boys are different. Everybody knows that at age 3 and 4, little girls are far better, far more mature, more verbal, and in fact, there seems to be much greater resilience for the girls for low quality. But it also makes a point that low quality alternatives can be harmful. And this is something else. And that's why the quality of care has to be one of the issues put on the table. Because now what happens is people are saying, oh, we have low quality, we just put kids in childcare, never asking what the effects are of quality. Now these weren't put into Romanian orphanages. They were not tucked away in something terrible, but they were put into kind of standard quality programs circa early 70s in North Carolina. And it had harmful or not very beneficial effects, especially for the boys. So there are these gender effects. And again, if we go through, I'll just have to skip through these slides, but if you go through, you can see some of the same notions. If you ask, how's the parent-child interaction? What is the nature of that interaction? Something that really has to be investigated much more, which can be. There's really some nice technological changes, technological opportunities for using technologies to measure that, not just with Lena, not just with verbal measures, but with video measures in a more creative way. So what we want to look at is isolating components of program effectiveness. And here I'll just put up one slide, which does go part way towards this. This takes us way out of the country. This takes us to Jamaica. But it shouldn't take us out of the country. One thing nice about the Jamaican intervention of Sally Grantham McGregor and company was a program that was actually taken at ages 18 to 34 months of age. Very low-cost program. The quality of the people giving the service is quite low. These are not high school graduates even. These are people who are actually not that well trained. What did they do? They taught the mother to use local materials to engage the child and to then build a permanent relationship. It's only 16 months. So if I were to do a cost-benefit study, I would bet, and we are doing it, we're in the middle of doing it, we're just starting collecting at age 30. And I would also point out that there is a substantial effect. So let me just make a summary and conclude. Okay, I have like 30 seconds. So let me just make a few points. I would emphasize, and this is quite self-serving, but nonetheless, I don't think it is. I honestly think, well, no, I know. I always used to say, every article was always, we needed more research and so forth. But in this area, we really do. I think we shouldn't kid ourselves. There are certain aspects about relationships, there are certain aspects about measurements, even of basic skills, which really require further research. And when done, can really be quite effective. A second point I make is the value of long-term evaluations. And I think this is very important, because I think it's too easy. A lot of the funders get taken with short-term results, but they often fade out. I have some other papers on these kinds of interventions that have attracted a lot of attention. So to conclude, I think what we need for guiding effective policy is hard evidence that survives critical scrutiny. I think it's all the more important now than it was maybe a few months ago. I think, secondly, long-term evaluations have a very important role. And there are a lot of studies that have been truncated, that might be revived, that actually provide some guidance. And, of course, new long-term studies launched. And I think we also want to think about rates of return, not just batteries or treatment effects, and evidence that links childcare and family development. So we should think about a model, not just of putting these two together, like pasting them together, but really understanding that an effective child care strategy, an effective early childhood program, is an effective parenting program. It's doing to the child what exactly the Perry teacher said. And I think we want to think of better documentation of the harm that's given to children by being placed in poor family environments. Again, literature has shown some vulnerability for boys. Finally, understanding the skills that matter. Understanding the skills that matter, understanding the mechanism of successful underlying interventions, and to understand that the quality matters greatly. And I would just say maybe you want to amend your logo to 3-generation effects, because that's what I just showed you. Sorry,
So I think we have time, unfortunately, for a couple of questions, and then we'll close the session up.
Hi, Charlie Bruner. And increasingly, people are looking not only at programmatic interventions, but place-based interventions. When we look at, whether we look at Robert Putnam or Charles Murray, we know that place matters a good deal in terms of the opportunities that are available to kids growing up. And the new ECCS grant program is designed on a population level to improve results by 15% in these neighborhoods. What can we do to use the same methodology to talk about rates of return on place-based strategies that we use with programmatic investments? And I think it's particularly important because really, if you can demonstrate impacts on a population level, you don't run the risk of a fallacy of composition where you're singling out certain people who are fortunate to get finite services at the expense of others.
Well, on the latter point, we have a partnership that we've just launched with a group in Denmark,
where some early childhood interventions have been taken to scale. So we can actually look at both the kind of short-term kind of experimental methods, or I should say not short-term, but sort of local experiments in a particular place, and then applied to whole areas within Denmark, larger populations, so that scaling up question can be addressed. That's one issue. But I think more generally, the same methodology would apply in some sense. Here, if we essentially, what are you talking about? You're talking about changing the quality of schools? Places themselves are meaningless. What is there is neighborhoods. Is it schools? Is it what Robert Sampson would call social efficacy? How can we essentially stimulate those kinds of neighborhood effects? I think we can use exactly the similar methodology. And in fact, the recent paper on MTO and the fact that when children were moved from one area to another, taken out of disadvantaged areas and moved at relatively early in life to more advantaged areas, we saw that was a place. It's a very crude notion of just what exactly constitutes the place, but generally they were better, maybe somewhat more affluent neighborhoods. And the children who were brought into that program, a randomized trial, actually were more successful.
And arguably the children who remain behind in the poorer neighborhood had fewer supports and role models with them than the worse.
Possibly, but the study didn't show that. It didn't investigate that one way or the other. It's possible, no question about it. I am a little suspicious, though, about place per se, because a lot of the studies of place, for example, I mentioned Chetty earlier, a lot of these studies that have attracted so much attention about social mobility, that, Utah has more mobility, those break down into individual components. There's no causality in those studies. I think a lot has been made out of it by certain individuals, but honestly, it is telling you more or less what some of these graphs I said earlier and what Putnam was saying or what Murray was saying, that these individual environmental effects are really quite important, and the place per se is less important. But that's another whole discussion.
So we could take one more question. Hi, Professor Heckman.
Kristen Lodel from LIFT and an Ascend Fellow. It is such an honor to have you join us. Thank you. I'm wondering if you could speak a little bit more on the nose to the impacts of diminishing family poverty in the early years. So just targeting household poverty and any perspective you have on that.
I could talk for a long time, and you don't want me to. I think you're raising a question which I think is really important. I kind of skipped over it because it's only 30 minutes and we're only discussing. The real question is, what's the measure of childhood poverty? And I think the standard measure has been money income. But we know that actually some of the most disadvantaged environments can produce very well-functioning families. And what it seems more, and in fact some people would say, mother's conscientiousness, the ability of the mother. So, for example, there were studies done years ago in Chicago about children growing up in the Robert Taylor homes, very now torn down, but very, very severely disadvantaged environments. And a lot of those kids came out, not just kind of good, but they were actually very good. They came out, they had very successful lives. And when that was investigated, and more should be done, it turned out to be the role of the mother and the family, the immediate family, in protecting the child and supporting the child. So I would argue that the real measure of child poverty is not money, but it's love and it's attachment. No, it is. There's a famous economist named Dennis Robertson who said, what is it that society, he said the whole market was set up to economize on love. Because generally, when we transact with each other and buy and sell wheat, we don't do it because we love each other. We're trying to make money and so forth. But love is really the scarcest thing. And when it comes to child development, it really is. But that's what, I'm not saying you can replace it. That's why you can never replace the mother. Never, ever. But what you do is you supplement the mother, maybe give her information and empower her. So I would argue that we need to sort of go beyond the kind of standard measures of child poverty to think much more deeply about the environment and the actual interaction. Who has somebody to take care of them and encourage them? Sounds very soft and squishy, but it isn't actually. No, but I think there's hard evidence. But it means then we should think differently. So I gave you a poverty figure because I pulled it off the shelf. That's what people go to. But I think when we start educating people more broadly about the science of child development, we need to go to that next step and say, look, we really truly want to think about what child poverty is. It's really being denied access to this kind of interaction. It's not just touching, touching is part of it. It's just this whole interaction.
scaffolding, what Vygotsky called. Just the lack of access to scaffolding and guidance. That's the ultimate guide, and we need to measure it a lot better.
On that note, thank you so much.
You know, we are ending on a high, because when an economist tells you that love matters, love matters. So remember that. Thank you all so much.
Get up and stretch, don't leave the room.
Get up and stretch. Don't leave the room. You've worked through your break. You have one more session.
So, Will Lightborn.
Oh. Yeah, so unfortunately.
So how do I bring people back to order?
They clap.
Clap. I lost my pen.
Just start clapping and people will
Right? Okay.
Right. That's a good one. Make sure my tie is okay.
That doesn't quite work. Kirsten Lodel. Start clapping with me.
Thank you. You guys. I love you. Please. I know, seriously. That's why we have to clap before I talk.
Actually, because you're all paid actors for you.
Yeah. That's why we have to raise so much money. Why do you think we have to raise so much money?
Hello, everyone.
Hello.
So will you be housed here in D.C. or will you be?
No.
It's a hard crowd, man. I know.
I'm original. Yeah, I still haven't heard the.
Come check me out. You know that?
Absolutely.
Hello.
I want to take part in this. I tell people all the time.
I know, Dr. Hector is too much.
Tells me that you have to be intentional.
Impossible to follow.
I know.
I dropped her name in Minnesota.
That's what I'm talking about.
I dropped her name in Minnesota. I do. Oh my gosh.
It's been a really good meeting, though.
Yeah, it really has. He's intentional.
So, hi, everyone.
Okay, Aisha.
Can you hear me?
Aisha.
Can you hear me? Excellent.
Oh my.
You cannot hear me.
Uh-oh.
There we go. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Buenas tardes.
Buenas tardes.
Thank you. Hi, everyone. So I know that everyone enjoyed the panel with Dr. Heckman, and we are now going to transition into thinking about how all of the ideas that we've been hearing about all day, starting with parents, hearing from practitioners who are implementing this work based on the science and the data that we've heard. Ascend has been, over the years, working deeply with about 10 states across the country. We've also expanded our work to have some very close partnerships and collaborations with NGA and APHSA to really build out how is it that you implement and think about a two-gen approach across states. And so while we have a very distinguished panel with us this afternoon, I do want to mention that there are many state leaders across the country who are really starting to think about how do you implement a two-gen approach, and they're all at different levels. And I see our friends from Hawaii are also here, and we have friends from Maryland. So there are lots of folks to talk to and think about, all of this. So for this panel this afternoon, we're really going to focus on how is it that states take all of the information that they hear, right? Everything that we've heard this afternoon, they all hear it in their states, but within a very different context of thinking about how does this work from the federal level to the state level to then how does it impact the local level? And we're also going to engage in some conversations around how do you build political will within your states. These are all leaders who I think have made these very strategic decisions about how they're going to serve the children and families, not only in their states, but how does that then work at the local level? But also we'll have some conversation around what does that mean for state workers? And I think in the context of where we all sit, some of this information could also relate to federal workers, to the workers at the local level in cities and counties, and to others within our organizations. So we'll hear a lot about that. But let me start very quickly by introducing our panel. So with us this afternoon, we have Melvin Carter. Melvin currently serves as the executive director of the Minnesota Children's Cabinet, and he is also an Ascend Fellow. Yes. And in his current position, Melvin advocates for and advises Governor Mark Dayton on state early childhood policy interventions. Prior to joining state government, Melvin served on the St. Paul City Council from 2008 to 2013. And I'll just share this little bit, but it might be in his bio. So Melvin became engaged in politics after his brother was turned away from a Florida polling precinct during the election in 2000. And Melvin has often said that his passion is really about helping and supporting others. So thank you for being here.
Thank you.
Okay. And so from there, we are going to go with Will Lightbourne, right here to my left. Will is currently the director of the California Department of Social Services. He was appointed by Governor Jerry Brown in April of 2011, but has a long history of being deeply involved in a wide range of social welfare issues in California. Will also served as the director of the Social Services Agency of the County of Santa Clara and the executive director of the Human Services Agency of the City and County of San Francisco. Thank you for being with us. Thank you. And then all the way at the end, we've got John Davis, who serves as executive director of the Mississippi Department of Human Services. And I just have to add that we're really pleased to have our new friends and partners from the state of Mississippi in this conversation.
Yep, glad to be here.
So John Davis was appointed to his current position as Executive Director of the Mississippi Department of Human Services by Governor Phil Bryant in January of 2016. He has over 25 years of experience in various leadership positions within the agency. He's a native Mississippian who has said the opportunity to serve others is truly a gift. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks
Thank
for
you.
being with us. And last but definitely not least, we have Dr. Raquel Hatter.
Yay!
Who's a superstar. So Dr. Hatter is the commissioner of the Tennessee Department of Human Services. She's dedicated more than 25 years of her life to serving adults, children, and families. Her work has focused on resilient individuals and families living in vulnerable circumstances and facing various challenges. In 2011, she was appointed as commissioner of the Tennessee Department of Human Services by Governor Haslam. At DHS, she is responsible for more than 2 million Tennesseans, probably more by now, a budget of almost $3 billion, and more than 4,000 staff. And she is also a fellow of Ascend at the Aspen Institute. And she's president of APHSA.
Outgoing.
You're outgoing?
I've served, I did that. Yeah. And so shout out to APHSA, but I will say that David Stillman is the current board chair, and he's in Washington State who's done really great things.
Great, excellent, thank you. So, as I mentioned when we started with this, Ascend has been working closely with about 10 states across the country. We've also been working closely with NGA and APHSA as we really work with states and with state leaders to think about what does a two-gen approach look like at the state level, and what does that mean to then the people who are served. And so we're really gonna have this panel be more of a conversation. I think that we often get used to presentations, but we really wanted to engage in a conversation, because one of the things that I do wanna point out is that in our work at Ascend, as we've been working with states, we know currently that there are probably at least over 30 states who are in some point of thinking about, exploring, or implementing a two-gen approach. But what we know is that they all do it in a different way, and they're all coming at it from different directions, whether it's thinking about early childhood, the workforce, post-secondary, K-12. But the piece I want to point out here is that what we really also want to get to, as we've been having this conversation for the last day and a half, is that this is also a time to think about how do we move beyond the traditional roles. So if we're thinking about a place like early childhood, how do we move beyond our traditional early childhood programs, in which we only tend to think mostly about children, but really thinking about the adults in children's lives, the families, and then ultimately how communities are impacted.
That's right.
So we'll engage in a conversation, and throughout the conversation, it'll give us some time to hear specifically about what's happening in each of the states. Sound good? All right. So I'm going to start with Melvin because I have been saying that we've been working with NGA. So one of the things I would really love for Melvin to start with is to tell us briefly a little bit about how the work in Minnesota is going to be supported through the NGA Two Generation Initiative.
Sure.
Start with you.
Well, thank you so much for the opportunity to be here. I really appreciate that. As you said, I am the director of the Minnesota Children's Cabinet, working alongside Governor Mark Dayton, who is fine. Thank you for those who have reached out to show your concern. He's actually the one in the office making the jokes about what happened this week, but actually got up yesterday and came back to finish his State of the State address and also deliver his budget, which included, I should say, over $100 million of new funding for children and families, including pre-K. Thank you. Including pre-K, home visiting, and our Help Me Grow, and expanding our state's Help Me Grow system, which we use to provide proactive messaging about child developments to help kind of map what can, as we've discussed, be something somewhat complex early childhood system, and also to provide referral and care coordination services for families and children who have an acute child development concern. And so I direct the Children's Cabinet. We convene primarily our state's education, health, and human services agencies. But to your point, we have to get beyond just those things. And so one of the things through my phenomenal experience as an Ascend Fellow, that has been an amazing experience, Just got to say that. Can't sit here without saying that. That's been an amazing experience. As well as through the work that we're doing with NGA, we're learning that we really have to expand that work. And so bringing in our departments of our housing agency and our employment and economic development agency, and really figuring out how to work with corrections and transportation and other agencies like that, because they all really touch the way families succeed or don't succeed. I think one of the important lessons that we've really learned, because that's really critical of having those partners around the country and around the state. I first learned the real importance of this kind of systems building when I was on the city council. I'd be talking about housing and transportation, transit, and jobs, and all of these other things. And people would always say, "Well, that sounds great. Now, what about education?" And I, as a young city council member, would explain to them that our city doesn't run our schools. Our schools are run by our school district, which is a separate legal fiduciary. And they would, their eyes would glaze over and they'd walk away and say something, I'm sure, very complimentary about me under their breath. And I met one mom who didn't walk away at all. She looked at me and got really upset. And she said, "I didn't ask you for a civics lesson. I asked you for some help."
Oh, what?
And that was real, it was real eye-opening for me, exactly. And she left and I stood there. And so we created what became the St. Paul Promise neighborhood from my city council office, and really with that kind of focus in mind. And that's the focus that I bring to the Children's Cabinet. The other piece of that is when we were building the St. Paul Promise neighborhood, we were really acutely aware that we know something about the children and families in this community that it feels like nobody who's running our state systems, nobody who's running our federal systems must know. And so for us in the state work that we're doing, the goal of the grant is to harvest what we know in communities, to work with people like Barb Faber, who's sitting in the back somewhere, who runs our White Earth child care system and is working under a rural impact grant to try to really kind of transform the way we serve children and families there. And a set of 5 communities, so we're working directly with a set of 5 communities around our state who are doing this work. We're first listening to them, trying to engage the state system with families through the counties that in Minnesota administer our human services system, and through those neighborhood organizations. We're going to be utilizing TANF innovation funds to fund pilots for them to do some of the work with a set of common goals, but with an understanding that each of our communities is very unique, and the way some of this stuff plays out in each community has to be very unique. So really listening to them, hearing from them, and what we're hearing, which is good because it's where we started from them, really falls into these buckets that we have to do a better job listening to families, listening to those parents, like the parents who are here today, and we have to do a job. And as we listen, it can't just be for entertainment purposes. We have to listen for the purpose of redesigning our systems in a way that, I think of it as reversing the polarity, whereas right now, when we sit in these siloed systems, we ask families to serve our systems, and really reversing our polarity in a way that our systems are truly serving families.
Awesome. So next I'm going to move to Will, and I'm hoping that you can tell us a little about what you're doing in California. What's interesting about when I hear Will talk about their 2-gen approach, you talk about it a little bit differently than I think we're often accustomed to, but I also wonder if you can talk about scale, thinking about California.
Thank you. It's a pleasure to be here. When Yvette asked me if I'd be part of this, I thought, this is embarrassing. I don't feel like we have anything to put on show yet. And then yesterday evening when Ralph Smith was speaking and he talked about really the task is to fix the system, I felt better because that's sort of in the process we're in, as I'd characterize it. Quick description of California for those who aren't familiar with us. We are organized in an incomprehensible fashion. We're state oversight, county administered in the human services, social services side. So that means we devise policy, we fund, counties administer, run the programs, manage the staff, innovate. Their innovation flips back to our policy making, and so on and so on. Beyond that, we have and so we're responsible for the child welfare system, the public assistance systems, home care for the elderly and disabled, et cetera. Then we have a separately constituted Department of Education, which has most of the child care responsibilities, except those that are related to the TANF program, and an elected chief executive, sort of parallel to the governor, And then we have 58, what we call first fives, which were created by voter initiatives, and their structures are set in that initiative process. And they fund a lot of early child development activities, a lot of home visiting, et cetera. Then we have a mental health system that is hard to describe, but if you are in need of specialty mental health, you're going to be served by a county mental health plan. If you're in need of mild to moderate, you're going to be served by a managed care plan, which is not co-extensive with county boundaries. And so if you can navigate that, you sort of see where we're starting from. Ralph's other comment yesterday, he talked about battle-hardened and weaponized silos. At the leadership levels, that is not the case, but there are cultures that have not yet meshed. We sort of started our journey from actually our child welfare side, which is over 5-6 years ago, we began sort of revisiting how we do child welfare, and particularly with the focus of moving to a sort of a core practice model that would do three things above anything else. First, it would engage the families involved, and family engagement was considered paramount. Then it would elevate the voices of parents and children, and we insisted that that sort of be embedded now in a child-family teaming process. And thirdly, we insisted that children receive the services they need at the time they need them, particularly those services necessary to mitigate the effects of trauma. So as we were doing that, and then we looked across at our TANF system, the question sort of became, so what have we got there? We believe in a strong support structure for poor families. We're unapologetic about our TANF program. We have 60% of the children who are in poverty in California live in households that are in the TANF program, which is more than double, maybe even triple sort of the national average. Additionally, we've just this month sort of ended the practice of maximum family grants that cap family size eligible for the program. So 90,000 children this month became eligible for the benefits of the program. And then last year, adopted a state earned income tax credit targeted for low-income wage workers, and did that out of state general fund, et cetera. So all to the good in terms of having, relatively speaking, a support system. We also in California are blessed with, I think only Hawaii rivals us in this, an acute housing crisis, a result of minimum wage not having kept up over the years, housing market controls having been eroded by legislative action, and the sort of natural economic growth going on in some sectors of the society. So as we looked at what we do going forward, the question became, how do we migrate those same principles of a core practice model that we developed in child welfare into our TANF program, create a degree of flexibility in terms of activities people can participate in, have really much more robust assessments of parental issues and needs as they enter the program, more targeted resources to assist them, funded a family stabilization program that both allows time and some resources to deal with the immediate crisis. Parent can't participate in program because child is in chronic trouble in the school and there's no one there to help with that. Created a housing support program, rapid rehousing for chronically homeless families in the program, as well as subsidized employment opportunities. All good and well, but the model of service still isn't changed there yet. So now, working with the counties, they're doing a self-study, which they refer to as CalWorks 2.0, working with Mathematica and Center on Budget and Priorities and Crittenden Women's Services to look at what is that next space that can be occupied that involves that family-focused, family-voiced approach to service as opposed to case management. A lot remains to be done. There's all of the questions of how do we interlink with education, with adult ed, with community college, with the broader child care resources outside of the TANF system. I would sometimes one struggles and wishes you could see all the results in front of you while you're doing it yourself. I think I'm finally old enough to realize that simply knowing the work is beginning is what's important, and that we're coming to the close of Governor Brown's administration, the last 2 years of his term, but we will be leaving for the next administration, I think, systems that are starting to operate in that sort of integrated fashion, that are increasingly data-based, data-driven, and mutually accountable. So that's where we are
Great.
at to this point. Obviously, much more work to be done.
Thank you. You had plenty to share.
Doesn't seem like it.
That's great. That's great. So, John Davis, I hope that you can share a little bit with us about what Mississippi is doing. I think that many people, I often say, we're talking to Mississippi. People are a little surprised. But one of the pieces that I'm hoping that you could focus on as you're describing what you are getting ready to do is talking about how is it that you have involved parents and communities, because you all have a very specific work that you're going to be doing with family resource centers. And I just wonder how all of that fits in to where you're headed.
Thanks, Yvette. Thank you for allowing me to be here today. I appreciate the Aspen Institute and for what you all are doing. I think that we all, no matter where we come from, we're not the size of California, but I think we all share some commonality in our struggle, our effort to assist families and children. Some of the things that we found out of the WIOA, I know this sounds kind of strange, but our governor, he's always telling me, don't use acronyms, John, don't use acronyms, just tell me what they do, what the programs do. And he's absolutely right. Sometimes we bureaucrats, if you've been in the business a long time, we start talking in terms of acronyms rather than what exactly are we here to do, help children and family, right? So how do we in fact braid those services together in such a way that we truly can affect change in individuals and families' lives? So with the WIOA project, the governor brought all the cabinet level agencies together and said, you guys are going to work together, but something he did unusual was that he also brought those other agencies to the table that are board governed, those things like the Department of Health, the Department of Education, those board governed agencies, and brought to the table too and say, we would like you to be part of this as well. And so in doing so, we realized that even though we directors or commissioners or secretaries or whatever you want to call us, we all had some common things that we were trying to do together, and we all had good friendships and fellowship. I could pick up the phone and call any of them at any time, but we're our local offices working together to actually affect the change that we truly were looking for. And in working through that process, we realized, wow, we can work together at an even greater level than just WIOA, workforce development. Perhaps even we could work together to do what we've said we wanted to do all the time. Bring individuals to a point where they too can find self-sufficiency, self-reliance, because most of the individuals we deal with, and you know this as well as I do, they're not necessarily pleased to come into our county offices. I heard it's and I didn't mean to make a joke, but that's the truth, right? I know some of the parents ahead of us in the morning session really touched my heart, because what they said was some of the things that I talk to my staff about. I have 13 departments under my agency. I have all of those social programs that we really should be working together holistically, even within my own agency. And I was always saying things like, I wish that other department would do their job and we could do a better job at helping people. And then I realized, wait a minute, we have a lot of control over this as well. So we have to re-engineer or rethink the way we're running our offices, even on that we have 115 locations in the 82 counties. I'm unique in that that office, the state office, administers those programs out in the county. So we promulgate and proclamate and expect individuals out there to actually do what we're sending down. But in fact, are we doing that? And so in re-engineering that, we said, well, we're going to have community partners. So our community partners, my thought was, we're already working with the Family First Resource Centers, right? So why wouldn't we tap into that resource? Because not only are we funding them or helping to keep them rolling, they have all kinds of resources that are tied into those centers. And ours do in Mississippi. So why wouldn't we utilize that great resource? And I also had the added advantage of we broke those contracts down for the Family First Resource Centers into two, one in the north and one in the south. And we said, go forth and be fruitful. Create those Family First Resource Centers out in those communities that you build and that you grow, not the Department of Human Services at the state level. We want you to grow those partnerships. We want you to be part of those counties. And our county directors are required by our state law to actually reside in the county in which they direct. And they're supposed to be part of the community, but truly, are we part of the community? And I was a director for 8 years on the county level, so I know that those relationships sometimes can get blurred. And so our community partners, our Family First Resource Centers, we've got some great leaders in that segment there, and they agreed to take on that mantra and say, how do we pull all of the services that are in a particular county together and actually work with a family at the point of their need. So if a family comes into our local county Department of Human Services office and they get someone who doesn't necessarily talk to them in a nice way, as some of the parents in the morning sessions talk, well then maybe someone at the Family First Resource Center can help them as well. So we're beginning to braid those programs together. We're beginning to actually make sure that as we're re-engineering our county offices, that we are also in parallel or in conjunction working with those Family First Resource Centers, because the collaboration there is so very important. Because if I can have a Family First Resource Center counselor come into my county office and help my case manager, I want to get away from the idea of an eligibility worker. I mean, what is that? Anybody can determine eligibility for anything, right?
That's right.
I mean, a computer system, truly, if you have the money and you can pay for a computer system, it can determine eligibility.
Exactly right.
And so we need to become more of case management. We need to become more of navigators. How do you help the individual to get to the resource that they need to be self-reliant?
That's right.
And that all goes along with the workforce development piece as well. Because truly, if you help an individual get a job, a continuum of service tells me that first job may not help them be self-sufficient or help them become self-sufficient. That in fact, it may be the second and the third. Well, how did they get to that next level job? Education, training, career technical training. And then when we help them or they find a job, what is going on in their home? Is the child in a good center, a good child care facility? Is it educationally based? Is it quality care? So they don't have to worry about when they're on the job that they have a child that perhaps could be in a situation where they have to be concerned. So what are we doing as an agency to make sure? And then we've now brought in, we had a meeting 2 weeks ago, the governor came in, we brought in all of our partner agencies, health, education, those partner agencies, and set them around a table and said, we're going to be intentional about this, Dr. Hatter. Dr. Hatter is a good friend who always is telling me, John, it's all about being intentional about what you're doing.
Right.
And my good friend from the commissioner from Hawaii talks about, the vertical and horizontal look, the Ahananui, is that correct? And the approach to, am I good? And the approach to what we do as human services. So you can, whatever we are, whatever side of the fence you sit on, if our intention is to help individuals find self-sufficiency and self-reliance, then we've got to be there to help navigate through this bureaucratic stuff.
Awesome. Thank you. Thank you.
Yes. Amen.
Thank you.
I started to say that.
Absolutely.
So, Commissioner Hatter, you've been at this for a while. So tell us a little bit about what's happening in Tennessee, but I'm wondering if you could focus on, when we talk about a two-gen approach, we often talk about that it's a mindset, the change in culture.
Yeah.
I wonder if you could tell us a little bit about how you've been doing that.
Sure. Well, thanks for having us here. We really do appreciate it and having the opportunity. I always have to send a shout out to Ann because she's a two-gen evangelist in my view. She said the doors were open and I came. And so it's been really good for Tennessee. Really quickly, I do want to tell you a little bit about myself, especially as it pertains to the families that we heard from this morning. I think that so often we come together in a room and we don't really know where we all came from.
Mm-hmm.
And so for me particularly, my mom had me when she was a teen. She graduated from high school with a 3.9. She worked in local government. And I had a legislator ask me, well, where did you graduate from? I said, well, the first place I graduated from was Head Start.
Yeah.
So, and as I listened to the families this morning, and be mindful that I have a timekeeper, I was raised in a Baptist church, and I'm going to try to do this right. So, here's the thing. But as I listened to the families this morning, many of us, or at least somebody we care about somewhere, has to make these very ridiculous decisions that we have created as a system from day to day, right? And I remember when, which means you can get past this. My husband and I, he was working on his degree. We're two-parent family, we have kids, and we're juggling. And his job wouldn't work with him. And we had to sit down and make a decision for him to quit his job for a year. For him to make that move so that our family could go to the next level. And I couldn't get my nails done here. There was a lot of stuff couldn't happen. but it was all right? So, yeah, I'm okay now. See you. But nevertheless, but my point is that many of us can identify, if we're honest about it, with the people that we serve. And the bottom line is, it can come to pass and it's possible. So we don't buy it can't happen or we don't know what to do about people who are living in poverty. We do know what to do. The question becomes, are we courageous and bold enough to do the doggone thing, right? So now having said that, I'm gonna get to Tennessee shortly, but this is what you asked about. You asked about hearts and minds, and this is a part of it, right?
Absolutely.
Then you invited me and you know me.
Right.
So here's the other thing.
Eyes wide open.
So we talk directly to the people that we serve in Tennessee, everybody at all levels, self-included. Susan Dreyfus did this as well when she was a commissioner. And I remember meeting with a two-parent family in Memphis back in December of last year, sitting across the table from them, and it was a husband and a wife. And they needed some help with childcare, and there was some policy that we put in place that we had complete and total control over that was interfering with what they needed. And I remember the mom, she was the spokesperson. And what I sensed is their spirit, and it was broken from where I sat. So we had a husband and a mom. They're doing what they know to do. He's there with her, she's the spokesperson. And what I sensed from him was a heaviness that I'm doing all I know to do, and I still have to come talk to you. And I still can't get what I need from you, and you're in charge. Now, having said that, I got 3 minutes and I ain't told you nothing about what we do in Tennessee. So here's the situation. What we did was, we made a positive assumption that the people that work in the Department of Human Services came to do something good on behalf of others. We asked the question, are people better off because we've been in their life? Too many of us could not say yes. And better off meant not no longer qualify for SNAP. We talked about better off like we think better off is, right? So that was a question, and enough of us could not say yes. And so then we went on to this journey of changing hearts and minds, internally and externally. We had to do it in both arenas. So we made an affirmative statement that we were strength-based, meaning we don't think that the people we serve don't bring anything to the table. So it was a departure from the deficit, but not an assumption that we were thinking negative in the first place, but we didn't want anybody to be unclear about what we were talking about. So we made an assumption that everybody brings something to the table, and if we were humble enough, we would be able to see it, grow it, and develop it. But we had to be humble first. And we knew, like somebody said earlier, that we work because other people don't. So I'm not here to inspire you, you should be, because the work in and of itself is inspiring. So we're not giving speeches and trying to motivate folk, because the work in and of itself is inspiring. So then we went on this journey of discovery and organizational introspection, which meant that relative to who we say we are, strength-based, believing in capacity, learners, what policy practices do we have in place that are incongruent with who we say we are? And how do we train ourselves to be able to recognize when we have a practice that doesn't fit with who we say we are? And there are lots of policies, if we train ourselves, we'll know if in fact we're running an organization that's consistent with who we say we are. Then we said we're gonna make intentional, we're gonna do intentional employee engagement. Because what we knew for sure, surely these more than 5,000 employees came to do something different. So I wasn't wondering about that. What I wondered is did we put them in a position where they can affect the change so that when they drove home at night, when they came back the next day, when they were mad at me, the governor, or whoever, that they were going to be motivated and inspired by the work, because they knew, if nothing else, when I go home at night, I know I made a difference in the lives of the people of Tennessee. And that was the thing, that we wanted to create a system to show them that this is possible, that we're not there, but we're on this journey and we're making good progress. So we did a lot of that, and we invested in our staff. The next thing we did was intentional partner engagement. So this is where we as a government agency had to move out of this paternalistic mindset where we go purchase something and tell people exactly how to do it. Like when you go to Macy's and you buy something, right? You don't tell them how to make the jacket. You want the jacket, right? So we say we're working with partners and we want to honor and respect the fact that they bring something to the table and that we cannot make a difference in the lives of kids and families without the social sector, as Susan would say. And so that is something that we had to really get educated on is what does it mean to be the partner in this relationship? And so finally, we said, we kicked off a campaign. It's called 2G for Tennessee. Y'all feel that? 2G for Tennessee. So we kicked off a 2G consortium. We have 2-generation ambassadors that we are training in our staff to talk about it wherever they go, elevator speech, church meeting, block club, wherever you are. And then we introduced 2Gen in budget hearings. We've been speaking with the Mayor's Association, Sheriff Association, Chiefs Association. And the final thing I'll say to you is so often we are risk averse, right?
Yeah.
And we operate in fear. So if we're gonna be afraid of something, here's what I suggest. What people say to me is, so Commissioner, what if this happens when we do that? Here's what I know. Inaction and action both yield an outcome. So if you don't do something, right? So the question I ask is, what will happen if we don't? Be more troubled by that answer. And I think time is up. Macy's, huh?
So as you can see and as you've heard throughout the day and yesterday, all the work that we have been doing at Ascend over the last couple of months to really think about what are the ideas and the opportunities out there as we move into rethinking how we serve children and families. And one of the things in our work with states that we've come to is that states are a place of opportunity. And I think what we heard today from all 4 of these amazing state leaders is that there are always challenges, but there are lots of opportunities. So with that, we're going to open it up for questions in a couple of minutes. But one of the things that I do want to put a question out to you all, because I think it's come up over and over again, this idea of bipartisanship, nonpartisanship. And I just wonder, just building off of Raquel's words around being courageous, how is it that you all go about this work or went about this work in a courageous way to build the political will that you needed to keep moving things forward? I'll start with John.
Mississippi. And let me put a plug in. Our 2Gen approach is, we're calling it Gen Plus. To the point of the good doctor that spoke before us, we believe that it's much deeper than 2 generations, especially specifically in Mississippi. But back to your point, when in fact we're out doing or trying to do the job that we're tasked with doing of helping individuals, families, children, of being successful, to me, that's across the line, bipartisan. There's an opportunity. We walk a line. I'm sure my colleagues here, we all walk a line in what we do every day. My legislature just came into session in January. There were 300 bills that were dropped in the first 30 days of the legislature that affect DHS directly. About 3,000 we're expecting to be dropped over the next couple of weeks. So we're all the time looking at opportunities to educate and offer the evidence base that goes along with what we're saying. What I like about what we've heard thus far in this conference is we're looking at things directly from data driven. This is not John Davis's personal opinion. This is things that if we really truly want to affect change, then we're looking at how we have seen past experiences or those things that are very scientific, but also from a personal level, helping families and children. I don't care who you are. If you want to do it right, just turning off something or without being intentional about helping someone, to me, it just is not something that anyone, I don't care what political persuasion you are, that would want to do necessarily.
Anybody else want to respond to the question? Courageousness and building political will?
Sure.
Well.
Just a couple things.
Yeah.
At the core of a lot of the work that I do, when we were when I was on the city council and we were building the St. Paul Promise neighborhood, that education reform space is full of labels, and whether you're about unions or teachers or students or reform or all of these different things, and the political space, this Capitol is full of labels, which party you are and whether you're this or that. I have a theory, and I really believe that labels are a shortcut. To help us decide what we think about someone or something we don't have time or don't make the time to get to know for ourselves. And so really connecting with people on a one-to-one individual basis can really help get around those shortcuts. We don't need a shortcut if we have a relationship. And so for me, again, and I work in Minnesota, and I'm lucky I get to hang out with my folks who are passionate about 2Gen and early childhood. And every time I start to try to talk about my frustrations, they look at me and they go, "Aren't you in the state with the $1 billion surplus and a governor whose top priority is this stuff? Get out of here." We've had that conversation. We've had that conversation. But in Minnesota, we've put enormous amounts of money, new resources into children and families over the last few years in the context of mixed government. And so you can't do that unless you have leaders on both sides of the aisle who are passionate about that issue. So we have leaders on both sides of the aisle who are passionate about young children and making sure that children and families are able to succeed and get the resources they need. Now, the playbook looks different for different people, right? But that's where the voice of parents gets really important, right? If we can create a scenario where our children's cabinet is essentially a portal to make sure that we're hearing the voices, not of just one part of the state, but from all over our state, that those voices are really coming in and they're impacting us. Right? We're not just saying we want to sell you, what we already packaged in the office. They're impacting us in a way that is also able to impact other folks as well. So I think those are the two things. One is really taking the time to get to know what each other are about, what kind of even those folks who are on the other side of that label divide, whatever the label divide is, and then making sure that we're really empowering the voices of those parents, of the families, of the neighborhood leaders, of the folks whose only kind of skin in the game is making it work.
Nice. Thank you. Thank you. So I want to build off something that both Raquel and Will talked about, being intentional, but also having these cycles of learning from community to state to federal and all the way around. And I just wonder, in the work that you do every day, how is it that you are intentional about ensuring that what is happening at the local level is impacting decisions that you make at the state level, and if there's any intersection there with federal policy and regulation? And either one of you can start.
I'll start. And I really want to give a shout out to HHS, especially ACF, and because I think they've done an excellent job at really being supportive of the 2Gen strategy and the memos that they put out. It was really very helpful to us. And so often they don't get shout outs, they get shout at. So I thought I'd do a shout out. And so, but I can't speak to how critical that has been for us. So to start there at the federal level, and I think that one of what we've done, we brought out to our department a while back, Susan Dreyfus with the Alliance and Tracy Waring, and going back to that public-private partnership. So first, we had to be intentional about what we needed to learn about what effective partnership looks like with our partners throughout the state and the community. And then we had to be wise enough to know that we're a player at the table, but we're not the most important player. And at times people feel like we're the most powerful player, but we are just a player. And so then we are teaching ourselves how to co-create, co-design at the local level. And so we went on a journey of searching across the state to see, like we didn't make an assumption that people weren't doing good things. So we went to try to we went fishing for projects that were on a 2Gen path or had the capacity for 2Gen and making intentional investments in that. And we're bringing families to the table, children to the table, staff at all levels from across the department, procurement staff, they're in the community with us, talking with staff from IT, talking with families and partners about how do we create what works in this community? Or what are you already doing and where do you need it to be shored up and how can we help do that? And we so we go on the ground and we find out what's not working from a policy perspective, and then we try to figure out whose policy is it, right? And then does it really have to be? And is it the law? Is it a statute? Is it a rule? And is it at the federal level? Because I have had times where I call the feds, why y'all make us do this? We don't make you do that, right? And so then we would go, so we see what's happening on the ground, and then we figure out how can we go back and remove the barriers where they occur. And if we can't remove it then, but how do we make noise and generate solutions? So it's not just making noise and venting, but how we create sufficient dissonance so that somebody is willing to take another look.
Excellent, yeah. Well,
An element I think I'd want to also say that it's got to be our role is to give air cover. There's a lot of very good stuff going on at the ground level. And the people contain that information frequently because they're not sure, sort of to Raquel's point, which side of the rule book it fits on. So examples don't get shared, stories aren't told, people aren't learning from them. And a key thing I think we've been able to do over the last few years is sort of say, you know, we have actually a great deal of authority to waive regulations, and those that we can't waive, we've got a sympathetic governor, a sympathetic legislature. We can probably get regulatory or statutory changes that we need made. So let's be open about that which we're finding is working, and apply common sense to circumstances like the family who comes and sits across the table and says, I've done everything and now I'm sitting here. How on earth can this possibly work? I mean, one of the things that we, you know, sort of an experience we went through over the last month or last year is realizing that we had a number of people in caseloads who hadn't really been engaged, yet, quote unquote, time is ticking and stuff like that. And so, yes, we said we do have the authority to go back and case by case, untick time, re-engage, make sure that no one has been disadvantaged because we couldn't get to them or because they've been evicted 3 times in the mail, giving them the notice to do that, thus and such, went that way and they went that, you know. Let's just apply common sense. It's we create a structure of rules, et cetera, primarily to ensure, as I see it, to ensure rights, to normalize rights, and probably an over sort of reaction to avoid misdealings or unsavory activities and stuff like that. The rules aren't there to force people into places they can't fit. They're there to, at minimum, guarantee rights. And so if we need to go beyond those rules in order to meet someone's needs, then that's what we should do. Just a momentary sort of flashback into the past. Before I came into public human services, I spent 15 years on the nonprofit side, church-based organization. And I remembered sort of the 2 big dissonances that I had when I transitioned from being director of Catholic Charities in the Archdiocese to being human services county director on the Central Coast. Was first, I went from being a hero to a villain literally overnight, Friday to Monday. Don't know what happened, but it was total. But the second thing that I realized was that, as Raquel was saying, I had a staff who weren't sure if they could trust that I understood why they wanted to be there. And they were managing up. And reversing that is something that took. I wish I could say it's done, but it's not.
Still doing it.
Still doing it. Excellent. Thank you. So I want to open it up for questions. Oh, Susan.
Thank you. I'm Susan Dreyfus, the Alliance for Strong Families and Communities. First of all, everybody in the room, just as a former public sector leader, are these not rock stars? Oh my God. Yeah. Every governor and every county executive needs to be appointing people just like you, and the world is going to be a wonderful place. Raquel, you brought something up that I just want to ask all of you about, is that we all want to move from program thinking to systems change thinking. And I always talk about there's 4 levers of systems change. We talk about what we want to achieve, but do our policies, do our practices, do our regulatory rules, and do our fiscal mechanisms align to that? Because then I'll give you systems change that'll last beyond your tenures and mine, right? So you gave an example of how you went down, you tried to look at where are those disconnects and how do you go up and find out where they are and start pulling those levers. Do you have any specific examples, and they can be small, of where as you're doing the work, you see the barrier, right? And I'll give you one quick example in Washington State when we redesigned our whole TANF program when I was out there. A simple thing that many states are doing now, but we were one of the first to talk about this. When parents volunteered, in Early Start and Head Start, we counted that as participation, but we had to go and change that rule, right? As an example. But do you have any examples of pulling those levers to make this sticky?
Yeah, I have one that happened recently with a partner that we invested in for 2Gen. And it was really, this is on the procurement side, right? And so they have resources, but one of the struggles that they had was the frequency at which the state typically allows you to invoice, right? And so they would have a cash flow issue. So we had the money, right, to invest, but because of the way we allow them to invoice, they would have a cash flow issue. So I got on the phone, I called my procurement person, my fiscal officer, and I said, I need you to talk to them and understand what their reality is.
Yeah.
And what I need you to do, because now remember, we're here to change lives and partner with you. This is what I want you to be thinking about while you're listening. All right? And so I don't want you to break no rules and no laws, but I want you to think about this. This is what you're going to have a conversation about how to make a difference. You, as a fiscal officer and how to make a difference in the lives of kids and families. So you make it irresistible, right? So they came back and said, we can do it. So we generally don't allow people to invoice reimbursement grants, but once a month.
Yeah.
So this entity needed it twice a month, and we did it. So there.
Anyone want to share that, John?
I have one. I don't know if it goes to your point, but for instance, data sharing across programs. I have programs within my agency that I can't allow my workers to share with each other. But we're working with our federal partners, and sometimes, as Raquel mentioned, there are self-imposed rules that we're learning that we can correct. A lot of that has to do with the way our legacy systems are designed in silos, but we too know that there are some federal programs that will not allow you to cross that data, which seems, a little bit cross-purpose of what you're trying to do to help families. For instance, if I can't share child support data with my child care or my SNAP over here, why, how can I help a family holistically? But those are the things that we're working through with our regional partners, and I think we've been in several meetings together from a regional standpoint, and I think we're getting the buy-in to say, okay, start identifying those changes or those needs that are there so that we too can help align. And Tracy with APHSA, y'all are doing awesome out there bringing some of those things to point too. So those small things like that, in my opinion, as we navigate through this, we're finding can cause a big hiccup. If you can't help a family, you as I should as an administrator know who all I'm serving. Across program areas. And I'd have to get, 13 separate reports, and somebody'd have to do some sort of, I don't know, I'm not a technical person, but they would have to do something major to get me the report, which would cost money that I don't have. But that's something small like that. Yeah.
Great. Yeah. So there were two more questions. I'm going to go to go ahead.
Hi, Kristen Bernhard with the Georgia Department of Early Care and Learning. So great to see Southern states leading on 2Gen issues. We heard some great programs earlier that are ripe for replication, but we're mostly focused in urban areas. I was curious if our state leaders could touch on a little bit how 2Gen might look different in some of your more rural communities, and how does implementation differ in those areas?
Melvin, you want to start a little bit on that? You're doing a little rural and tribal.
Sure, yep, and we've actually got folks in the room who are actually leading our tribal work, so they may bang the gong if I say something wrong. I think that's really incredible. Actually, one of the things, because actually, frankly, most of my work has been in urban areas directly, while we definitely support some of the work out in the rural areas. One of the things that's really been incredible to me as I drive all over Minnesota is the extent to which, and it's been surprising, frankly, the extent to which some of our rural and some of our urban issues are very similar. So I'll be up, on one of our reservations or up in greater Minnesota, and somebody will start explaining something, and all of a sudden I'll go, oh, wait, I get that. Right. That's a lot like, and it might have a different face. So when we talk about access in the urban area, we might be talking about, cost, or we might be talking about kind of density, whereas in the rural, in greater Minnesota, we end up talking about the fact that I have to drive 45 minutes one way in traffic jam just to get my child to the high quality child care that I want to get, and then drive back to get to work. So some of those kind of conversations we're really hearing from kind of some of those folks. I guess for me, and I guess I'm starting to beat the same drum here. For me, a lot of it is just, connecting with people like Barb Faber, who's in the back of the room there, the people who run, who do the work kind of on the local level, and essentially saying kind of, what is it that you need? Because we have such system centricity. To the point of the last question, I've got a family friend back home who served 27 years in prison for a murder he didn't commit. And we know he didn't commit the murder because in year 27, the person who did confessed. And so, long story short, the person confessed in May, and they processed his release, and he was released in October. My father makes a good point. He says, how highly must we think of our systems, right? To say, we know you're innocent, but it's going to take us 5 months to process the paperwork. That's the way we think of our systems, right? Our systems are higher than the people that we serve and the people that we support. And if we reverse that polarity and talk to those families, and frankly, to the woman who was talking about being in public service, talk to our staffs, right? Because to me, half of this work could be solved if we give wings to the ideas and the passions of the folks who work in our agencies, who work in our schools and work in childcare.
Awesome. We're going to take one more question.
Good afternoon. I'm Karama Neal with Southern Bancorp Community Partners. We're in Arkansas and Mississippi, so props to the southern states for being here and for sharing this good work. We've heard so much today and yesterday from nonprofits, from municipalities, states, philanthropy. I wonder if you all can share any examples of how you might have partnered with businesses, private enterprise, to help move this work forward.
We actually had in Tennessee, one of our first 2-gen grants that we did came from an idea from a citizen in East Tennessee. She's a philanthropist, I would say, as an individual, and very generous. But she had an idea that she wanted to pitch to us about a year and a half ago. And she had been talking to businesses in the community about becoming mentors to students at the community college. And her focus was around early childhood education and how do we support the students, the parents who were in school. And so, quite frankly, she approached us with a proposal for how could we support a demonstration project with, it was Mississippi State University in Tennessee, within about 4 or 5 different corporations in the community. And they function as mentors, and they agree to do various things in this project with the students, depending on how well they do in their education. And we provide funding for childcare for these students who get scholarships and awarded. And so that's one of the biggest ways that we've done, and I think is really cool, outside the traditional ways that we do it through TANF and whatnot. I will say that to the earlier question about political will, so one of the things in Tennessee that's made it really easy is Governor Haslam's priority around education and workforce, and his investment in education and workforce, which are perfectly aligned with 2Gen. And so at DHS, one of the things we also had to do is help people to know we're not a welfare organization. We don't even use the term. And so we had to reposition people even in state government to understand us different. So now we're at the table for the workforce sub-cabinet. So when new employers come to the state, our ECD department invite us to, and labor and all those other organizations that do workforce development to help figure out how can we get employees, the candidates, for them to interview. So we all push people through those pipelines to be interviewed. So that's one way that we do it.
Just a couple of examples I give, similar to where Raquel just was. In our subsidized employment services program, we have really much more resources there than, for example, paid apprenticeships or anything else. So we have employers, particularly in some of the major cities, who have become very subtle at working with us on that. But the other area, which is interesting, and it's a different view of private business, I guess, is in the housing support program, which is now in 45 of the 58 counties. The single ingredient that makes success, we have discovered, is having navigators who work with landlords and problem solve issues as they come up and build relationships and assure the landlords that, yes, we're guaranteeing the rent for a period of time, these are the circumstances. And as that has sort of spread out, it's given us, I think, a new appreciation of the fact that by and large, the landlords who are renting to us aren't multi-unit building owners. They're the 2 and 3 flats in a building who can develop a relationship, and perhaps out of just personal sympathy at some level, or personal empathy, are willing to work with us. But it has been an interesting shift for our staff in learning to work with someone who is in business, and understanding their needs and terms and meeting them where they are.
Right. So I just want to say thank you very quickly to our panel, but I just want to share with folks that you all did receive the report in your packets when you came in. And when you have a moment to look at that, or if you already have, as I've heard from many folks, you'll see that for us, really, as we are thinking about the opportunities that are available out there, states are going to play a huge role in this. And I agree with Susan. A lot of it is really based on the fact that we have these incredible leaders who are willing to be courageous and intentional about how they move forward in their work. And so one other note that I'll just quickly make is that these folks will be around for a little while. I know that there are still questions out there, but I would highly encourage you to please connect with these folks, with the state folks in your agencies. As we move forward in our work, I'll just share that we are really looking to work more intentionally with states, and would highly encourage states to think about bringing together teams, as these folks have talked about, within your agencies and across agencies, to think about how do you do business in a different kind of way. And so with that, I just want to thank everyone for your time, and please join me in thanking these amazing leaders.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Yvette. We're going to keep the energy rolling, so hoping that there'll be a little bit of time at the end for some final informal networking. One thing in the world of incentive or incentivizing behavior, for those that want to put, sort of high engagement, high potential state teams, sometimes we gather in Aspen, maybe we're going to Hawaii, you never know. But really providing a space for state leaders to get out of their, their internal and very sort of high engagement strategies to give people a chance for reflection and results. So we are going to go into, I got the agenda. We're going to go into the final close here. And I just, thanks everybody. I just kind of wanted to close out with a couple sort of themes, and then I'm going to end with a little bit of Aspenness. One of the things, there's a lot of different policy programs and organizations and experts, especially in the Washington, D.C. area, and many of them are in this room and are phenomenal people and organizations. Aspen's a little bit in how we do our work. I really want to reinforce the sort of the work around values, around history, around innovation, around dialogue, and really the Socratic method. This was a meeting where, sort of a lot of times we were able to sit in rounds together. This was one where we have folks in this room. We have a room over there that people are nestled in and have communityed up. I'm pleased to say that we have had 250 people participating online and watching this from across the country. I'm thrilled to say that we are trending regionally yesterday. I'm even more thrilled to say that we are trending across the country on Twitter today. So we were very intentional in why we brought you all here. Obviously, for many of you, we've been working for years. Some of you, we've been working intentionally the past 5 months. But we really put a call out, and we are honored to work with a lot of our core funders, and we're really delighted to go deep with the JB and MK Pritzker Foundation with Janet and JB, and we're delighted that Rachel's going to be going back and forth. Wonderful hire over there. But to put out a call for big ideas and policy recommendations for communities, states, and our country, looking forward to this new landscape we're living in. And we wanted to stay true to that, and so it was high engagement, high intake. You all have the copy of the report and follow-up materials. We are going to give you, we want to take the final intake from today before we finally go to sort of printing and bounding. So, we're going to give folks, there'll be a sort of a process as always, but a 1-day period to send any last comments up, because before it gets put to rest, we wanted to complete this part of the conversation. We will then be sending it out and activating it to partners and communities, whether it's church basement, whether it's community center, whether it's the state legislature, or whether it's to Senator Collins and Senator Heinrich to move over on Capitol Hill. But it's going to really look at how do we move that forward. You know, everybody who came in this room, I want to acknowledge everybody here is an expert, an innovator, and a leader in their own right. Everybody here goes out and gives keynote addresses across the world. This was one where we knew bringing people together, this was a chance to reset, re-engage, reconnect, reimagine, and recommit in our world going forward. But that here are the ideas, we're kind of giving it out. Not as much dialogue as we normally have. I want to acknowledge that because we had to put it out. Networking in between, chance for people to connect, but this is the beginning. This is not the end. And so as we go forward, I think for our work, we're going to be doing a lot more conversations you'll see from us around looking at the policy world, but on also really doing a scenario analysis. There's some stuff that could be very different. We know where we're going, we know what our goals are, we know what our values are, but we need to make sure that we are also preparing and being ready to pivot when we need to pivot. So that will be looking to partner with many on you. As Yvette said, we're going to keep learning and supporting with state partners. I think we're really, she's mentioned, of course, NGA and APHSA, but other organizations like CLASP, who are just sort of frontline leaders in this work. We really hope to continue to work and learn and grow with you. So as we're closing out, and before I sort of give a sense of the room, and then we wanted to sort of have a couple last voices of action and moving forward. And so I'm going to ask them to come up in a second, but just before I do that, I want to sort of just bring a few other voices. Jackie Bezos said, you know, we can't change the trajectory of a child's life unless we go to the mat for parents. Really loving, supporting, engaging, and listening to parents, that is a shift for some folks, not for everybody, but that's a profound shift, and that's exciting, and that's positive, and that's powerful. Gloria Perez says, if we really want to transform our community, then we have to be in it for the long haul. While we're looking for strategies and solutions, if there was a quick fix, I dare say we would have done it. And if only one program, one strategy, one foundation could do it, it's going to take long-term commitment and a commitment to radical collaboration. I think Amber Angel, who just amazing woman, as all the parents were, she said, it's not our families that have changed too much. It's that our institutions have not kept up. We need systems are a reflection of society and people. So let's help them get there. So we must continue to design and improve services and policy based on the voices and perspectives of families. All of you in your work, how do you do that? Personally, organizationally, policy-wise. Partnerships, how are partnerships happening across sectors, disciplines, platforms? I think when we had the bright spot conversation, we were seeing health systems, school systems, housing platforms come together. In this room, you are early childhood, your human services, your higher ed, your federal government, your state agency, your researcher, your community program, your child care. It's all in here. But the lens that brings it together, children and families at the center. So really thinking with this environment and just the world, even if it weren't this environment, really striving to have a very bright star of keeping children and families at the center of all of our work, and how do we have radical collaboration so that we are more effectively leveraging the work that we do. So I am going to we're going to do 1, 2, 3 in terms of kind of calling folks up for the final closeout piece. And if first I could ask Barbara Faber to come up from the who's the director of the White Earth Early Childhood and Child Care Programs, which is one of the rural impact sites. Barbara, you've been referenced quite a few times throughout the program. But can you come up and give us a perspective both from rural and tribal and just from you?
Bonjour, everybody. That means hello, if you didn't know. For those who are not familiar with tribal communities, our tribal nations, our tribal sovereignty. Tribes have a special government-to-government relationship with the federal government, much like states do. But unlike states, most tribes do not have a tax base. So I always take the opportunity to crush a myth. So some tribes have casinos, and there's only a couple casinos across America here that are very, very extremely successful. Most casinos are not like ours. Ours funds our government, and all the revenue that comes from it goes back right into the programming, into infrastructure. So I always want to make sure and clarify that. I'm honored to stand in front of you today to share some thoughts. I don't know about you, but well, I'm pretty sure you're feeling the same. I've learned a lot in the last 2 days, and what I've heard over the last 2 days has been amazing and inspiring. I heard a young mother talk about her ACE score. I heard from a young father how he talked about how important his family is to him and his struggles, but he's still continuing his education. I heard a foundation leader talk about the importance of high-quality childcare and going door to door to educate and advocate for states to invest in early childhood. But even better, he put his money where his mouth is, and he's investing in early childhood. And he talked about increasing childcare teacher pay. I heard a nationally renowned researcher tell us by investing in early childhood is working, and it has had a profound effect on 2, even 3 generations. I don't know about you, but that excited me and motivated me. I was also asked to share a little bit about the White Earth Nation and our 2Gen work. We were honored to be one of the 10 rural impact communities, and where we are aligning systems, breaking down the silos, and serving the whole family. With that came a We Care system. It's White Earth collaboration, assessment, referral, and education. So, which also includes a data system. So we're gathering information from this, and we own it, and we can use that. White Earth We Care is where the family drives the bus. They complete a family goal plan, and so our team of employment and training staff, early childhood staff, social services, health professionals, housing. Recently, we had the Indian Health Service and a school all become part of a team that support these families to meet their goals. And that also includes the substance abuse. So it's to support the whole family, a holistic approach. White Earth's goal is to have one universal application. We heard a young mom talk today about having to fill out 5 different applications and 5 different documentations to 5 different programs. While this universal application, assessment, and documentation will eliminate that. So we're thinking about the families and what they're having to go through when they come to ask for services. We want to be there, and our holistic approach is to go around them and not for them to come to each one of us individually. Other exciting initiatives we've done was the Race to the Top, and Melvin Carter was one of the leads in that. And so from that, I think one of the aha moments for me was the Early Learning Scholarship Program that we had through that, and that Dr. Art Rolnick was one who really helped get that up and running in Minnesota. And the Early Learning Scholarships pays for a child to go into either a child care, a Head Start, or a preschool, a new service. It's, for example, in Head Start, that isn't being funded by existing Head Start dollars. So the parents get this, scholarship, whether it's $13,500, and say, you can take your child to any high-quality early childhood setting. There was no work requirement, which was beautiful for grandparents raising grandparents, grandchildren, foster parents, and families that maybe are in between jobs are going to school for a 2 or 4 year degree. The parents were given the scholarship and said that they also had to look for a high-quality early childhood setting. So they had to look for a Parent-Aware rated program, and Parent-Aware is a quality rating system in Minnesota that we have. And so child care, Head Start, and preschools that are attached to schools have opportunity to get rated and be and so there's a little healthy competition between the early childhood programs. I'm glad to say out of 21 tribally licensed child care sites on our reservation, 18 of them are rated, mostly at a 4-star. Lastly, I just wanted to take this time to invite each one of you to come and visit me. Okay? Thank you. I'll leave my card, and especially Aspen. Work with states and tribes, I hope, to come visit and experience firsthand what challenges and successes are happening on a rural tribal reservation, which are also known as pockets of extreme poverty. Jack Shonkoff has been there, Jeffrey Canada has been there. So we want to invite you there and add your name to that list. Working on a capital campaign for early childhood building. It's called Mamigan Achigazo, the Gathering Place, a place for enhanced 2-generation, but also 7-generation work. So like my mentor, one of my mentors since the day I met her, Linda Smith, we both want to know what's next. So I'll leave you with that question. Giga Wabaman.
Thank you so much, Barbara. And I'm going to sort of tee up so they can go sort of 1, 2, 3, building on Barbara's wonderful remarks and reflections and action. Mindy Yossi is the executive director of The Source from Grand Rapids, Michigan, who has been doing incredible work also engaging employers. And so I'm going to look forward to hear from her next. Then Joe Waters, who is executive vice president from the Institute for Child Success, who everyone I get his email, I'm just one of the first ones I read. He is creating a little revolution in South Carolina, but also across the country, starting with an early learning and early childhood lens. And then Maisha Simmons, a senior program officer with the Robert Wood Johnson Foundation, who is also a tremendous colleague, friend, and partner in this work. So I'm going to let you kind of go 1, 2, 3, and then I will come back.
Thank you, Anne, and everyone else here at Ascend. This is really an honor. I've only been in this work for about a year and a half. I came from the private sector, so I worked mostly with employers in a human resources capacity, talent strategy, leadership development, and never imagined that I'd be in a room talking about what I'm going to talk to you about today. And I almost have to give a shout out to my grandma in 2-generation, 3-generation. She's watching online. She's like, I have to see you, mija. So what I want to talk today is give some context about Grand Rapids. And unfortunately, we were kind of on the map on November 8th and November 9th. And so we know a lot of things about Grand Rapids. We have a lot of funding. We have a lot of public-private partnership. And I grew up there. It's the only place I've ever known. But did you also know that 24% of those who are working can't make ends meet? The Black and brown male unemployment rates in some of our communities in our core city are near 35-40%. And that's the state, I think Ottawa County, which is near us, had the lowest unemployment rate in the country. And that in our 49507, the city of Grand Rapids zip code, we have lead rates, poisoning lead rates that are higher than in Flint because of our, not water in Grand Rapids, but because of our building stock is much older. So it truly is this tale of two cities. And we have to keep sharing our stories, because one thing that I've learned is amplification and really moving this into a movement, as Anne talked about. It's not a program, it's not about the funding, it's about a movement to make work work. That would be my hashtag. So how do we include voice into the work that we do at The Source? For us, we work with people who have jobs. Our goal is to ensure that they are retained in their employment. And so hopefully it is retention, but progression. And so when I heard from the student parents today, and a few of them I've gotten to hear in Aspen, and they are just amazing. And the one thing that struck me is that we cannot just be knowledgeable partners and knowledgeable agencies and knowledgeable people. People need both knowledge and trustworthiness. And those two things together is really what can help propel parents forward. Because sometimes we too often rely on people that we trust, but they might not be knowledgeable. Or we look at people who are knowledgeable, but in no way will we trust them or ever go again to see them. For us, our strategy is really engaging with our entire system and our community. So we're really happy to be part of a grant that was brought together by our large health system, Spectrum Health, Invest Health through the Reinvestment Fund, and Robert Wood Johnson, which is really trying to bring in really this ecosystem of food and movement, employment, our home environment, infant mortality rates, and it's a whole group from Grand Rapids. And so this organization, Spectrum Health, that we're happy to partner with, they're one of our clients, has actually launched the first Pay for Success model in the state of Michigan. And through this grant and through other opportunities, we're working on a stronger economic model for our return on investment, and hopefully with the Sorensen Institute. With state government, we have DHS workers who are right under our roof. And so when we talk about how do we build a relationship, they're right across the hallway from me. They're right across the hallway from our navigators. And it's really about disrupting this idea of public benefits and ensuring that people who are looking for that opportunity really feel like a customer. So when they come in, we're giving them something to drink. Are their kids having something to eat? And just making sure that they feel comfortable and secure. I'll close by saying what are our next steps in the states. I'm hopeful for this state strategy. I think in the state of Michigan, we have some work around reentry, our job market. We really need to focus on how do we bring employers in, which we have 16 employers who fund our work. About 80% of our funding is from the employers, and then 20% is through philanthropy. We're also focusing on engaging with the localist movement in our community. Consumers can do a lot in this space. Consumers make decisions every day with their dollars, and we intend to engage not only employers, but consumers. And lastly, tomorrow I'm going to be working with a consultancy group to really work on a video to help our state legislators understand that we do not want to be near the bottom when it comes to child care subsidy funding in the state of Michigan. The last thing I will say is I'm going to use Ann's word. We're doubling down. So we're part of a consortium, the Consortium for Sustainable Workforce Practices. So the Source, Work-Life Partnership in Denver, Working Bridges in Vermont, and then Connect for Success in Washington. In Washington State, in Seattle. We have come together as a consortium. We had some initial funding from the Rockefeller Foundation working with FSG, and we are going to make this a movement. We are going to work with employers to help them figure this out, because a lot of them have the will, they don't necessarily have the people internally to get this work done. We're going to help them do that. And for me, the goal, the North Star, is an epistemic community, one that matches opportunity and talent, one that supports inclusive growth, and lastly, one that puts children and families first. Thank you.
Thank you, Ann. Thank you, Yvette, for the invitation to be here today and to speak with you all. It's always inspiring to be at an Aspen Ascend convening. I'm going to share 2 reflections that I have on the day as they relate to current work that we're doing. The first thing that I'm taking away from this is the power of empathetic design to improve systems and services for families. We're very excited right now to be working with service provider Roka in Boston to use human-centered design methodology to reshape and redesign the program that Roka has developed for young mothers who are formerly incarcerated or otherwise involved in the criminal justice system to help them be better parents. This is a population for whom the standard evidence-based parenting or home visiting models have not worked in Roka's experience. So with the participation of the moms and using human-centered design, we're identifying points of leverage within the existing programs and the landscape in which these moms are living to work with them to sneak in, so to speak, parenting, capacity building, and coaching. And we've learned with Roka that we must be more nimble, more willing to rapidly prototype, as Ann said today, and more open to repeated failure while engaging families in the process than we would simply by implementing a model with a commitment to program fidelity. So we must adjust and adapt beyond what might be comfortable as we seek to meet the needs of families in unique circumstances and ensure that the evidence-based push does not stifle innovation. The second theme that I'm taking away from today is the commitment to building a culture of early learning, but more broadly, a culture of commitment to all and for all families. We are very happy to be working in our home state of South Carolina with the city of Spartanburg, led by the city's Economic Development Office and the Mary Black Foundation. We are developing a continuum of supports and interventions for young children and their families that will be bundled and then financed using pay for success or social impact financing. This includes high-quality childcare, universal home visiting, but more. The city's goal is first and foremost to break the cycle of intergenerational poverty within the city, but also to entice young families to move into the city limits by developing a reputation that Spartanburg is the best place in South Carolina's upstate, which itself is the best place in the country to live, to raise a family, and that every family needs supports, services, and supports and services that are universal, and they want to also ensure that stigma is not attached to the use of these programs. They're calling it Hello Family right now, and the commitment is to make Spartanburg, as I said, the best place in the upstate, but perhaps more broadly in the country, to raise a young family. And they're small. They're a city of 40,000 people, but they're building a culture of two-gen collaboration and commitment led by the city's Economic Development Office, which has a striking commitment to early childhood, a commitment for all families in the city of Spartanburg. So very interested to keep thinking with you all about leveraging the power of design and building this culture of commitment for all families and a commitment to early learning, particularly in some of our smaller cities. Certainly enjoy the commitment to rural and appreciate that, but also our small cities, particularly in a place like South Carolina, which has so many needs. This is the great opportunity that I see for us coming out of this meeting, and I'm excited to continue the momentum with all of you. Thank you.
All right. Well, thank you. I want to thank Ann and Marjorie and everyone at Ascend for inviting me to provide some reflections on the day. My name is Maisha Simmons. I'm a senior program officer at the Robert Wood Johnson Foundation. We're a health and healthcare foundation serving all of America. And what was exciting about this conversation today is I again want to thank Carla in the first panel of bringing the parents' perspective into the room. Last year, we invited a group of advocates to come to the foundation. And, when you do work in philanthropy, especially a national philanthropy, you sit way above many of the issues that happen in the communities, and you can often get lost in why you do the work you do. And he simply asked us, who do you bring with you when you do this work? So the first panel really helped ground me in who do we do this work for? So I wrote on the top of my page, parents, parents, parents. And what's exciting about that to me is if you worked in a youth services or a youth development field, oftentimes, especially for the parents that we care about and we think about, we have legislated them or made policies and removed them from the equation, thinking about trying to do what's best for the child and leaving the parent behind. And what was refreshing and hopeful about this conversation was it was absolutely the opposite. We drove with what parents need to think about simultaneously what their children need. And I know when I go to bed and I have a 2-year-old and I fall asleep exhausted, I often pray for the single parent out there because I do have a partner in this and how they do this alone. So that's very excited. But getting away from that, really thinking about I was reflecting on what could philanthropy do, and we had the opportunity to hear from some of my colleagues in philanthropy today, and they talked about their specific strategies. And I'll say, for Robert Wood Johnson Foundation, this space is new for us. We've been I would say, dating and talking to Aspen for about a year. And we finally have a little marriage going on where we're going to try some new things this year that we're very excited about. But so I often, when I sit in these rooms, I always think about what can I do differently as a result of being in you all's presence and sitting in your knowledge. So I have a couple of points. One is organize. We often think about organizing happening outside of philanthropy. What can advocates do? But one of the main takeaways that started in a conversation last night and I think went into the conversation today is how do we organize amongst ourselves? How do we make sure that we're leveraging each other's assets and opportunities so that all of you can do the good work on the ground and we don't fall all over one another and make you jump through a whole bunch of hoops to try to get the work done? The second was pivot. How do we make sure that we are able to pivot in the changing times? I have 1 minute already? Okay. How can we pivot? How are we able to pivot when we see, especially in times like now, where we see the need for us to be able to support and move on issues that might not have been our own and traditionally thought of as our own, to be able to make change in communities? The third is listen. We often listen in a way that's not helpful. And every example that we heard today that were examples of success started with how did folks listen to parents? How did they listen to children in a way that was authentic? And then they went inside of their own seats of power and make change. So I know for us, we've tried listening and listening authentically, and we're going to figure out how to do more of that, especially when we're launching this work. And I know Ann will keep us honest to doing that. The other is power analysis. So when Maya was here yesterday and she talked about dissecting and understanding power, I think we need to do more of that. Especially we sit in a position where sometimes we are the power, and we need to be dissected and told what we need to potentially think about and do differently. But I think we also need to be able to equip folks with the tools to do that as well when you're facing legislative policy obstacles and challenges, and being able to understand not just where the power sits, but what's the right messages, what's the right evidence, what's the right tools to be able to convince new audiences. And then I'll end with this, which I can't believe this person did this, but the economist Dr. Heckman told us about love, right? I think when he said love, it wasn't just love harder for love's sake. It was really, how can we create the conditions so that, like, when I come home and I'm exhausted, I can still love on my child, but I know I've had a lot of help that's enabled me to do that. How can we create the conditions for families so that they're not stressed about where they're going to eat, how they're going to live, all these other things that we take for granted, and that they have the time and energy to love on their children? So thank you for having us, and I'm looking forward to continuing to connect with the Ascend Network.
Wow. Great kind of closing perspectives and commitments and action. So thank you all, and thank you all for being here, those in the extended room, those that have been with us online and live streaming. I want to just, last words, really kind of just values and principles, action and follow-up, and then love and hope. And I'm just so glad that power came back in, because I do think we are powerful. One thing, I've now been at the Aspen Institute for probably, 6 years now. Oh, boy. And I think Aspen Institute is a very, very privileged place. And there's a lot of privilege in this institution, and how we use it, how we open up, how we share it, and how we think about power is an extraordinary opportunity. Sort of Maisha, and I think we'd all agree, and Carla, you did have the best panel. But the power and the resilience and the strength of the parents is truly, truly humbling. And so that just makes me every time think, man, you guys got to do a little bit better tomorrow. which is why I'm always grateful for tomorrow. And so I think it's really important for us to think about power and to think about that truly from ourselves, our institutions, both how we use it and how we respond to it and how we share it. So thank you, Maisha, for bringing that up. And I think the Aspen Institute, really tries to be as thoughtful and as generous and as strategic as we can be, whether it's raising our voice or highlighting others or taking people off to a setting to rejuvenate and re-energize. So I just wanted to sort of put that on the table. We've talked a lot about the principles, and I want to just underscore sort of core guidepost principles we've talked about in the report, but in our work, and we've kind of lived it with one another. But how do we always keep that same North Star? Children, parents, families. Let's really, if we're aligning towards that and keeping children and families at the center, we're going to do okay. How we really think about partnership across sectors and across power. I did work in Indian country once, and I was young and I was foolish, and I've really grown up. I'm not young, but I remember going in there and I was feeling I really wanted to serve, and we were going, and it was working with a tribe that was an energy-based economy, and I was, gosh darn it, going to go and do the most pushy deal I could get. I was like, I'm going to prove my use, my value by getting everything I can. And the tribal leader who I was working for and serving, he said, Ann, come here. He said, if we don't have a partnership that is equal, and I can't shake the other person's hand and know I'm doing the right partnership, I am no better than what has happened before. And it was an important lesson that really struck with me that I had the best of intentions, but they're like, you had your skis, girl. And so I think about how we think about partnerships and platforms and that piece coming together. Obviously, we've talked about equity. We're talking about that from economics, from race, the gender lens, intersectionality and inclusion, and how we continue to keep that at the table. And then, of course, how do we continue to listen to and authentically engage the voices of families? So, there's more we can add, but I just think those are kind of some guideposts that sort of go with our work. On the action and the follow-up, there's so much action in this room. People have sort of said, oh my gosh, I'm going to do this, I'm going to do that. I want to commit to you on the follow-up, because usually when you always come to an Ascend event, you always get a follow-up, both for feedback or ideas or direction, but also we want to hear from you, like what is the action, what are the connections, so we can really help kind of animate and articulate this energy, this network, and this next wave of work. And, Carol Larson said something last night that I thought was really insightful, saying, how are we also, when we talk about this new era and a new administration, how are we also really authentically and strategically engaging with career staff in administrations, be it the federal level and at the state level? And one little shout out I'll do, and there'll be more in the follow-up, but Stephen Hicks, who he and Libby Doggett were wonderful partners with the Aspen Institute and Ascend to host the first ever federal 2-gen conference with the Department of Education that brought the White House, Health and Human Services, Labor, Agriculture, don't want to leave anybody out, but led the way to sort of say, for career staff, let's have a conversation about breaking the cycle of poverty. What does it mean to bring a 2-generation lens across from their early learning to the post-secondary to community and schools? And so we're going to be releasing, and they're going to be, as partners, but a toolkit for federal employees at the local, state, and federal level. And I just wanted to really highlight and thank you for that. And also thank you, Stephen, for your service across the Bush administration and the Obama administration. And really, it didn't matter, you were moving it forward. So thank you. And I think there's more opportunities at the federal level. The other piece is, again, there'll be a week window or ever how long to get final comments in for the report before it gets tied up with a bow and sent out to the world. We love the feedback, and we also really want to appreciate people who've done the work. So lastly, values and hope. I have sort of a practice that I do on Martin Luther King Day every year, and those that have been Ascend Fellows or actively in the network, we do text-based readings to sort of use them as a tool for reflection, as a muse, as a way to have a conversation beyond our day-to-day sort of struggles, challenges, or opportunities. And so one that I always go back and read on Martin Luther King Day is a letter from the Birmingham City Jail. And I encourage you at this moment in time to go sort of take a read. Every time I read it, there's a different passage, pause, or paragraph that sort of stops me in my tracks. And I just, like Maisha, to have The Economist and Professor Heckman to bring love in the room. I didn't know whether my dear friend and sister Raquel Hatter was going to bring, I don't know where Raquel is, but how, as Martin Luther King says, I am an extremist for love. And love is not soft. Love is strong. And so just when you go back and take a look at that, I just encourage you to think about, that might help you sort of just kind of reflect on and sort of commit for where we're going forward. And the other text I'd encourage you to read, and if anybody needs these, we'd be happy to send them to you, is also to go back and read Frederick Douglass's letter, What to the Slave Does the 4th of July Mean? As we're thinking about the democracy that we live in, our society, and our values, I just think we've got a little bit of work to do, and looking back can maybe help us look forward. So those are two parts. So to do the final closeout, I have to say my personal and professional gratitude for all of you for the opportunity to be able to work with you all, to learn with you, and to serve with you, and to grow with you. It is a true honor and privilege. And I'm going to end with the last paragraph from Victoria Safford's writing, The Small Work and the Great Work. She is a reverend and a poet. Our mission is to plant ourselves at the gates of hope, not the prudent gates of optimism, which are somewhat narrower, nor the stalwart, boring gates of common sense, nor the strident gates of self-righteousness, which creak on shrill and angry hinges. People cannot hear us there. They cannot pass through. Nor the cheerful, flimsy garden gate of everything is gonna be all right. But a different, sometimes lonely place, the place of truth-telling about your own soul. First of all, your own soul, the condition, the place of resistance and defiance, the piece of ground from which you see the world, both as it is and as it could be, and as it will be. The place from which you glimpse not only struggle, but joy in the struggle. And we stand there, beckoning and calling, telling people what we are seeing, asking people what they see. Thank you all very much.